Oh, say, can you see? What's up, everyone? What up, everyone? What up? What up? What up? What up? What up? Mic check 1, 2.
You good, M3?
And everyone, wholeheartedly, sincerely, respectfully, thank you from the bottom of my heart. All right, so why we gotta conform to this American culture, Mr. Best? Why the hell we gotta do all that? Oh, whoa! Wait, hold on. Stop the getting show. Woo! Oh shoot! All right. Salutes to the sophisticated jerk. Thank you for putting money in our pockets. Your brother was struggling, man, in the bank account, but man, sophisticated jerk came through with the awesome 200. All right, super chat. Damn. I gotta hurry up and work on this video real soon for super chat, because
I'm sending him the link right now.
yes. Matter of fact, send the link privately just for sophisticated jerk though.
Yes, sir.
We're gonna thank him wholeheartedly, sophisticated jerk style. All right.
Hey, he been
guys can come up later.
He been donating to us from day one, man. I got his cash apps, all that. Sophisticated jerk, man. Thank you for supporting the movement. We love you, brother. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you. Just so you guys also know too. Actually, I'm gonna leave this up there for a little bit, just so people will understand, will know, right? That with YouTube, YouTube pays within 90 days, but the payment doesn't start until you reach over $100. So by him donating, and then the taxes or whatever, so I got to do the calculations on my end as far as tax payouts. But the point is that he helped us basically to get paid early without even have to worry about it. So thank you again, sophisticated jerk. We're working on trying to have a super chat videos for people who do donate. So again, everybody, right? It's sophisticated jerk, right? Because support, right? Even through cash apps, then what is your excuse? But I'm not no panderer, so feel free to donate from the bottom of your hearts. Anyways, we're gonna be working on some other stuff soon too, though. That's gonna be fun for super chats. But I digress. So, anyways, we're always, I feel like as American people, even people who are not really fully American, I feel like there's a lot of pressure to try to adapt into that culture. You know what I mean? But I feel like when we adapt into that culture, we lose our true selves. We lose the greatest thing, the most powerful thing that really glues people together. And that's family values. Think about the TV shows Family Matters. Carl Winslow, Steve Urkel, Laura, and all those other people.
I know you didn't go there.
I had to, man. Because that's one of the lessons that I've learned, right, growing up. Okay, watching the black sitcoms when it was good, before trash and hip hop. It was shows that actually, Fresh Prince as well too. Okay, even Martin as well.
Hell yeah, Fresh Prince Martin. Hell yeah.
You know what I mean? Those shows, right, taught us something that, and I'm not just singling any our people out or whatever, but I'm going to say it from my own experience, and even Mr. Best's experience as well too. Those shows taught black men and women the importance of black unity within the family households. And I know Hispanics and whites, they have Full House. I took lessons from Full House as well too. It don't have to be black shows, but those was family shows. The Huxtables. Even though oh gosh, I can't remember Bill Cosby's wife or whatever, right? Claire Huxtable, right? Even though Claire Huxtable, right, had her 3 or 4 type of moments, right? She did kind of let the household a little bit, you know what I mean? But shout out to High Value Nurse for kind of opening my eyes a little bit, but they still kept it within the family. You know what I mean? Salutes to Wally. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah. Wally says, you should have sent it to Cash App, paid in full, my brother, right? You know, but no, it's all good. While you're like, look, man, you know, I appreciate super chats, cash apps, whatever apps that gets sent to our way. You know, it helps pay the bills somehow. You know, and congratulations, thank you, Stan. Congratulations to you. We made it. We all made it. We made it, fam. You know, family matters, deep comedy. Yes, yes. And then he said, I'll make sure I hit the cash app. Thanks for the info, Wally. Okay.
I sent you the link, man, privately. Check your DM.
And he said, sophisticated. Yeah, I will say only use Super Chat for smaller amounts. Cash App is better because YouTube takes 30% off. Oh, okay. Well, you know, hey, you know, lesson learned. But, you know, I mean, you know, some people, they like to do, like, you know, Super Chats because, like, you know, they like the you know, the dramatics, like the shout outs and stuff, right? So, but that's good to know. Super Chat is really 160. Oh, shit. Well, look, guys, I hope you don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. We appreciate whatever you guys donate. I'm just saying, you know, knowledge and relationships. Okay, salutes to relationships. Salutes to Marcus. And then we also have another super chat in the building. Shout outs to the Manic Genius. Yo, man, I wish I could play the John Cena song right now. But congratulations on being monetized. Yo, we gotta send him the private link as well too, Mr. Best, right? You know, please send him the private link, man. Send him
I got you.
Thank you. You know,
and listen, y'all, sneak preview. We will be doing some business with both of them gentlemen very soon. Mm-hmm. All right, so just look out. That's what I'm gonna say. Just look out. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. You know, Big Rigs in the building. Happy 420 to you, Big Rigs. Big Rigs, man. Like, let me ask you this. Like, you go say this in the chat for now, right? Why should you conform into American culture? Like, let's say, for instance, if you're applying for a job, okay, why do we have to talk in a certain type of way? I'm not. Look. Here's the thing. I'm an advocate for proper English, right? And good, wholesome etiquette. I think the same way that we apply it to, you know, those people, right? You know, we need to apply it to our people as well too, or anyone, pretty much. Why we're so loose and comfortable talking in our native language, you know what I mean? Which most people will consider slang. But then when it comes to those opportunities, we have to fine-tune our vocabulary. Thank you again, Marcus. Thank you. Marcus, yeah, I got a story about that too, though.
Make sure they cook the sandwiches over there too, Marcus. All right, make sure the sandwiches are cooked. Okay, make sure they're ready to go. I want the prime rib sandwich. All right, the prime rib. You know what I mean? The avocado and all that. You know what I mean? But also, salute to my twin, Quantum Love. Quantum, what's going on? Also, shout out to DJ Witch Doctor. What's good,
everyone?
You can't come up in the office, right? You can't come up in the office, you know, just being yourself, right? You got to be your other self, right? Your professional self, right? You got to bring out the sirs and the madams. You know what I mean? You got to smile, right? You really got to smile too. You got to smile. You know what I mean? You got to, you know, turn it up for the bag, right? You want the bag, right? Mm-hmm. You want the bag, like you want somebody to give you a career or a job opportunity, right? Yes, code switching at its best, right? And I do it all the time. There was somebody stepped in my office, it was annoying me as hell, and I was like, "Oh, you need any help with anything? Oh, can I do anything for you?" You know, I had to switch it up. You know what I mean? I can't be Mr. Best everywhere. You kidding me? If I'm Mr. Best everywhere, do you think I'm gonna get a career opportunity? No. Okay. So listen, and look, and it's no hate to the beard gang. I see them three with the beard. Look, brothers. Okay, I gotta break it down. All right, you gotta shave the beard. All right, you gotta shave the beards.
Oh damn, not the beard.
You gotta make sure your hair's properly groomed and trimmed. You know what I mean? We about to drop the link in the chat. We're about to drop the link in the chat. You know what I mean? Make sure your hair is properly groomed and trimmed. And if you are not making sure these things are happening, okay, you will miss out on a career or job opportunity. All right? I'm sorry. I mean, I hate it. He said, But smiling is mandatory. Yes, smiling is definitely mandatory. You must smile, okay, at all times. Now, I mean, make them feel comfortable. And if you can, right, I've learned this too. Look, y'all. Look, man, I'm not trying to be, ain't no Uncle Tom up in me at all. All right, but I'm just keeping it G. I'm just trying to tell y'all how they feel about us when they see you, okay? If you could find you some non-prescription glasses, like M3, and you could wear them to an interview, oh, they're gonna love you. Because you come off less threatening. I'm telling you what I know, okay? Tell me what I know. I know this sounds really bad right now, but yo, it's just what it is. They are afraid of black people. I hate to tell y'all this, but they are. Y'all know this. Y'all know this. M3, man, drop that link, man, please, man.
I got you. But here's the thing, right? Now most people will say, and you know, feel free to join in, you know, chat, right? But most people will say, you know what? I can't code switch, you know, that's fake, man. Like, and so I left a poll, right, for the chat to answer, right? Does code switching make you fake? You know, does it make you a fake person by code switching? You know, we have people that advocates for being your true self. You should come with your dreads. You should come with the Rastafarian beard. You know what I mean? You should come as you are, like the people say in the church, even though they will kick you out if you look like a bum.
You're going to code switch when they see that 3-day notice in the mail for that rent. You're going to code switch when them shut off, you got to use them candles. You're going to code switch when you pick up the internet, okay? That code switching thing going to come, and it's going to hit you real quick and real soon, all right? So you can be black and proud if you want, all right? But listen, I'm telling you right now, you're gonna be black and proud in the dark. You know what I'm saying?
That with the lights off, Mr. Best. Come on.
You're gonna be like Sophisticated Joe. You're gonna have lights on, no internet. Okay, it's gonna be straight darkness. Okay,
man, any day but the PG.
All right, man. So you be black what you want, and you speak slang all you want to, and see how far you're gonna make it. You go into meetings and speak slang and see what's gonna happen to you. Just go ahead and try it. Go ahead.
Man, I guess we got to eliminate a yada. I mean, you know. I feel you, Mr. Best, right? You know, well, you know, let's see what people have to say as far as code switching. Damn, we got 50% of people saying that code switching make you fake, and then we got the other 50 people that says it does not. Woo, okay. I know, like, we got some mixed feelings about this now, but Sophisticated Jerk, man, salutes to you, my brother.
What's going on? How y'all doing, man? Congratulations on the monetization, man, and thanks for always, you know, like, pulling this up. Y'all been rocking with us for a while on our side, man. So just return the favor back to y'all, man. So appreciate y'all.
No, we appreciate you too, Sophisticated Jerk. So thank you, man, for you know, the super chat. And you know, Manic, if you could come up here as well too, thank you as well. Appreciate it. But
as far as the code switching, man, listen, when I go on the job, I'm sounding like Carlton Banks on that joint. You know, I'm switching it up. Damn that. Like you guys said, hey, pride don't pay bills, man. And I actually don't even look at it as code switching. I think, man, you got to adapt to your environment. So it's just like, hey, if your environment's a little more professional, you know, you got to put that presentation on, you know, when you're stepping in that. So, yeah, I never really looked at it like code switching. I just, you know, you got to pay your bills like Mr. Best was saying. You know, because it's like if you keep that pride in a way, you only going to hurt your legacy and your lineage at the end of the day, you know, and that's the sad thing. Because it's like, hey, when you start getting about 65, you're not going to be sitting there looking back like, man, I kept it real. Well, you can't retire and stuff.
Yeah, too real to retire. Hey, I like that, Sophisticated Jerk. But see, that's why I'm saying, like, you know, we actually need to practice these principles with or without within the community. You know what I mean? Like, I think that we need to practice our vocabulary. We need to practice our demeanor anywhere that we go. We can't just be coming up there like looking lazy. That's my opinion to it. What up, B-Eazy Dat Dude? Salute to you, bro.
What's going on, B-Eazy?
Hey, what's good with y'all?
My bro B-Eazy, he was cooking on my stream earlier today, baby. Woo.
Yeah, I was watching that, man. Yeah, I had me rolling. I almost crashed twice listening to y'all.
Yeah, that was a fire stream. Shout out to Intellectual SoapBox.
But I want to say this right before B-Eazy cook. I definitely want my brother to cook. Look, man, I always say this. You got to know how to move in a room full of vultures, okay? These people are not for you. They just want to pay you, but they're not for you, okay? They're not your brother, man. They're not your sister girl, okay? I don't care if they're your own race. You got to know how to move in a room full of vultures. And the corporate world is full of vultures, okay? That's how business is. Either you with it or you're not, okay? And I'm not saying that you have to take certain behavior. I mean, sometimes they may even say something that may be racial or even racist. I remember somebody was making fun of Dr. King's holiday right in front of my face. It was a group of them. And they wanted to see if I was going to break, and I didn't break. I did go home and cry because it was hurtful. You know what I mean? And I don't mind sharing that. But at the end of the day, I know that if I was going to move the needle forward and I was going to be something, and I'm going to definitely be something in life, there's certain things that you have to do, especially I was under contract, right? So if you're under contract, you a 1099 worker, you just got to put up with certain shit. It's just a norm of the business, man, unfortunately. You know what I mean? They don't put your hands on you. You know what I mean? They don't call you the N-word, and they kind of like, you know, shoot some little in-the-window shots. You know what I mean? What can you do? They didn't say nothing about me. They just made fun of Dr. King. Is it effed up? Of course. But what am I going to do? You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Anybody care to add on to it? And B-Eazy, I'm liking the nature scenery, man. Look like you're one with nature right now. You're happy 420 though. Namaste.
Yes, sir. You know I gotta celebrate, but it's every day for me though. But but no. Did y'all have a specific question or is a certain direction y'all was going with the conversation? I don't want to kind of.
No. I mean, honestly, like we're just having a conversation, but the main topic is like, should like, you know, we as a people conform to American culture? So, I mean, I'll probably let me ask you like a tailored question, like to you, what does American culture feel like to you? You know, as an African American, do you feel like like this?
Simple form. Let me make it more simple form. Right? Okay. When you're moving out here in this American corporate world, right? Do you have to assimilate? You know what I mean? Do you have to, you know what I mean, tuck the black card in for a second, go in that corporate office, you know what I mean, and do your thing, you know what I mean, and code switch. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I'm more, I know code switching is a recognizable and I think a very apropos term, but I'm more with sophisticated jerk is really more accurately adaptation. You know what I mean? I'm not against the code switching terminology because I will occasionally use it because I know people recognize immediately what I'm saying, but it actually is adaptation because if you around, you know, a bunch of hood cats, you know what I mean? I don't know how some people react around that, but if you go around a bunch of hood cats, you gotta act normal. You gotta act like you've been there before. Otherwise, people see you as suspicious. They see you as an op. They see like, man, it's kind of they smell blood in the water as a shark. So keeping that mindset, whatever situation you're in, you need to be able to adapt to it. So if you're trying to get a job, you have to adapt to that. If you want to make a sports team, some people are very stubborn and prideful, and you got a coach yelling in your face, almost spitting, you know what I mean, saying disparaging or demeaning things. You may have to adapt to being talked down to like a little boy. So it's just a whole bunch of scenarios. But when you're dealing with sports, people don't call it code switching, right? But you may actually have to code switch in order for your coach to not bench you. You know what I mean? So there are you may even have to adapt at home, you know what I mean, with your kids. You know, you may have grown up where I grew up as whatever was near you, your mom or your grandma will whoop you with. You may adapt to the new times and know that corporal punishment might get you locked up or CPS called up on you. That wouldn't be called code switching. It would be adaptation. So there is correlation between the terms. So I think that is the more accurate term to use. And if you are not able to provide your own opportunities, then you have to conform to whatever standards of the person that's providing the opportunity, and you don't have to like it. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. Everyone, I believe, should be independent, especially in the Black community. And it's called quid pro quo. Something for something. You do this for me, I'll do this for you. That's how all of these lobbyists too. Here, I'll lobby for votes only after you pass this legislation. So that's what it should be. It should be like an open negotiation. So basically you're not really unless basically if you're not able to provide your own opportunities, you got to conform to whatever somebody else is saying their standard is. That's pretty much it. I don't but the point I was making about the Republican and the Democrats is actually both of them are racist, both of them are anti-Black, who truly, not to say that I don't care about the lesser of two evils. Is if I've already identified both of them as anti-Black, who is going to do something for me? Most of y'all job, most of the people that you work for don't really like you and they're anti-Black, but they're not calling you Igor with the hard ER, you know what I mean? So you excuse it. So I think you can excuse if Trump says something racist, but pass some legislation that will help you. You know what I mean? So, and even if you look at Biden has said some way more racist stuff than Trump, but then people are willing to give him a pass. And what has he done for Black people? Nothing. At least Trump was talking about a platinum plan, even though I had my own scrutiny of it. Has Biden talked about anything? All he's talking about is LGBT stuff. You see what I'm saying? So I think people need to be able to provide their own opportunities and work collectively, so you don't necessarily have to conform, right? If I don't want to cut my hair for a corporate job, that just means I need to work that harder, so I'm not relying on somebody that can just turn the water off. Yeah, I still will have to answer to somebody at some point, but I need to answer to myself first and foremost. You know, it's right now I'm not cutting my hair, but I ain't gonna lie, if they dangle there is a price.
Easy, you gonna cut the drag, bro?
Bruh, if the bag is right enough, hey, I'll cut it live.
Oh man,
He said he pulling up with the fade, that bag, right, huh?
Nah,
like a new person.
I'll go Michael Jordan and Mohawk, whatever it is. Now, I'm not saying that's any amount. You can't just say, here, we'll give you 20,000. I play with that. You feel me? But now, if they start talking about, you know, I'm not gonna say the exact number, but when the number is right enough, I'll grow this hair right back. or you know what? I might just stay bald and see what the milk dud head do. You feel me?
Bald or just keep the fade in. Hey, look. Hey, so when we see you like with the fade or whatever, then
hey,
you
just
know,
know
he got that bag.
You got hey, man,
You get a politician? You get a politician? Oh shit!
Hey, when you see me with that fade and I'm offering y'all, hey, like come to dinner on me.
Like, yo, shout out to the good job that B-Eazy have, man. That's what I'm gonna be saying, right? But yeah, hey, I mean, look, sometimes, man, you gotta do what you have to do.
Shooting a commercial, and he got the hair cut off, and he's like, "Hey, yes, my name is B-Eazy." You know what I mean? And you have to be easy too. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have this whole infomercial and shit.
No, the B's gonna change this. It's gonna be W-Eazy though, right? B-Eazy, set for B-Eazy for the win, bro.
Nah, we gotta have to put a mister on that. We gotta put some respect on it. We see him with the baldy, man, you know.
Yeah, Mr. You know.
He have a suit on. He must have a suit on. Must. That is a must.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, of course, I will be high value then.
So you got other candles burning in the background and stuff. The whole ambiance.
I'm gonna have those swinging kinetic sticks. Gotta have those.
But Jim, let me ask you this though, right? So everything you said, like B-Eazy, right? You know, adaptation. So here's the thing, right? You know, just being proper, job interviews and all that, right? And just adapting to your surroundings. is that really considered as part of American culture? Because it sounds like to me like it could happen for like China, it could happen for Africa or whatever. Even though I haven't been to those countries, but that sounds more like corporate society, corporate laws or culture, you know.
But that's what we have, because people don't like to look up these words: oligarchy, plutocracy. That's really what we have. We don't have a democracy. So let me give you the exact definition of plutocracy. Okay. Plutocracy governs a government that's wielding power through its money. So basically, like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, they are the ones who are they're actually more powerful than Joe Biden. You know what I mean? So those are like the real movers and shakers who truly really runs the country. So it's really more of a United Corporations of America. They always are favoring the corporate interests. So when we say American culture is really a corporatist capitalist culture that's kind of masked as American culture. They say it's only American culture when they want you to get on some patriotic flag stuff and don't kneel for the national anthem, and they get you all enamored with being an American. But then as soon as they say, oh, we got hundreds of billions for Ukraine. Yeah, but what about the Americans that you said you wanted us to be so proud of? Oh, we don't got nothing for y'all. Pull yourself up by your bootstrap. You know what I mean? So when we talk about American culture, what exactly is American culture? And other cultures assimilate even harder than American culture than us. Look, most of us had never been to Africa. A lot of us don't plan to go to Africa. So whether you consider yourself African American, we all have African ancestry, but most Black Americans are actually just that. They're Black American. Their lineage, their mom was born here, their grandma was born here, and their great grandma was born here. Nothing about that is outside of their ancestral DNA is tracing them back to Africa. So when we're talking about American culture, you do have to kind of separate it, because we can't try to say that what was happening in Tulsa, Oklahoma, Roseville, we can't say that that's the same culture as what was happening in the Levitt towns. So people just say American culture and try to lump it all together and don't break it down. But when you look at the other groups, nobody has to take my word for it. Just type in Asians assimilating. Many Hispanics identify as white. I don't know a bunch of Black Americans identifying as white. If you look at and I know plenty, I'm out here in the Bay, I know plenty of Asian people, and outside of China, the most Chinese people is in San Francisco. A lot of them are promoting interracial dating to white men. They tell them to pick the white man above Asian men. There's countless videos of Asian chicks disparaging their Asian men to assimilate with white men. There's countless videos of Hispanics saying they got something about purifying the race. You know how they do that? By getting closer to whiteness. Now, I'm not saying that other Black Americans,
Africans as well too.
Correct. So that's what I'm saying. People kind of fixate and say like, oh man, we trying to assimilate to European cultures. Like, don't you see like literally the whole entire globe doing the same thing? But we're always the focus of that, right? Because for some reason it's very entertaining to just talk about what Black people do and don't do. But then when you start presenting, oh, well, look at what this group is doing, and this group has more political and economic power than us. So why are they doing it? You could see if we were disenfranchised, it would make sense why we were doing, but these other groups, not so much.
Thank you for clarifying that, B-Eazy. Shout outs to you.
B-Eazy cooking right there, boy.
Yeah, no, he was spot on. And just real quick, just to piggyback off what he was saying, because I like what he said, the culture, and that's what I was going to get to, is capitalism, consumerism. Because, that's why, we are in a leading, I say one of the top countries, because everybody else knows that we are going to buy. We're buyers here, so that's the culture. Like B-Eazy was saying, it's definitely corporation led. We're ran by money and stuff like that, and then just what you were kind of asking M3. It's just such a mixture. You have so many people migrating here to the United States, where it's kind of a melting pot also. So people have those subcultures and stuff like that. So B-Eazy was spot on, where it's just like a mixture. But everybody kind of just lumps it in as America. But Man, this is just deep on this one.
It is, man. And I gotta make sure I put the disclaimer out there, right? Because we are using an all-American platform, So let me go ahead and put the disclaimer out there for Daddy YouTube. Please be advised that what we discuss is not political, clinical, financial, medical, nor legal advice. It's for information and entertainment purposes only. Make sure y'all smash that like button, share the video, fam. And also, please be advised, the opinions of our panelists, guests, and chat are not necessarily the viewpoints of knowledge and relationships. At the same time, hey, everybody's opinion is always welcome. So there's nothing going on YouTube, just putting it out there.
You should play the violins when you say that.
Play the violin?
Yeah, when you say that, you should play the violins.
Oh, damn. You should have told me that, Bess. I would have been playing that.
Salute to Ruthless Truth. I see you in the building, dog. What's going on, man?
Ruthless Truth slid through. What's up with it?
What's up, panel?
What's up, fam? How you doing?
Good, Ruthless.
What's good, man?
Fan black.
Blackity black truth. What's up with it?
Rufus, what's your thoughts, man, on this topic? I've seen that you've been tuning in for a little bit, so
I like this topic. I will listen to you guys, and in my opinion, this is just me.
Mm-hmm.
I think America was the worst thing that ever happened to black people.
Let's get the oh shit sound effects on that one.
They don't like us. Truth be told, we've been made to conform because that's the only way they're going to accept us. If not, they would get rid of us in other ways, like put us in prison or whatever, right? They are, now that Martin Luther King, all that begging we did to come back and be accepted, all that, right?
Okay.
And here we are. The cops are still, if they see a black person, if they feel like, they'll kill them, right? No problem.
We got to use the term delete,
Delete, sorry. Court system is very disparity for blacks. Go in there, the court is definitely.
Okay, got you. All right. And then she had another question too, so I'm just trying to pull up. She says, so if America is a business and not a country, then code switching would be built into the system of America? That was a good one, Quantum. Anybody else wanna chime in and answer that one?
Just like any other business, there's already policy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go McDonald's, Walmart, just name a company. You have to adhere to their standards. So they say, look, you need to come to the shift at this time. You need to wear this one. Some jobs, and now, because a lot of companies, this is wild. When I grew up, you used to have to look a certain way. But now, since a lot of people are, young kids are just saying like, man, I'm gonna just stay with my parents and I'm gonna stay with my parents a little longer. So a lot of the young kids are not working as much as they used to. So they're also lowering certain image standards that they used to not allow, right? So I'm seeing girls with like pink hair, blue hair. They didn't used to allow that. They have like these bull ring nose rings. They have the big gauges. I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that a lot of companies, they didn't used to hire people that had like pink afro puffs, or you have like super long extensions that are neon green. And people have tattoos. If you look at a bunch of the nurses, I can't find a nurse that don't got a tattoo sleeve. And I'm not saying that, look, I'm not saying that, hey, if you about to save my life, I'm gonna be like, oh, you got a tattoo sleeve. I'm just saying that they have to keep lowering these standards. And even with drug testing, weed is legal out here, and weed is is still federally illegal. But how are you gonna do a drug test and you want to deny me for the job over a substance that's legal? That's like if I come and take the drug test and I smell like cigarettes and I pass the drug test, but I'm qualified for the job. Are you gonna say, hey, you smell like cigarettes, what you're illegally allowed to do? So it gets a little bit dicey, and a lot of these companies, they know that they don't want to pay anybody, so they have to just accept, all right, look, I would prefer you not have tattoos, but man, come on, you know what I mean? Now you're not going to be getting paid what the CEO is going to be getting. but we do need somebody to fill these jobs. So workers are getting a bit more empowered. So that way they just saying like, all right, cool. I can have my tattoos. I could do all this stuff. But for certain positions, there is a standard that you still need to conform to. But what they call low level, entry level, or like low skill jobs, which is just a framing so they don't have to pay you, because if it's so low skilled, you know what I mean? Why you need anybody else to do it? You should be able to do this. But you know what I mean? Like, that's like if M3 don't want to edit, right? And then I'm editing all his videos and he's like, I've hired someone to do this low skill editing. All right, cool. You just do it yourself then. And then you see how actually, bro, this actually does take some skill. This actually does take some time, you know, a very tedious task. Even if it's not as complex to do, doing something tedious is still very hard, bro, because you still got to take care of your health, your kids, and everything. So in terms of the country being a business, at business establishments, you have to adhere to their policy, and that's what we're doing now too. I hear people say, man, if we all don't just pay taxes, how the heck you ain't gonna pay taxes when it's already, like, in order for you to get a W-2, you got to give all the information and they just automatically take the taxes. And then if I go to McDonald's, I'm getting taxed at McDonald's. Go to 7-Eleven, I'm getting taxed there. So I understand that premise, but you have to conform. They say all taxation is theft, but you do have to conform to the standards of the country or the corporation. And they saying, hey, we're going to tax you. What could you do?
Facts. Let me also say this as well too, right? Let me put this plug in, because what you said, like, you know, close to end was definitely like spot on, right? Especially with the editing parts as well. But look, this is why, like, you know, I tell people, and I put this link on there in the chat, go follow us on Rumble. It's definitely important, because here's the thing, you know, yeah, let's just say people say you have a freedom of speech. Okay, same thing that it's legal to smoke weed, right? You know, shout outs to you know, the 420 folks. But at the same time, right, when you step into other companies, they don't care about that. It's like it's their rules, their way or the highway for you, you know, or maybe an unemployment line again. So when we're on like certain platforms, yeah, we may have a certain type of freedom of speech, but it's still limited because certain platforms make you go according to their rules. And every rules on each platform is different. So with the editing part, you know, I may definitely have to, you know, take down this video, re-edit or whatever, right? And then upload it again. And it is like tedious work as far as like, you know, being an editor. But that's why you have Rumble, to go ahead and join Rumble for exclusive content where it's raw and it's uncut. That's all I gotta say. And I put that plug in there.
And I just want to say one more thing too. Just like all of the because just like a business, right? So all of these platforms, you agree to the terms of services. The job too. If I give Sophisticated Jerk a job, I'm saying, look, this is how much I'm gonna pay you. I want you to wear this uniform, be here at this time. Once he says, oh yeah, I could do that, I say, you know what, Sophisticated Jerk, just to make sure you gonna stay that, here's these papers to sign it. So when Sophisticated Jerk say, oh man, why you tripping? Bro, you don't remember the paper that you signed, that you agreed to? So even like, I agree, people should follow on YouTube, Patreon, all of these other platforms. So I'm just speaking in general. When people start complaining about YouTube always goes, hey, remember that terms of services? You agreed to that, and you can't say, oh, I didn't read it, because now that's on you. Right? Because that's exactly what they do. Then they say, hey, do you allow us access to your camera? Do you allow us access to this? You can say no, right? But then you won't be able to get on the app. You won't be able to mingle. You won't be able to network. So what do you say? All right, cool. I allow access to your camera. I allow access to your photos and stuff. So when they go peeking and poking around and you say, you know what, I'm a sue them, they gonna pull up, hey, remember you gave me access to it? And then if you getting mad at your job, man, I shouldn't have to wear this uniform. Remember this paper this contract that you sign and agree to. So they just use your words and your agreements against you. So that's why it's better for you to always not put all your eggs in one basket. Cool, y'all gonna try to play me this way, you know, y'all want to treat me this way. I'm going to adhere, I'm going to adapt and conform, but you should have a backup plan to back up the backup plan, so that, hey, you know, you can be like on half bay, f you, you're cool, you know what I mean, and just be able to walk out and leave on your terms. Otherwise, you know, you're just a slave to your circumstances. Ultimately, we all are, but at least you want to be in control, because we're all, like, in some senses, a financial slave to the government. You know, if you don't think you are, just move up in your tax bracket and see how much they start taking out. You'll be like, God dang, I made $100K, but look how much they taking. And actually, it's just kind of like YouTube. I actually made a mathematical error. A $200 super chat is actually $140 super chat.
Damn.
You know, that's what I'm trying to say. Just like if you're making 100K on average, they're taking, like, a take home is like 750K. That's a good take home. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I mean, if you're making $1 million a year, on average, the taxes is gonna be around like 400K. You'd be like, God, 400K for taxes? I mean, what could you do?
Yeah.
God damn.
Nah, you broke it down on that one.
Yeah.
That's why a lot of people, they try to they put all their money in crypto assets, even health insurance. You know, people put their money in health insurance, and they buy and they use that to, like, basically buy assets and flips, and all of these Swiss bank accounts and other countries that they have off seas. So when you got people like Elon Musk and Trump, they try to minimize their income, you know, and just have their money all pulled into other assets and stuff. Not the average person is going to be able to navigate through their finances like that.
So let me ask y'all a question real quick. So if America's not the ideal model, what country would be at that point then?
Will you say, like, maybe China? I mean, like I said, I never been to their country before, but I mean, I would assume, like, because we're so heavily reliant on, you know, third world countries, or just countries like China. I think, like, their economy, I would assume, this is all assumption, I would assume that their economy,
I would say more like
economics,
like Sweden, Finland, Norway, one of those countries that has like a balance of more of the socialist aspect with capitalist, because that's what we have too. People will be railing against socialism and communism. We don't have a true capitalist country. It's like a hybrid of that, because if it was true capitalist, when a bank fails, the banks just fails. It's like, what if sophisticated jerk creates a burger business and it fails? People are like, sorry, bro, can't help you. Don't be a victim. Get over it. But when the bank fails, it's like, oh, we have to help the bank. Nah, I thought this was a capitalist system, you know what I mean? So we don't have a true capitalist system. And but I would say those other countries, I wouldn't say China, because China is, US, as much as they rail against China, they are trying to be more like China. China is past authoritative, and they're almost on the totalitarian and stuff. They have a social credit score, which means if Mr. Best wants to come to my establishment, and then I check his social credit score and say, bro, you've been saying foul stuff on Twitter, I seen your Rumble account. Nah, bro. Like, just like we have places here that says we reserve the right to refuse service to anyone. So they can look up and see that you said some toxic stuff on Facebook and said, we don't want to sell to you, Mr. Best. That's what they're doing with the social credit score. They already have that in China. This is not some dystopian future thing. They literally currently have that. And if they have it now, that means that it's only getting better and better. And then out here, they have cameras everywhere. They do it under the guise of, we have to stop crime. But are they really stopping crime? They're complaining about crime every day because they're not stopping it. But what they are doing is giving you tickets. Out here, if you run a red light, the median ticket is $381. If you don't pay that, they just keep adding on to it. That's what they're doing. They're catching people with traffic stop with these cameras. How many times do you hear the news saying, thanks to the traffic cameras, we've solved this murder? Could anyone present me to any video saying that? No, but in the mail, you'll get a ticket that said you ran this red light. So y'all can't stop. What are those cameras there for? It's just to further surveil you. Plus, we've given up all of our information. With people using these apps and Google, Facebook, Twitter, they all work with the government. So now you use Apple to do a facial recognition, right? So now imagine with all this AI, right? You think that information is just out there. So now they're using the cameras in combination with the technology. So if sophisticated jerk, if he got into some legal trouble and was on the run, program his photo, and they'll be easily able to track him. Whatever you've seen on movies and you thought that, oh, that was just a movie, they got more than that. Where it was Minority Report, Mission Impossible, all of that stuff that you thought, oh, that was just a movie. No, that means they already are working on that and they got it. That's just what they showing you.
Yeah, I was reading something, man, and they were talking about those traffic cameras, and they were talking about some like towns, man, where like traffic tickets pretty much fund like half the government, in those towns and stuff like that. So yeah, you spot on with that. But no, I like what you said about the. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was saying DUIs too. Like now, some places DUIs is like 10,000. So imagine if you get a few people on DUIs, it could fund the local economy.
Yeah, that's a salary right there for one of those police officers and stuff like that. No, but I asked that question for a reason. I like what you responded to that, B-Eazy, because I do ask people sometimes because I feel like ruthless is sentiment, but it's like, man, one thing I did get to travel to other countries and stuff like that, and it kind of opened my eyes. Like, even though like America's it's not perfect, man, the liberties that we do have and some of the freedoms may not be the best, but like I'll definitely choose that over some other models because like you, B-Eazy was breaking down with like China and you go to Russia and stuff like that, man. You got no freedom of choice. Yeah, well, they'll pull you in quick, Bruh,
Brittany Griner, and look, I'm not excusing her for anything. She should have known better. She got complacent. She had some oil. She didn't even have the flower of weed. She had some weed oil in a pen. Bruh, it wasn't even like a full gram. They sentenced her to 9 years. 9 years in prison for some weed oil. And then even if you look at our country right now, they said over 80% of the weed dispensaries are run by white or non-black people. But then when you look at the weed crimes, Black people are 4 times as likely to be locked up for just possession of weed, an industry that's now dominated by non-Black people. So that's the
crazy.
Sad irony of it.
I thought 9 years was pretty cool. Like, I mean, it wasn't cool, but I thought that was pretty low. I know homies doing for a gram of crack cocaine doing life. I mean, 25 years right here in America.
So because homies that got screwed over, then you just saying, Brittany Griner should get screwed over.
No, I'm just saying Brittany Griner. No, I'm just saying the point is, right, when she got to 9 years, in comparison over here, I didn't think that was that bad. I didn't think it was good, but it was doable. Here, so 25 years for a gram is a lot. I think that's a little excessive.
You think weed oil is the same as a gram of crack?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that was a political move. We all know that, right? Just like it's political here.
Yeah, the whole crime bill, 3 strikes.
They just gave her 9 years because they wanted to get America's attention. They knew how to move America to get what they wanted. They got what they wanted.
But what you're talking about was a political move too. The crack the code disparity.
That's my point. They're equilateral, right? They're equilateral. So all I'm saying is though, over here, right, how the people was up in the uprise for the people when she got that 9 years. Oh, I heard a lot of black people come forward, a lot of people stuff like that. What about the crack law? We got homies still got 25 years for a gram.
Yeah.
No history, right? All up in the feds, and that was over 50,000, right? Over that of getting railroaded, right? So, but we don't say anything about that, right? We don't stand up for that. Say, hey, that's wrong. That's injustice. How are you gonna get this man 20 years for a gram of crack cocaine when white boys who get caught with regular cocaine without the regular soda, they're getting 3 to 5 years, and that's the disparity.
No, they get sentenced to 3 to 5 years, and then they be out.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys, to interrupt. Hold on for just 1 second. I gotta give a shout out to RShuan. Thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated to your brother. So thank you. Thank you for the congrats, man. Much appreciated. Much love to you. All right, my bad, guys.
No, it's all good. I was just saying to Ruthless' point, they do get sentenced less harsher time. And actually, on average, this ain't just me babbling, look it up. Black men specifically get on average 20% more time for the same crime. You know what I mean? And not only that, even when the non-black people, when they get sentenced, they get out even easier. And there's a lot more programs, like the halfway houses and hey, we don't want. There was a dude in Stanford that went to Stanford. He was going around the campus graping people, and then the judge said, I don't want to throw his life away. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
I remember that, man. That was crazy.
Yeah. So, and I just want to highlight Chicago Rilla Point because he says I can count on less than one hand how many black-owned weed dispensaries there are in Chicago. But if you look at the Chicago jails and start running down people's charges, you like, damn, he in here for weed, and then they just saying sorry. Who cares if we change the law? You know what I mean? So it's really quite pathetic. Did you know that weed is in the same classification as heroin? Come on, bro.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's great. But see, this is why it kind of ties back into code switching, because I mean, just listen to what you're kind of breaking down with these, I'll say like laws and stuff, the injustices and that. Don't you think we need to kind of start pushing people? They need to start getting into law, and we need to start becoming judges, police officers, and stuff like that, so we can have like a more of an impact in these areas.
Once again,
I'm with that. Let me just say this real quick, Ruthless, and then I'm gonna let you take it away. Yeah, I'm with you on that, sophisticated jerk, and I actually been pushing the line on that. Actually, in my hometown, we actually helped get the first black mayor elected. You know what I mean? And I don't want to take too much credit for it because it was other people that helped, but we all contributed to it. Like literally going around, passing flyers, bro, posting signs, stuff that you say that you don't got time to do, right? But I'm like, bro, you was just playing 2K for 2 hours, but you don't have time to go pass out a bunch of flyers. And I'm from Pittsburgh, but in the next town over in Antioch, this has actually made the national news. The police officers, they had to suspend at least like 14 to 20 police officers because they're talking about stomping black people, doing all sorts of stuff, wishing that they can lynch these people back. And I'm not saying just if we get a couple token blacks in there that the system is going to change, but we do need to be able to attack it from a different position. I think it needs to be an inside out game. We need to have people out there marching in the streets when it's necessary. Then we need to have people that's being politicians. We need lawyers, we need accountants, we need people that are being plumbers and other like other professions as well. So I agree with you, sophisticated jerk. We got to attack it from multiple angles. So there's an industry. Ruthless needs some construction. Don't trip. We got you. Sophisticated jerk and jam. Don't trip. We got you. Lawyers, all of this stuff. a lot of this stuff we have the acumen to do it. It's just sometimes our willingness is just, hey, I want to be a rapper, a ball player, or a content creator because it's easy and it's fast money. But we can't have a community where everybody, you feel me? We're all trying to hop on a panel and nobody is building nothing. You know what I mean? So we got to have a balance. You feel me? When we hop on the panels, we discuss on what we build and say, look, yeah, that's right. We gonna further build on that, because I don't be on the because a lot of cats get on the panels and just whine about the problem. This is what's wrong. Neely Fuller has been telling us what's wrong. Malcolm X has been telling us what's wrong. We already know what's wrong. Could you tell us what are we gonna do, right? And then you start to hear crickets. You feel me?
Well, let's give a little pushback. We got black lawyers. That's not a problem. Right? Not as many, of course, because white people are the majority. So that's not ever going to be more black lawyers than white lawyers, etc. Right? But even the lawyers that are in there, in those positions, politics as well, right? Still the majority rules, and you have to conform. You still have to conform to the overall consensus. So, for example, right, if you come in and you get a black lawyer and the judge and DA looks at him like, well, we don't care. Don't catch your people. We want to lock him up. We want him to take this 20 years or else we're going all the way. That's what we're doing, right? They're siding each other, right? So putting black people in places, in those positions, they have to conform, right? They have to conform to the elite who as overseeing that, right? They oversee those things. Now, one of the greatest cases to be beat for a black man was O.J. Simpson, right? Johnny Cochran, right? That was the epitome, right, of what you're saying, right? Of a black lawyer going in and putting it down, right? He put it down, right? And beat a murder. 2 white people too, right? So that was pretty historic. That's an anomaly, right? In most cases, I had 2 black lawyers in my case, and I had to get rid of both of them because the simple thing, I know the law, I know what I want them to do, but there's a, well, we know what's right, we know the right thing, but right, take this deal, right? Now get out of here, man. You're done. You get conflict of interest. So our people are selling out for the most part, right? Because they have to, right? Because they're who they got to lean on, because they can't go to the hood and talk to nobody because they don't hood call them sellouts. And they can't go to the super rich black people because they just, they're conformed to the American way of life. So conformation to American lifestyle and helping us be a better people to try to put more blacks in place, I think that would actually make us worse, right? Because they're not going to let no American system white dominated is going to let you shine like that to just get to that. The black people just start getting all these victories. They're just not going to do it, right? It's not going to do it. Even with Malcolm X, he was really put it down. Bam, right? It'll take you out, right? So anybody who's ever stood up for black people in a major way, they're going to take you out. So all I can say now is the tools we do have is focus on our family, build a community around us to who's in close proximity, right? And build from there. And then from there, we have support system where we have money, put our resources together. So if something happens, we get wrongful conviction or case put on something like that, we have the funds to get a really good lawyer and also observe that lawyer to make sure that lawyer is giving the best defense possible. We got to follow the case all the way through, and we got to make sure that we're giving our counterpart the best chance to win. So all I'm saying is the only way we can, I do see little fight to the cracks, is we have to not just put politicians in order. We have to help each other from the bottom. We got to put together structure from the bottom and build from there. That way, it's a lot harder to get to us, because now when we got resources behind us, we got people who are not going to let you just bully us, and we're gonna go there and we're gonna make sure you get a fair trial. Make sure you hire him.
Hold on, brother, hold on. Gotta give a shout out to some people that just checked into the building. Give a pause for the cause. You know what I mean, my man Chicago Rilla, what up, man? What's good? Also salute to High Value Nurse, what up? RicoandRShuan Media Group, what's going on?
Everybody?
What's going on? Feel free to come through. The link is pinned in the chat. Come through if you like.
Yeah,
go ahead.
nah, hold on. Because he said he had pushback, but bruh, I don't really hear where the pushback was. I literally said, you're talking about built from the ground up. I talked about plumbers. I talked about construction workers. I talked about accountants, teachers, etc. And then you saying, okay, Johnny Cochran was an anomaly. Isn't what we're talking about is to provide a solution. So Johnny Cochran isn't an anomaly, that he is the standard, he's the norm. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about leaving the conditions set in place. We're talking about having a paradigm shift. So when it goes forward, Johnny Cochran isn't the anomaly. Lawyers and doctors aren't the anomaly. These are the standards going forward. That's what we're talking about.
But what I'm talking about is the indoctrination of togetherness. That's a whole different. Just because you got a job, so what, right? If you're conformative, if you don't care about what's behind you, it's just like there's no need for it, right? What I'm saying is the indoctrination of, hey, let's stick together all the way up, right? Family upon family, right? Auntie upon auntie, uncle, all the way up, right? Family, strength. That is the key. Whether you're a lawyer, a plumber, or whether you're a basketball player, whatever, right? When you have that foundation indoctrinated to know, hey, I got to be here for my people, then you have a foundation then you become a lot harder to touch.
Yeah, I agree with that. The only thing is what people typically do, not always, is people typically say, hey, I'm going to build up my family, which you do, right? Because that's all you control with your household. But then they kind of fall short of the extracurricular activities because they say, look, I want my kid to go to a good school. Therefore, they're probably going to go to a predominantly non-Black school. You know what I mean? And then once people move out of the Black neighborhoods, which I think is their right, you should be able to raise your family in the most comfortable and environment that's going to produce success for them. But when people are moved to these areas, they usually become far more removed from the community. They don't have no sense to go back. So some people will say, well, the white people gave me my job, so why do I need to go back to Chicago or St. Louis or anything? Man, all the people that did me wrong was Black, and the people, even if they racist, as long they gave me a check. So what I'm saying is I do agree with you, but when people typically move out, they have less of an incentive to go back because it's a busy assignment. You got to kind of go back, clean up a mess that you didn't make.
Right,
so
I agree with you. Yeah, I totally agree with you. Once again, this is where the change has to start, though, right? In the foundation, we can hold each other accountable, and not so much as physical violence, but more so, hey, like as a group, and this all starts with 2 or 3 households. Right? And then we try to bring other people in and show them that this is a better way. This is how we're going to carry this thing with respect and honor. And we're going to have things in place, right? For our kids and our kids' kids, so that they can know that, hey, if you get out of line, we're going to deal with you in a way where you're going to understand what's at stake here. It's not just about money. It's not just about success. It's all about building something that's long lasting, which is legacy, right? Which is stands for upon family, kids upon kids. But we first have to start, once again, us adults got to stop hating on each other. And that's why I agree with you, B-Eazy. We doing it a lot to ourselves. I'm not blaming America for that. But once again, it just takes 2 or 3 to get it started. Just little whispers in the air. You know what I mean? One thing about white people, but I know I moved this white every minute. I don't really but you know what they did when I first moved in? They brought me a pie. It was my basket full of food. How you doing? Not that, I didn't accept it there, in it like, that's my people, but it was us Blacks, we don't do that. You know what I mean? Move in, motherfucker might not speak to you for 6 months, maybe a year. You know what I'm saying? You moved in, you on the block, everybody looking at you like, okay, what you got? Is you, everybody bringing, housewarming gifts, no community. It's just small things like that, right? Good things go a long way. And that's how you open up lines of communication. That's how you start getting the indoctrination in. And then the kids see that, whoa, damn, that's how mom and dad carrying it? That's how grandma and them carrying it? Oh, man, that's cool. And then this is how it grows. It grows like wildfire.
For sure. What's up, Chicago Rilla?
What up, What
So what up, fam? What the business is, man? I got a little bit of pushback, just a little bit. I know the problem that we talking about is multi-pronged, and so it's gonna take multiple approaches. I'm not and so I hope what I present is not coming from the perspective of somebody that's saying like it's got to be done this way. But in all honesty, I just have to pull up and salute you, bro. I think we just completely glossed over that and didn't give you your flowers and everything that's due to you for getting the first black mayor elected in your city. Boots on the ground, door to
Yeah, that's
door
tight.
stomping. Like we just glossed over that, fam. This is part of what I be talking about. Part of what dude did was I talk about forming political action committee because we do need politicians in the offices that can represent us. We don't need to keep begging and asking for permission from whoever, the powers that be, the dominant society. Like, I'm so far over that and past that, G. Like, really, I'm past that. And I would also say, to be honest, we all build and coalesce around the issues that concern us. We have got, well, okay, this is where it's going to sound like I'm saying my way is the right way. What I'm saying has to work. I don't want it to be taken that way. But let me say this. I believe wholeheartedly that we have to begin to coalesce around the end objective and stop romanticizing that we all got to hold hands and be kumbaya. And I got to love this and love that. Love ain't got nothing. When I'm in Chicago and I go to Ukrainian Village, Greek Town, Chinatown, Pilsen, which is like where the Hispanic community is, man, it's love in a sense centered around culture, but love ain't got nothing to do with how they run in their community and how they build businesses and thrive over there. Right? So we gotta, my opinion, humble opinion, we gotta build based on the end objective. What outcomes do we want to see for ourselves and as a people? And the other thing that I'm learning just moving through these YouTube spaces and how I'm just reconfiguring how I show up now is man, I got to do the work at the crib first. You know what I'm saying? And then maybe I can bring the results to y'all and put y'all up on game on what's happening in Chicago. But I had to pull up for B-Eazy, man, to give you every ounce and every due respect, because I know what that means. Because even for me campaigning for the alderman that I was trying to vote for in my community and she lost, but I know what that means to be boots on the ground, having conversations, going door to door to people, and you talking about people that look like you that don't trust you. You know what I'm saying? And they looking at you cockeyed and side-eyed, man. I just wanted to pull up and salute you, man. Like, and shout out L3 Best, man. Shout out to y'all for what y'all doing over here, man. Shout out on the monetization. I'm gonna send a super chat when I go back in the clouds, fam. But I just had to pull up and salute you for that, man. I just did not want to gloss over that. You deserve every flower, every bit of adulation and praise that we can give you for making that happen in your community, bro. And that's what I'm talking about. That's the stuff that needs to be celebrated.
Bro, thank you so much for saying that. Because you know what? I really don't. This is probably like the third time that I've even said it. And I think I said it 2 times on this platform. And it's not really about me making it about myself. But, bro, I did a lot of destructive stuff in my younger days. So I feel that if I was contributing to the destruction of myself in certain parts of the community, it only makes right for me to be a part of the construction of it. And out here, you know, I'm a pretty reputable figure. So what is the point of me being able to throw a music video? If I throw a music video or a barbecue, I'm having a gang of cats coming up there, dudes, chicks and stuff. So if I could bring the city out for that, I could bring the city out. I've done food drives. I've done backpack drives. It's the same energy. It's the same amount of people and love, but we're redirecting it towards something progressive. We used to hang out at barbecues, be smoking and drinking and talking about sports for hours. We can't come and pull together and talk about how we gonna get someone elected. How, hey man, your kid is struggling in school. All right, cool. Let's come together and tutor them. And like Ruth was said, it don't take a bunch of households, because 2 households could be like 15 people, right? So it's only 2 households, but how many people are in that household? So not just me, I'm not saying this to brag or boast, but we all, whatever we're contributing now, I'm going to assume that we are making a substantial contribution. We could all give a little bit more. You feel me? Even with the whole helping the mayor get elected, I could even do more in the city right now, because I only help the mayor get elected in my city, but there's other cities that are nearby where there's people that look like us that are running and are trying to represent us. And like Rilla was saying, it's a bunch of cats that I grew up with the hood and from the hood, and I'm trying to tell them like look, bro, the way of thinking that we used to have, we need to get out of that. We too old. Oh, bro, you switched up. Oh, nigga, you on some nerd shit now? Are you a square? Nah, bro, I'm still the same one. If you test me, you know what I mean, you know how it's gonna end for you. But why do we need to be on that type of time? You willing to get on demon time because I scuffed your Jordans, but you're not willing to get on demon time when these cops saying this racist stuff, when people is gentrifying your neighborhood. If you was a gangster and you really a stomper and stepper like that, I'm not sitting and letting that ride, bruh. You won't let somebody infiltrate on your block selling dope, but you'll let somebody set up a whole liquor store and a restaurant and gentrify your people up out of here. And you think that that's gangster, you getting booted out of your neighborhood. So we got to look at this stuff in a more complete, nuanced level and help each other. Bruh, it's not really nowadays, even if you don't win as a politician, a lot of these politicians run knowing they ain't gonna win. But even when they lose, they got a super PAC and they sitting on millions. And then they just use those millions that they'll hire their family members and say, look, I hired them as my campaign manager. And I'm paying them an exorbitant salary.
Easy. I'm so sorry, man. No, I've been saying this for a minute, man. I've been saying this for a minute. Listen, $1.5 trillion in spending power. Why don't we have our own super PAC, bro? You really just hit it on the head. That's how these cats keep moving around with the super PACs. Like, they came up with the PACs first, then these jokers went for them, the super PACs. I was watching one of the greatest mayor of any mayor anywhere at any time, Harold Washington, first black mayor of Chicago, right?
What happened?
Because he tried the net. That was the net. He probably hit the.
No. Wait. Hold on for a second. All right, Rilla, you back?
Oh, that's my bad.
Yeah. I think you hit the remove yourself button.
Oh, I was like, that people?
No, that's my bad.
Yeah, I was like, did they have that $20 remove them?
I hope not.
I was like, they ain't got rid of ruling like that.
Hey, wait. Hey, man, let me say this too, man. Hey, man. Hey, no, y'all Switzerland over here, man. I hope y'all don't have bounties over here, man. Can I speak? Can I say something to that real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I think that's the dumbest shit ever. Like, what's the purpose of us having conversations? I get it. Like, if it's just all entertainment and fun and games, then I guess like that's why I'm reconfiguring how I move around in certain spaces. But man, if it's a serious conversation, like that's just the dumbest shit ever to me. You know what I'm saying? I don't like what he's saying. So yeah, send me a super chat and you could drop this person, man. I ain't mad at the hustle. I get it. I understand. Everything is a hustle.com. But to me, that's the dumbest shit ever. But anyway, what I was saying was with Harold.
But yeah.
Man, that's just crazy to me. But because it doesn't foster quality conversation. And I think that's, anyway, we don't have time to play around with certain things.
Just only petty.
I agree.
Yeah.
And you know what's crazy? I was in a couple of spaces with people who don't agree with me, with people who don't agree with what platform I was on. And they was like, why are you here? I enjoy conversation with people who don't agree with me. Like, I ain't trolling you, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, what I was saying was to speak to the political action committee, because bro, you hit it like spot on. Like, we don't even realize I'm out here yelling about just forming a political action committee, and you went to the super PAC. Like, Nick, man, cats don't even know when you get the super PAC, that's bread on top of bread on top of bread on top of bread. That's corporations funneling money through you to advance their agenda. And that's how you keep certain people in proximity to power to advocate on your behalf. right?
Mhm.
They don't even have to be an elected official. They just in proximity to influence, right? And we
i.e.
don't have
lobbyists,
that.
right?
But without
Yeah,
indoctrination,
it's like they playing chess and we
so
playing Connect Four.
it's like without no indoctrination, you really don't. You know, the foundation is where it's all set, man. See, what make America stronger than indoctrination, right? That foundation is set. So anything that comes up from there, they back each other. Right? We don't have no indoctrination amongst our people. We just everywhere. Yeah, you can put a guy in power, but what foundation does he have to go back to help the people? If we were never communicating, if we were never talking, we were never eating together, and stuff like that, right? Because once again, in our community, we don't know the simple things of hospitality, right? The simple hospitality. We don't understand the things of, appreciation, right? We don't understand what it takes in the grand scheme of things as a unit, how to move. Because you move stronger as a unit than you do individually, right? Speaking of super PACs, right? So it's a long shot, but all it starts is 2 or 3 households and build from there. Once again.
So let me ask you this, bro. Who's responsible for either building, structuring, forming a community or the community?
That would be the men.
Okay.
Yeah, the men
Man, salute to you. That's
yes.
The men
would have to.
I'm with you.
First of all, we got to indoctrinate our women. We got to indoctrinate our kids. But once again, we have to carry ourselves in a more respectable manner to where they can see that, okay, this indoctrination that they're giving us is a better way of success, so that we then can build our own type of way of living that's more constructive and more conducive for us to be successful as a whole. Not just individuals going out here making it to the pros or making up as president of the United States, right? It's cool to cheer on, but down here in our fucking foundation, we're all different places. You're Democrat, I'm Republican, right? Because we have no foundation of true indoctrination on what our people should live by and stand by. If we could get that part right, it's not that hard.
But I do think there's one issue with.
My bad.
No, I was just gonna say I think the one issue, and I think B-Eazy was kind of elaborating on that. It's just like I think there are more people than what we think that will go back to their communities and are just talk to people and try to pass on information, but it's not always receptive, to a lot of people and stuff like that. So I think after a while, because when I'm talking to people, they're like, I try, man, they get burnt out, getting told no, or, oh, you switched up, you changed, you're corny. So, there's a lot of that element also. And, just kind of going back to the community thing, it's like you could go and try to build, but people have to be willing to be led also, so I think it's a number of factors that go along with that.
That's the part I push back on. So number one, I would just ask where you at? What part of the country you in?
Oh, I'm in the DMV.
Oh, okay. So your experience probably similar to mine because, well, depending on what part of the DMV you in, but man, the people that canvas out here, it's so my hood is Roseland, right? And it's not welcome. Like you definitely have to do it. Obviously, you're gonna do it in the daytime. But it's not always a welcome experience, and it's not because like people don't want to hear what you got to say. It's just a lack of trust, right? Because of it just is what it is. It just when it comes to the canvassing piece, going door to door, you trying to talk to these senior, because my hood is mainly like senior citizens that own their home now. They not quick to open their door. I don't care who it is, right? And then these shorties have been so rowdy, and I don't give up on these shorties, but they've been so rowdy that man, it's hard, and it's not like you give up, but it's a challenge to continue to press through, right? And so for me, the other piece of it is I don't subscribe to this concept. Like what I subscribe to is leaders lead. I'm not oofy goofy. Like I don't just go out and do stuff and then look behind me and see nobody's following. But I also know that I'm a leader, right? So my part of me leading is to galvanize and garner, a coalition and politic and network with people where we can coalesce and agree around certain issues, which is what I think we're doing here, and move forward.
No, absolutely. But here's
go, beloved. Everybody ain't gonna go. I don't have time. The house is burning, bro. We don't even have time to wait to see who following and who's subscribing to that degree. And I think, and I'll pipe down after this so you can go, beloved. I think that we get so disappointed that we don't have the numbers when we look behind us that we give up instead of just continue to push through, because I've seen it with, I'm telling you, the movements that I see here, Mentor, Teacher, Brother, Becoming a Man, Dovetail Project, these are all male-focused, male advocate, young men, right? Advocate groups that I'm speaking on. Think Outside the Block, Mentor, I said Mentor, Teacher, Brother, my bad. My block, my hood, my city. I contribute financially and physically my time to each one of these organizations. And I don't have time to wait to see who's finna support me or who's finna come behind me. I just got to get out here and do it. Respectfully.
Yeah, no. And, I make sure, like, one of the things I do, I lead by example, because I'm one of them people, I push through it, because it's like, if I could pull people up, then, that I got to just do my part. I don't worry about anybody else. But, we do got to take in consideration, like, if somebody's out there and they're like, hey, I can only give this much time because I do got to pump into my family and get them right. I got to work. There's only so many hours in a day. And that's what I think sometimes some of these conversations get a little tricky, because it's just like, I think we're trying to conform people to help people the way we might want to. And we're not understanding, like, hey, if that person is trying to build up their family also, then are they technically wrong for, pumping into their family like that and stuff like that? So that's where I was kind of saying that piece, where it's just like, people might have different missions in life and stuff like that. So I do like what you said. You just got to kind of, help how you want to help and how you can impact and stuff like that. But we can't try to force it on everybody else. Like, hey, you need to be doing this. You need to help. It's like, nah, just focus on your lane.
No, listen, and I'm glad you brought that up, because for everything that I say that I do and how I contribute and how I participate, you are 1,000. Listen, my wife is very gracious. She does not like the fact that I'm so active, but she supports me. She undergirds me, and she is an absolute help me to what I do and what I believe about helping Chicago, right? And so I'm glad you brought that up, because you are 100,000% right. You absolutely have to take care of home first. If you ain't taking care of home first, don't bring your goof ass out here and talk about you contributing to the hood. Don't do it. Take care of home first. That's the biggest contribution you can make. So you spot on with that, bro.
That's I like this conversation though.
Hello.
What's up,
Queen? Hey, Queen.
What's going on, Queen?
It's close to Big Rigs as well too. Go ahead, Queen.
I'm just like, I'm not invisible here. What's up?
Close
you
mouth
already
don't
know
get
what I'm
fed.
gonna tell you, M3. I'll send you an invoice. You already know. Anyway, what y'all talking about? You already know. I don't know. So
Hold on, you was itching to chime in and you don't even know what the discussion is?
She was interested to know what the topic was about. So
well,
I feel you.
I just showed up. So,
Queen was like, look, I'm just pulling up.
Don't start Big-Eazy.
Salute to Queen.
Don't start Big-Eazy.
we happy to have you.
Don't start.
Hey, Queen, I will pay you, but right now I'm going through a lot of taxes and stuff. So
it's okay. I got you. I know where you live.
I might be able to give you a few cents or whatever, but Uncle Sam.
Hey, Queen, drop a super chat. Drop a super chat.
Yeah, I can definitely say that.
Queen hit the Cash App. I had to learn a hard lesson.
You said what now?
B-Eazy did some math for us.
Yeah, hit the Cash App, Queen.
I ain't hitting nothing. He better send me a Cash App. What's wrong with you? Anywho, so what y'all at in this topic? Should our people conform to American culture? Hell no. But anyway, we already did, so.
I mean,
so
look, I'll say this.
Is that a hell yes then?
I mean, we had no choice.
I agree with that.
Okay.
So
you're just saying personally you wouldn't want to adapt
I wouldn't have. No, not at all.
Oh, for a second. Salute to really. I guess he had to leave, but thank you for tuning in, bro. Appreciate it.
Why he run? I'm sorry.
Salute to Chicago Rilla.
Yeah, salute.
Yeah, that was dope.
What's up, Big Rick? How you doing?
What's going down, Queen?
Rick's up in the building, man.
I will say this.
You know it. You know it.
I will say that I think the distrust is sad that we have so much distrust for each other when we see someone that looks like us coming to sell us something, or we immediately think negative, but when we see other people, we are quick to believe and go in our pockets and our wallets. But I will say that I know in the community, I think a lot of the pushback comes from the level of distrust, meaning that, a lot of organizations don't have the best intent in going in these communities, and they want to use the communities as poster child for what they're doing to boast up their accolades. See, we give to the community, we give to the less fortunate. So I think when you don't have a face and people don't know you, that's when the pushback comes and people look at you sideways. I know when they see you do more in the community without, needing those accolades, then they're a little more, their guards go down and they're a little more welcoming. I've been in different communities where, at community center, and the first thing is like, oh, how'd y'all get this building? Who you work for? Da da da. But when they just see us there, just giving and, doing events, the welcoming was different as time went on. So I think a lot of it is building that trust and being patient in the process. You got to build that rapport with people because, they're used to getting scammed. So I wouldn't open my door to just anybody either. I don't care what you look like.
I mean, it is like, spot on, because it is hard to try to build that trust when naturally, we're taught or we're experienced not to trust like certain individuals, especially if it's within our own like communities where maybe we once opened our thoughts or our hearts to try to support, and it just didn't really work out the way like it should. That's why, like, I always like encourage people to like pretty much I understand, like, where Rilla was coming from, as far as like, we kind of have to try to like divert away from like, like the old like, hey, like let's kumbaya type of topics, and more of like, hey, let's get down to business and build an infrastructure. But the challenge is that it's not the kumbaya, it's pretty much like the overall trust. How far have we gone where it's like, man, like let's say, for instance, I don't trust Sophisticated Jerk. He looked like a good businessman, but he might be a con artist, and
I scammed a couple people here and there.
Oh, goddamn.
No.
Yeah. Thank you for making it easier for the case. But yeah, you know what I mean? Like we go through this stuff, right? And it's so hard for us, for our community to build because of that. And we're always reverting back to like, other nationalities, like those side of people, you know what I mean? And
honestly, I don't this where, let me give you some push forward. I don't think it's hard to I think that we have the acumen, the propensity to do it. I think what's hard is the shift of the mindset, which goes to the willingness to do this. So kind of what Ruthless is saying about the indoctrination and the social engineering. Once you're brought up in a capitalist corporatocracy type of country, it incentivizes individualism. You know what I mean? Because people say we're not united. Go look up them old Freaknik videos. They seem pretty united there. Have you seen a HBCU football game? They seem pretty united there, but what are you uniting for? You know what I mean? Like if I throw a picnic, we can unite and talk about sports, or we can unite and talk about building. It's still unity, but what are we doing with that unity? Many times people are squandering that unity, or they may have a team of people. They'll be focused, oh, Pookie and Ray Tatiana. It's like, are you dealing with them? No. Well, why you keep bringing them up? It's people say they're high value and they got a team of high value men. So I'm like, well, what is your team of high value men building? Nothing. Oh, well, Pookie and Ray, why are you even bringing up them? You around high value people. What is your collective or contingent of high value people building? So that's so I think people do unify. They know how to unify. It's just for the wrong frivolous things. Have y'all seen these panels? People be unified on panels. Here's $20. And then if I say, hey, bro, could you donate $20 to my political campaign? I don't have the money, but you got $20 to kick somebody off a panel that they're arguing about some gender war topics? Goofy shit.
Right?
Yeah, see, and that's the point I was getting to.
Wait, 1 second. Of course, you know what I have to do, right? Hold on. Salute to the $20 super chat from Chicago Gorilla. Even though he said he hit the wrong button and donated by accident, but still, thank you for that beautiful accident. I appreciate it.
No. I was saying I jumped off the panel. No. That I just
I'm messing with you.
I needed something to say.
I know what you meant. That's why I dropped the link. I know what you meant, but I had to.
Easy point.
Let me build real quick, family. Since I've been going for a minute, let me build for a minute. You know, just had an interesting conversation on the phone. I'm not gonna say with who, but it just reminds me that some people in this space, they just lack integrity. They just lack integrity. You know what I'm saying? And integrity is something that is very essential. And then once they lack integrity, they try to put it on you. Knowing that it ain't you the whole time, knowing that it's just they full of shit. But it's all good. You know what I mean? When people leave your life and they leave a situation that they're in, or they leave something to do with you, and you feel like, damn, I wish they were still around, but they don't need to be around.
Nope.
You know what I mean? They need to be out of there. That includes people that you're related to, too. I'm throwing them in there, too.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So we have to when we get to YouTube, right? And we see that people lack integrity, or they lack community, or they lack community skills. You know what I'm saying? Understand that this is a space where that's going to happen. Understand it's a space where people are going to move a certain way based on views, clicks, and everything else. This is a part of the core. You know what I'm saying? So we just got to keep that in mind. Now, I mean, yes, we would like to have a community of people. Yes, our people would love to be united and things of that nature. But, you know, it's not everybody can come, because not everybody wants to come. Everybody wants to be a part of a community. Not everybody wants to be a part of something. I mean, so what B-Eazy was just talking about, people paying to have people thrown off panels and things of that nature on some goofy stuff, that just shows their character. Once you show me your character, I move accordingly.
The overall bigger picture is that, are we able to build as a community? Yeah. I don't care about, are we able to get along and hold hands and hug and all that shit. Like, are we able to actually make a big difference?
Get past the money, though.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on 1 second. Hold on, because I haven't talked in a minute. The thing is this, right? This is the thing, them three. It's not the fact. Here's the thing, right? If we cannot have a common ground, a common respect for each other, and have common decency and respect for each other, then ain't gonna be no community building. Because I don't respect you, you don't respect me. So how we gonna build something? We can't build nothing. There's nothing to build. I don't F with you, you don't F with me. We can't build nothing.
Okay.
Blame, period.
So the greatest campaign, right, is the ground game, right? Obama beat out all his opponents. His ground game was ferocious, right? And that's what black people got to learn to do. Quit looking at people with money. Quit looking at people who got success. We got to build from the ground up. The ground game is how you got to build. You got the people who already don't want it, we got to move away from them. But once again, all it starts with 2 or 3 people, right? Building from the ground up, hospitality, small things. It don't take money, it just takes simple admiration. And when other blacks see that admiration is consistent, it just grows. But we got to stop focusing on, oh, I got to get $1 million and then come back to the hood, right? That is our biggest mistake. Because just because you go chase money, and then try to go back and say, well, I'm coming to help y'all, ain't nobody trying to hear you now because it's too late. You was ignoring them and you was doing your own thing, and you thought that, oh, well, maybe if I get money, maybe they respect me. And that is one of our biggest mistakes.
I just slight pushback on that. I listen, the people that have money and that are ostentatious and that, you know, live in opulence, they have always existed. They not gonna stop. The thing and the truth of the matter is, the ones of us that want to coalesce around the things that we agree on, and this is what I think happens a lot of times. So let's say if I took a, you know, respectfully, if I took a Tariq Nasheed or a Dr. Umar or, you know, a Dr. Sebi or Henry Clark, or any one of these community activists, if I agree on a major point, bro, let's build on the major point. I might not agree on everything else. I'm not yelling at you, family. I'm passionate about this subject. I might not agree on everything else. Let's build on what we can build on. That part I think we get lost on. Because trust and believe, the people that funded the civil rights movement that were in the background that were quiet were people of means, resources, and money. So I'm never gonna tell nobody not to get your bag, you know, or whatever. The people who ever want, if you want to be a bag chaser, go ahead and chase your bag as long as you funneling that some of that back this away, right? When B-Eazy talk about building this for fact. Now I still think some of that is, man. You know how much money these super PACs have, bro? Like, we are so far behind. We do not have time to continue arguing, bitching, complaining about a gender war.
But we have to, once again,
that most of these dudes.
I'm agreements with you to a certain extent, but once again, it starts from the foundation.
You don't have access to them. You said what? Say it again, my bad.
It starts from the foundation. That's the thing I'm saying.
Oh, you were saying it started with the foundation.
Yeah, that's where it starts.
And I think
and
back
like,
to what me and you agree on is that that's for the men to set the foundation, right? So once I know, okay, I ain't gotta agree with you on everything, bro, but we agree on setting the foundation for our young men and pour it into our young men, and you know. It might not, your thing might not be, because if I've been listening to you, I don't think necessarily you think that the political action committee is the way. It may be, you know, cats going into trades or redeveloping Black Wall Street or whatever that looks like. My point is, whatever we can coalesce and agree on, let's build on that, and let's stop majoring on minor and nitpicking and, you know, oh well, this person don't, nah, man, like, fam, what can we build on? And as men, we also know that man, if I really don't rock with you, then it ain't no big deal. I just don't rock with you. So you keep it pushing on your end, I'm gonna keep it pushing on mine. I think that's what kind of what Bess was talking about too. Like, man, you keep it pushing on your end, I'm gonna keep it pushing on mine. But bro, we gotta, if we're running around saying there is no community and there is no hope, I'm telling you right now.
That would be me.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna tell you. Who is that? Is that Scam? Damn. Scam, I'm driving looking at your dust ass. Hey man, I'm gonna tell you this. These shorties are looking at, well, Scam no. These shorties right now are about as indifferent as Scam is. They don't, these shorties, the shorties that's supposed to take care of us and feed the shorties that are supposed to pour into our social security, man, these shorties don't give nam one fuck about you old niggas, include me. I'm an old nigga.
Can you blame them?
Now pipe down after. No, I understand. No, I understand. That's why I work with them. I understand.
That's fair.
That's just to add to you, Rilla. We also, once again, we got to teach our youth that, yeah, it's okay to chase the bag, but we got to give them structure to go with that, though. Just telling them chase the bag ain't gonna solve anything, because then if they become corrupt and untamed, then it's just for nothing, right? We all gotta just take that loss. But once again, back to the beginning, back to the very basic principles of life, very basic things of family, just the basic. Families, stop being so judgmental. Other blacks, stop being judgmental because other blacks don't got money. See what I'm saying? We base so much off money, and we make money our celebrated success, then it causes others to want to shame others. Then when others get shamed, right, which creates more division. When more division comes, then comes violence, right? Because then people start hating each other more. So bottom line is we have to start from the beginning, from the very basic, fundamental family process. And it only takes 2 families to start it, and then to grow. Hospitality, learning to tolerate each other and not be so judgmental, going in with an open mind and say, hey, we can do this. That's the only way that any way we can climb out this hole.
Ruthless,
Hey, can I tell y'all?
They want
I'm
the
sorry.
truth.
Can I tell y'all one quick story? And I'm gonna drop down. I promise, because I know I do the most on these panels sometimes. But can I tell y'all one quick story?
Rilla, stay up, because I wanted to tell you the truth. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me tell this story, and then I'm gonna drop. I mean, I ain't gonna drop down. I'll stay up, but I'll stay on mute. I promise. Yo, I was telling one of my guys, right? So I'll be 49 in August, right? And so far this year, my high school class, which I'm still involved with, my alma mater, you know what I'm saying, whatever we lost 5 people this year, right? And I was talking to one of my guys that me and him grew up on the same block. He got convicted for like a murder charge. He did 20 years, got out when we was 35, and is thriving in Springfield, like killing it, right? And he has his own business, but I mean, he's killing it, like killing it, right? So I always, when I get a chance to love on him and tell him like how proud I am of him, I was actually reaching out to him, telling him about our classmate that had passed, and we was talking. And let me just say this, man, this dude, I swear I keep trying to get him to tell his story. Man, this dude spoke on his dad so tough. I was mad at him, how much he spoke on his dad, bro. I'm gonna tell you why. Because most of us that grew up in the cities, most of us that are raised by single mothers, or some of us, I mean, I consider myself simp, beta, hoster, all that, whatever people want to label me, cool, fine, whatever. All the derogatory, this, that, and the third, whoopty whoop. Man, this dude was bragging on his dad so tough. It was just, he said, even for the 20 years that he said, my dad came to see me every week. He didn't even say anything. He spoke about his mom twice, and I knew his dad and his mom. He spoke about his mom twice during our conversation. Why do I bring all that up, right? The part that's missing for these young men and this next generation, it ain't got nothing to do with a mentor. Because a mentor could only give you, because I keep hearing people say that type of stuff, a mentor can only give you. So I've mentored a lot of people. I've hired a lot of people, still involved in a lot of their lives and stuff like that. You can only pour so much into them. But when you talking to the person that gave you your exact DNA, man, that blessed my heart to hear my man talk about his dad. And he kept talking about, I said, man, do you hear yourself? And he was like, nah. I said, man, you talking about your daddy like that's your hero, nigga. How many black boys can talk about they fucking hero?
Me.
Who that, Scam?
Yeah.
I know, Scam. You was pulling up in a drop top Bentley in Houston, man. I ain't got time for you. Let me go on mute so you can cook, bro.
That was a Mustang.
That was no. I ain't messing with you, man. Go ahead. I promise you, I'm gonna mute up. I just wanted to share that with the greater audience, because when we talk about certain things with these boys, and I know, Scam, I know you gonna cook. That's part of it, right? Again, B-Eazy said something. I wanted to salute him on that. That conversation that I had with my brother yesterday, man. And again, I'm getting old, and in the midst of, I mean, this is 5 people that I lost from high school, and I'm having this conversation with my bro who did 20 years on the murder charge and got out and made something for himself, right? And we were also celebrating because now he old as turnip greens and decide he want to have another kid. So he got 2 boys. I'm like, bro, when you know, when they graduate, you're gonna be 70 something years old. Regardless of that, the way that he bragged about his daddy, how much his daddy poured into him, even when he was at his lowest of lows, man, that's what's missing from these boys, man. And that's man, go ahead, Scam. Go ahead, cook, bro.
I hate to bring the depressing news to everyone, but there's this thing called reality. You can try to hide from it. You can grab a nice microphone and get on YouTube and pretend like it's not real. But let's just take this YouTube space, because it's supposed to be this community and all blackety blacks can get together and build something. You're correct. They're building something. It's called Mount Dustmore. Everyone has a shovel. They're digging up dirt. Take everything that you believe in that you say is correct and flip it upside down. That's what's going on. Starting with health. People are not healthy. That should be the first thing you work on. But what do you see? All the dusty crust. The leaders of the manosphere are fat. Most of them. So we're already starting that failure. Then let's talk about common respect amongst one another. Love. Nope. The manosphere is about every one of the leaders fighting and beefing and making diss videos against each other. Oh, so the foundation already damaged. Let's talk about relationships. The ones who are married are signed to deal with the YouTube talking point mafia, or they're just lying and saying anything, creating a gender war, funding a gender war, participating in it, telling lies and stuff that don't make no sense. So men and women hate each other even more, and they're sitting back getting kickbacks off of it. Let's talk about money. People need money. So they said, you know what? We're going to tell people anything about money that they don't have, even lies saying we're making all this money. Then be Umar Johnson, go after single mamas with little boys and get the money out of them and not ever build a school. So let's scam the money out of it too. And you got hundreds of thousands of people who fund it, who participate in it. Now I'm just a troll, because I've been new from the beginning. This has always been a joke. It never has been about serious building anything. What's being built? Fatter people, angrier people, incels, duster crusties. I'm gonna pull up in your city and punch you in your face. The men ain't nothing. Get a white man, get a black man, to get a white boy. That's what's being built. And most of the people have a shovel. Most of the people show up to the meetings. Most of the people fund it that are in these spaces. And if you look from 2001 or 2021 to 2023, the people are fatter, dustier, angry, worse, and more negative, to the point where I can't even get 6 real words out. So I just went ahead and said, I'm gonna just troll everybody. Then when I do say something that's real, something legit about actual being a leader or making making one good decision, like not sticking your meat in a baby mama that you've been complaining about on the panels for 6 months, they come for me. I'm the bad guy. You know what? Go for it, my friend. Do what you do. Keep building. What do you think this is going to look like in 3 years? They've already been talking about booking fights, staging fights, and making the money and super chatting off of people beating the shit out of each other. Raw dog and a baby mamas simping and sneaking in the DMs. By 2025, the new standard of talking points is this, like they're talking about it's okay to exercise option and cheat on your wife and everything. It's the woman's fault you got 3 kids in the street. Next thing we're talking about beating, man, we need to go back to 60, we can beat your wife. That'll be the talking point by 2025. By 2027, the MGTOW, they're gonna be dating each other, holding hands. By 2029, self-deletion is gonna be promoted in the metaverse, whatever's out there by then. That's the track that is going right now. I ain't gonna be around for it. I'm not really on the dust panels like that. I pop up here and there and I dip because I can't take the talking points. I can't take the I'm gonna pull up in your city, the blackety black, the what happened in 1832. I don't know what Pearly did. I refuse to watch it. I don't care about Russell Wilson in that damn Sierra dress. And that's pretty much all I got. Let me guess. I'm wrong. Oh.
No, I don't think you're wrong to a certain extent, but I like what like B-Eazy and kind of what Chicago Rilla was stating. I think sometimes we make it so grand where it's like we all got to move together, you know, as this one unit. And it's just like you look at community, it means local, you know, people with shared characteristics. And I think we miss that part where, you know, I always tell people it's like if you're going to move with a group, it's almost you got to establish the standards and like the procedures, policies and all that, what you're going to live by, you know.
I agree. A
lot of times it's based on religion and like you were even saying. So it's just like we leave those conversations out and it's like everybody can't move with each other because it's like you're not even, sometimes you might have way different, we were talking about cultures and stuff earlier, you know, religion, principles and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And also it's just, you know, doing what you could do within your control. Like I like what Chicago Rilla was saying, like, hey, focus on the elements you can control and stuff like that. But I think a lot of times I was listening to, you know, one panel and they were like, hey, we need to build like nuclear facilities and stuff like that. And I'm just like, hey, that's way too much. You know, you got to start small, you know, like that's why I definitely like what B-Eazy was saying. It was like, those were action items that you could control, you know, go out there, pass out some flyers, you know, get somebody elected, you know, because that person, like they were talking about the super PAC, but also, you know, people that get elected, they get to choose like their staff and stuff like that. So those are people they could put in position. So yeah, I think a lot of times we do like think too big, you know, with all this stuff.
Yeah, it's funny you say politicians because people love to run and say we're gonna vote somebody. No, you're not. But the truth is, winners are winning no matter who's in office. Victims are bleeding no matter who's in office. It doesn't matter what the economy's going. Like we're talking about Chicago, whatever's going on. Man, people can't afford eggs, and yes, they can. And in 2008, crime was happening just like it is 2023. It's not an economy thing. It's a mental thing. But people have made decisions they're going to lose, and people made decisions they're going to win. But you can't blend all those in together and say we all together type of thing. It's not going to work. It's like you said, establishing some kind of standard. I see the standard here is you have to hate women to get on a panel. The women have to hate the men, and they got to beat up on somebody. But men also hate men. Women also hate women. And it's just a hateocracy. It's a hatriarchy. And that becomes what a basis of the foundation.
Well, because, you know, a lot of times we do look at like other cultures, but I think we miss, you know, they're not tolerant of like bad behavior either. Because, you know, I lived over in, you know, Middle East for like 5 years when I was over there working and stuff. And you know, they got zero tolerance for like a lot of the nonsense that might go on, you know, in America and stuff like that. So people skip over that, you know, aspect of it and stuff like that. And when they're analyzing, you know, other cultures and stuff.
Yeah, they're not, when they say they're analyzing other cultures, they really don't know anything about the culture because there's actually no white community either. They out of control just like black is. Americanized Hispanic, they out of control too. It's an America thing. It's a people making decision. And the biggest battle is good against evil. But within good and evil, you're going to have black against white against black, white against white, rich against poor, fat against skinny, dusty against successful. Or just, you know what, I'm just mad and I want to hate on somebody. So I'm going to grab a YouTube mic and get everybody. Now, trolling is fair. Trolling is legal. But the overall environment and the overall plan and structure and everything is dust. All the way from the crusty cramming up for the first time, all the way up to the so-called leaders. And yeah, look at your leaders. Start off, they can't even handle the refrigerator. And these are your leaders. I'm just saying. Discipline. We got to be disciplined. Okay, well, let's start in the fridge.
That's a fact. You put in your mouth is a big component of your health, and people don't even understand that.
Yeah. Well, after the health, you talk about discipline. They can't control their own emotions on the microphone. They're more feminine than the very women that they complain about.
That's a fact.
And they can reproducing this. Being honest, me and my friend in real life, I ain't never been yelling at no damn women like I see on these panels. If I gotta yell, there's no conversation to be had. But I can't get up and drive 20 minutes on the interstate to go see somebody to yell at. I don't know how people do it. And I'm almost ugly. I'm about 2 weeks from being ugly.
Nah, best. Hey, Scam got money. Hey, wait, Scam, can I? Hey, look, can I just co-sign on you real quick, bro? I know I threw it in the back chat, but I just wanted the audience to know. Man, we was in Houston and Atlanta. And I swear on everything I own, the same way this man presents himself on these panels, he is the exact same way in person. And when I saw bro, definitely in Atlanta, bro was definitely about that workout action. Now I'm a Teletubby, but bro definitely was about that workout action every time I seen him. So he
man, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. just like you wasn't driving that Bentley in Houston. But I'm saying that I know. I'm just saying that to say, like, when you, because I had to learn to pimp past the trolling that Scam does. If you really pay attention to dude, he is really dropping some gems. So I just wanted the audience on this end not to think that he just over here trolling and saying like a bunch of rhetoric and rah-rah. He really is standing on his core beliefs and what he, or at least from when I met you, bro. And if I'm off, you can, let me know I'm off. But I'm just saying, I took you to be a stand-up dude, standing on your principles, and I just wanted the audience to know that. That's all.
No, we get that, because like trolling is this campaign towards like folks in the manosphere that keep talking about all this like women are doing wrong type of stuff. So when you have a dude that's unorthodox and he comes in and just tells it like it is, as far as like, well, women are acting crazy on these panels, is because we keep inviting certain types, the wrong types of women, or we're talking to them in a certain type of way where it's not it's really off the character of what we normally try to preach. We keep preaching about stoicism and masculinity, but the way how we treat individuals is totally the opposite. We treat men and women like shit, on this YouTube space, and that's the problem.
Is really trying to say that Scam likely like the truth that he has a method to his madness. That's trying to say, brother. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that's what you're trying to say.
I think we should let Scam likely speak for
himself.
He definitely does. I used to pull up Scam just so because he would take those principles and stuff like that. So he does.
Nah, I'm trying to say he dusty as fuck.
I want Queen to chime in because she doesn't really speak to Queen. Go ahead and speak your piece. Go ahead, sister.
I don't know what y'all, I'm not really following what y'all saying, but I think it's, we can't, I think it would be nice if things were that simple and that, that easy to achieve, but it's not. So, there are a lot of people out here who are truly suffering and don't have, a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. And it's not that simple, We can judge people off of what we think people should be doing, but until we walk in their shoes, we don't know what the hell's going on. So I think it's not that simple. Not everybody's created equal, so not every situation is what it appears to be until you look deeper. So yeah, I don't think people are just out here just not doing anything or wanting to be a certain way. I think it's just look at what's at access to them, So
yeah, I'll say this part. I came in this space 2021, entertainment, and then found, these people are so emotional. What a good way to start learning emotional intelligence and reactions and behavior and trauma and a lot of other things. And certain ways, things of communication. And did learn a lot. Unfortunately, you had to go to dust panels to learn it, so it takes a toll. It's not free. But over this time, there's a very small percentage of people who are having productive conversations and people who are actually growing. Those are the people that I talk to outside of YouTube. The rest of them, they just on their own. It is what it is. So if I can come into space and go find and identify productive people, or find people I can either teach or learn from, why is it people, and you usually see people come in and who they flock to. Why are they flocking to the very thing that they are, or the worst person that they are starting to become? Notice who links up with who, and when and why. They're not linking up to talk at 9 o'clock in the morning, linking up to yell for 4 hours at 3 in the morning. So what's being built?
Destruction.
But they have the option.
I wasn't talking about.
Destruction.
I wasn't necessarily referring to you. I was just speaking in general.
The clowns on YouTube.
Okay. And I'm just speaking YouTube because it's something that we all see.
Yeah.
And I wasn't necessarily I wasn't replying as in pushing it back at you either. I was more talking to John.
No, it's all good. You know.
Yeah, Queen, don't get all aggressive now. All right.
I'm not. I am totally in my blissful feminine state. Even you can't rock that M3. Notice I haven't said anything to you.
You gotta rest in your femininity. You gotta rest in your femininity.
That's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing.
His camera on. You know what I mean? Big Rig, big brother. What's popping?
Yeah, just with the topic with the what is it? The conform, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think you gotta conform with everything, bro. Not just whatever the American culture is. I mean, the hood culture, yo, block culture, yo, church culture. You know, everything, man. You gotta conform to. You know what I'm saying? So I just think it gets bigger than that. I don't think we ever really are just truly ourselves unless we just at home, man. Other than that, we conforming all day long, man.
I ain't conforming to nobody.
Y'all didn't catch what he just said. Y'all didn't catch it at all. Y'all ain't catch it at all.
No, we caught it. It was silent.
I like what he's saying.
Y'all really caught what he's saying for real?
He ain't saying nothing.
Are you saying conform to survive? Are you saying conform to survive, conform to succeed, or conform because there's no other option?
No. We're talking about like what Riggs was saying at the end, right? Like you can't even be yourself unless you by yourself, alone, no family, in the dark room, by yourself.
I disagree.
That's the only time we're ever to be liberated.
No, I disagree.
Nah, I have some pushback on that too. Go ahead, Scam.
I'm not only myself, but I'm 15 different characters. I ain't got no problems.
So you saying you 15 different characters?
No, he's schizophrenic. No, Scam is schizophrenic.
That's what I'm saying. I lost you on that one. Would you? A man in the padded room on that one.
No, I'm saying just like YouTube, supposedly some kind of code you're supposed to be on that doesn't even exist. I can come in any space. There's only a few people that I might have a problem with, and their real problem is themselves in the damn mirror, and they know it. Or their chat, or interference with whatever fake mission they got going on. But I can be me the troll. I can be me. I can be my real self. I can be my trolling self. I can be my neutral. I can be my pushing people.
All I'm talking about is just being your true self, bro. Like, you know, I'm not getting like hella into a whole big, you know, like example of it. It's just basically, I'm just saying, like, you know, when you with your friends or whatever, you conforming to your friends, man, because like whatever the topic, what you mean, I mean, it just if you around your folks, bro, like I got people that, you know, they really be lightweight in the streets, you know what I'm saying? And like when I'm around them, you know what I'm saying, I'm still myself, but you know, as like B-Eazy was saying, you know what I'm saying, you ain't gonna be around them and just be all game goofy and squared up. You know what I'm saying? It don't work that way. You know what I'm saying?
Are you talking adaptability or are you talking okay?
Well, yeah, I mean, pretty much, you know what I'm saying? That's kind of the kind of box I'm putting it in. I'm not trying to make it like, you know, just defined or anything. That's why I kind of just said what I kind of said at the end with, you know, just being basically in a home space, you know what I'm saying, is where you are yourself, you know what I'm saying? You ain't got to conform really to anything, you know what I mean? Just, you ain't got to conform to the job. You ain't got to conform to the public, what's going on out there. If you know, just anything. You know, like me, I don't, you know, there's certain things I don't speak on, you know what I'm saying? Because I ain't trying to hurt nobody's feelings or something. You know what I'm saying? But like, usually,
is that
my
Big
mindset
Rig?
is
Hurt them, Big Rig. Hurt the feelings. Okay.
What's that?
Right, I'm about to say, is that Big Rigs? Hey, nigga, why you playing, man? Hurt they feelings, nigga. Hurt they feelings. What you talking about?
I get what you're saying, bro, but the thing is, you know, I
fuck with you, niggas. Hurt they feelings.
I'm past all of that. I'm not, you know, I'm not trying to put that type of energy or anything like that out there, bro. You know what I'm saying? So I don't do them things. You know what I'm saying? I think a little bit more. You know what I'm saying, before I say something, so it don't be too slick, you know what I'm saying, and come across too wrong. You feel me? That's
Riggs. Hey, Riggs. Hey, let me say this real quick, because I respect you, and it's been a minute. You've been telling me for a minute to pull up, bro. Let me tell you something, man. As men, we already know what it is, G. Yo, if I say something to you, and listen, trust me, I done received sheriff comeuppance, right, in this space, right? So like, even with Best, if it's a situation where Best got to call me on the carpet and call it for what it is, man, he gonna call it for what it is, and I'm either gonna accept it or reject it. So just say what you gonna say, bro. Like, I'll rock with you, bro. You ain't gotta worry about no hurt feelings.
That's off top, but I'm just talking about, you know, like, if we talking about, like, you know, how you brought Best into it, you know, like, Best know 84, he know what it is, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'll call the question real fast. You know what I'm saying? I'm just talking about out there, just in the world. You know what I'm saying? Just with just people I don't know or whatnot. You know, before, you know, I didn't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? I say whatever. I don't care how you take it.
I got you. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying I move past that. But now, like, if you're talking about like how spaces we're in, oh yeah, I'm gonna hold that shit to the fire, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going for it.
No, he was just pretty much saying, like, you know, when you're with different groups, man, you're just gonna kind of conform or adapt, you know, whatever word you want to use, you know, to that group of people. So it's just like
he reading the room. He reading the room. That's what he's saying.
Absolutely, but I think that comes with maturity. So I think like Big Briggs is like just a very mature person. He knows how to like read, like you saying, really read that room, and you know, you're gonna adjust. You know, I think it's a skill set, but I think a lot of people see it as like a negativity thing, you know.
No, I look at it like it's a positive, man. It's just
me too.
You know,
absolutely.
It's pretty much like situational observant awareness. Like, you know, you're observing the energy to it before you even apply.
Yes, sir.
Look, ain't nobody gonna be themselves though. 24/7.
I have to adapt all the time.
Hold on, Queen. Some people they can't handle you. They can't handle your full like brightness. They can't handle everything that you bring to the table. So sometimes you gotta take some stuff off the table because they can't handle it. Sometimes you shine a little too bright for them. That's why sometimes when I'm on panels, if you see, there's times when I'm quiet because I know the energy I can bring. So sometimes I don't say nothing.
Don't bring it, 84.
Well, Scam, I was watching a live that you were on, and you guys were talking about like leadership and stuff like that, and you guys were kind of breaking down the same concept. You and Mandrell, you know, I was listening to that. I think y'all had it like last week or something. Y'all was breaking down, like trying to tell them, like, hey, you don't always have to be like authoritative, you know, leadership type style.
Mandrell,
you know, you could.
Ain't shit for the record, man.
He was breaking it down. He was actually breaking down leadership, but you know, they wasn't having it. They're like, no, you got to be like a dictator. He was like, okay, good luck with that, you know.
It's sophisticated. You're a manager.
Mandrell ain't shit.
Yeah, no, I'm an executive role. So yeah, I was listening to you guys. I was like, yeah, you mess around and take that style with the wrong people, you're gonna have a revolving door at your thing. They're gonna jump ship.
Yeah, at the end of the day, people need to work. Men especially need to work on their soft skills. This is with women. This is with people, just kid, anybody.
Man, look, let me just say this though, right? All that advice bullshit, right? Like, man, throw that shit out the window. Okay, this is not advice that you can actually apply to in real life. Okay, look, it could work on YouTube life, right? Where you have like the manosphere of women that will actually listen to that bullshit that they're talking about. But in real life, all that stuff, man, it's gonna get you fired. It's gonna cause a breakup in your girlfriend. It's gonna get you divorced, depressed, make you lose relationships with your children. Look, man, I don't even know why, like, you know, we constantly set ourselves up in this frivolous, like, manosphere-ish type of topics and red pill ID, whatever. They all suck. You know what I mean? And it's not really constructive for the community. They're all distractions. You know? Like, that's why we gotta try to have, like, real. I am going in, right? But that's why we have to try to go back into the.
You missed what I was saying.
No. I wasn't like referring to you, like, Snap. I was just kind of adding on to like certain things that, you know, we usually constantly like talk about. I know where you coming from, but I'm just adding on to like this is like the overall problem. You know what I mean? I never get down too personal. It's just overall problem that would always be noticing when we do have like these conversations, these topics, right? It loops around the same, especially if you conform yourself, right, into these like type of ideologies as if it's really gonna make you to be a man. That whole dictatorship or whatever. Look, man, ain't nobody gonna be hearing that. They're gonna be looking at you like you're a fool. And the ones who really are successful, they don't even operate that way.
Wait,
I'm sorry. Spoiler alert, my bad. Just shut the hell up.
No, I'll say it for you. The Derek Jacksons and some of these people, they got their techniques that work in their household. Well, not Derek Jackson, but some of them.
I was about to drop off right now.
They be using them.
Oh shit!
The people who are actually
where we going?
They have something that they know that works, but they're telling all the people to do something different. They're doing one thing and telling everybody else to do another because it's more profitable. Telling people to lose weight is not profitable. Telling people to be productive and work on their communication skills and be better listeners, not profitable. Talking about influence and critical thinking, yelling at women, being aggressive and being some kind of Andrew Tate dictator or whatever, profitable. And the very people who subscribe and inject all this junk to their veins can't do that and get away with it no way. They don't have the confidence. They don't got the charisma. They ain't got the money. So I don't even know why they subscribe to it. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Hey, yo, Scam, you know what's crazy? In my everyday life, most of y'all know if y'all follow me in real life, like I work in retail, right? Best know most times, if he ever catch me and me and Best have conversations in real time on the phone, most times I'm at work. Let me tell you, fam, the women for where I work, that the women don't look like me, right? Man, it's exactly what Scam is saying, like, to his point. It's exactly to what he's saying. People don't understand that, like, you have to
hey. Sophisticated feeling what he was saying.
Yeah, I wasn't catching.
Bring it home.
But nah, you know, like I was just going back to the leadership thing. Now I was listening to you guys' conversation, and I mean, you guys are spot on, man. Like, if you don't know how to adapt and conform, I mean, you just ain't gonna survive. Especially when you start hitting them, I say top, you know, management roles and stuff like that. You got to conform to whoever you're talking to. Even if you're a parent, you know, you might have two kids that operate totally different from each other. So one, you might have to be a little stricter with the punishments. One, you might just have a lecture. I'm looking at me and my siblings. So, you know, of course I had to be the one that got beat because, you know, I wasn't listening. But my sisters, you could look at them wrong and they be like sitting there crying and stuff. So yeah, if you don't know how to adapt and you ain't conforming, kind of like what Big Riggs was saying, yeah, you're just gonna be like in that dictator role. And that's why a lot of dudes end up getting divorced and the women leave. You know, they want to blame the woman like, oh, she just left the relationship. It's like, no, you probably just don't know how to communicate effectively, you know.
Had that conversation yesterday on the panel. And
did you get called a simp?
Last couple of days, it's been like work on your soft skills and communicate. The whole manosphere does not talk about effective communication, which is the number one cause of divorce. They keep lying to people and telling them it's finances. Now, just make this make sense. People are divorcing because of finances. That being the number one. So you marry a dude making $58,000, you leave him because he's making 76 5 years later. That makes sense. This is what they're doing. Point. Then they go be a single mom making their 30 and stuck with 2 kids. And it was over finances. Does that make any sense? And the dudes are complaining about $600 child support. It's your leaders that are telling you this. They go get some finances, that's going to get you all the women. Then the next minute, the dudes complain about Pookie and Ray Ray.
Hey, Scale, be careful with the spoilers, man. You're going to put them out of business.
If people, I mean, there's a lot of money that could be going in the community. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
That's just me getting started. I ain't gonna go in it. I'm sure I might. I could be here all day.
No, but that's one thing why I started coming over here, because, you know, like M3 and, you know, the whole team that they got over here just have like great conversations. You know, you guys have that etiquette, you know, nobody's cutting each other off. I ain't hear nobody getting cussed out. So, you know, it was definitely different. So, you know, that's what kind of drew it in. And the topics that you guys do talk about. And I think that's where people just got to start gravitating to more of these spaces. I had to get off of some of them panels. I was like, man, that's enough. I can't start getting headaches trying to explain stuff to people. I was like, yeah, I can't do it. You know,
talking point.
That's why I was like, I be watching Dusto sometimes. I be living through him. I'm like, hey, I be sending him little chats and stuff. I be like, hey, stay up there. He be like, pull up. I'm like, can't do it, Dusto. I'm living through you.
You notice
I be like, hang in there, player.
Notice you ain't seen me around there that much lately.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen you over there.
Yeah, I had to lay off the dust panel. It got so bad that they say the talking points so much. I know who's gonna say what, who's gonna respond, who's gonna get mad, who's gonna say what back, and they already know when they give me the microphone what trolling techniques I'm gonna use. That I can see in the chat, they're already saying, "Oh," they're already typing in the chat before I can start saying it. All right, I had to do something different.
The thing I always kind of going to what Scam Likely, that's kind of what I know you as, bro. I can't really see your name right now because I'm on my phone, but kind of going on what you said, bro. Like and it always kind of tripped me out because real world, I don't be seeing these conversations, and I don't really be around gang goofy dudes. You know what I'm saying? Like they know how to conduct themselves around women, and they don't have a problem getting women. You know what I'm saying? I'm not the best looking dude my damn self, but I ain't never had a problem pulling a hutch. So like when I hear some of these things that they say, it really trips me out. But then you also have these same people that act like they you know, about building the community, and you know, especially, you know, being, you know, the black community or whatever, however you want to put it. And they just say some of the most craziest things that I've ever heard, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? As a parent and everything, the way they talk about women, they have daughters. They'll talk about, you know, these women's hygiene and just things like this, just complete. And it had like, where did that even come from? You know what I'm saying? Like, what was the point in that? It was just like, it's just putting so much just shit out there, man, that just don't make any sense. Like you say, it's almost like, unless you're just talking about something to where you just going hard on women or just saying something just hella negative, bro, like that's what sells, man. You know what I'm saying? And people just, they bite into it, bro. They really do. And it's just really wild to me, man, and how they can just say these things, man, and then be home. I hope they ain't really like that at home, you know what I'm saying? You know, and raising their kids and shit like that, but just say these type of things, bro, you know what I'm saying, out here in these YouTube streets, that's just getting out there, and it's just really wild to me, man. Like I never really understood that shit.
Man, I think online nowadays, man, like I think you're right, Big Rig. I think at home, man, they getting punked. And I think like the internet is just where they can live out their fantasies and stuff like that. So it's like they putting on that acting role, kind of like Scam was like outlining earlier and stuff like that, because it just don't make no sense. Because it was so bad. I think I was listening to some podcast the other day, and my son was like in the kitchen when I was listening to it, and he was like, man, them dudes don't get no chicks. And he's only 21. So, if he could spot that, just with his limited experience in life, I was just like, damn, you could spot that too. He was like, yeah, man. He was like,
it's true.
Don't nobody have no troubles like that. So he just like walked off. He's like, yeah, I can't listen to that.
They act like we don't know.
I mean, like, I'm not going to get too into it, bro, but us as men that, just whatever, bro, we know women, bro, you know what I'm saying? And we got women that would just love to, have nights with us and shit. You know what I mean? It ain't a problem. It's like you hear some of these dudes act like they just got to go through hoops and hurdles, bro. And it's just like, wow, man, like what kind of game, what kind of shit is you? Are you a nerd? Like, I mean, what's going on, bro? Like I don't get it. And it's not, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it's just like, I don't get how you move, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because it really ain't that serious. And then just to go on to the Pookie and Ray Ray thing, bro, it's like, and to see what their definition is, it's like, that's y'all's enemy, bro, because I know a lot of cats, bro, that ain't got no money, man, and they pulling baddies, bro, that be with men with hella money, bro, and they dipping off with these chicks, bro. They getting rooms and all kind of shit. They ain't paying for that shit. They doing outings and all that. And these Pookie and Ray Rays, bro.
Yeah, most the truth is most Pookies and Ray Rays ain't getting women.
M3, man, you from Oakland, California, bro. You know what I'm talking about when it comes to these brothers, man. And so, like, when you hear these talking points, bro, when you hear these dudes, it's just like, what's going on, bro? Like, I know it's different in different areas and shit, but at the same time, man, like, what's going on, bro?
I mean, let's just be honest, Riggs. Like, we only heard that stuff like from off the internet. I never heard all this stuff like from where we from.
Never.
Salutes, Kim. Like, I see you in the building. Feel free to come up. Thank you for tuning in for this morning on your side. But like I said, man, like that's why I'm like, look, man, I keep a buck being with you. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, like, all the, like, the trolling or just having fun on the side, like these topic points, as far as like you gotta have money in order for you to have better quality women. It's not really about the money. Money really just help you to like pretty much maybe have a better lifestyle or just afford to buy shit that you want to buy. That's pretty much it. But you can't buy love with money. You could buy bitches with money, but once that money run out, they're going somewhere else to like, to like
That's
find.
A fact.
And the thing is, if that woman leaves you because now you're taking a career or a job and you downgrading your finances, then that wasn't really the wife that's like for you. And you can still take care of a woman besides like the finance part, It's just that I think people forget the main component of how to really pull up chicks. It was never about how much money you had. It was about how much confidence that you had in yourself to actually be bold enough to talk to the woman that nobody else will talk to. A lot of people, they get too scared to talk to women. They pussyfoot around. They try to. What really turns them off is that because guys are so nervous of getting shot down and the outcome of approaching women, they try to be like like dancing monkeys, like joking around with like dumbass like jokes. They try to do the catcalling because they're emotionally they're verbally immature. They socially immature. I mean, they don't know how to actually, maybe it's conform or whatever, but they don't know how to actually build an intriguing conversation that will actually prove to that woman that, hey, like, you should choose me because of X, Y to the Z. But here's the thing. If the woman don't choose you, you know what I mean? Then move on. That's the other thing that a lot of men don't have. They don't have the power just to move on to the next and dust your shoulders off. So you hear these people on a space that's telling you, and so-called cheat code, but it's busted. You know what I mean? And now you got people telling you like the easy way to pick up women is to leave the United States.
Hold on, M3. Hold on. I'm not going to sit up here and do this. I'm not. No. So
what I'm missing, Beth?
And Queen gonna be here to hold you accountable too. Don't sit here and act like your role is easy, brother. And don't sit here and act like you have your hiccups. Because you know we both have had our hiccups. And Queen,
I didn't say nothing about having hiccups. I didn't say nothing about.
You never said easy either.
Yeah, I never said nothing about life was easy.
Hold on. You said that you gotta just move away and dust your shoulders up, but you know you fought for your shit, just like I fought for my shit. And sometimes it wasn't going well. We both know this.
Yeah, but you're
laughing in the background. You're making it as simple as pie, and we know it wasn't that simple, brother. Come on.
Nobody. Okay, so did you guys took it as if I was saying like it was really that easy to approach?
No, you're actually implying that not that it being simple, but you got to do it. And the fact that you say that you got to do it already implies that it's going to be a challenge that some men are doing and most of them won't. That's what I took it as.
Yeah. So
most men aren't doing it. That already implies that it's not simple.
Yeah. So Bess, you're totally off because I'm not talking about on a personal scale. I'm talking about in a general scale for people, especially like growing up in Oakland.
In general,
yeah,
he's taking it. What he heard was
okay. Don't be like scam like him. Some people are not going to get it, and most people don't get it. Most people don't understand that it's going to be a challenge. Most people don't understand that you're going to face trial and tribulation. They don't understand that.
No, but that's
what both of y'all are saying.
Yeah.
That's not.
You're saying that the way he's saying that the way that you say it doesn't imply that it's difficult. But a lot of us already understand that it can be difficult in what he said. So
no, that's fair.
That's what
implications of what was said. The average people, they ain't gonna do it no way. So no matter how hard you're telling me, they ain't gonna do it.
That's not the problem. The problem is that it seems like a lot of the manosphere people are just hurt, wounded creatures who are trying to go after the woman they can't get, and they mad.
Well,
that's a big part.
Okay, y'all kind of agree into what I'm saying, but y'all
and they ain't.
She's not taking away from what you're saying, bro. She's not taking away from what you're saying. She not.
No. But I just want to make sure y'all not missing the point. The point is that like really what it boils down to it, right? Is that we have to build our confidence. It's not about money. The money is not the problem. The problem is that we have a confidence issue. So until we figure out other ways to build our confidence level up, besides the cheat code of thing like money, like to get my woman, I didn't have to flash money at her. I had to actually be confident and secure as myself as a young man in order for me to even get her. Now, of course, on the record, was it easy? Hell no. Was it easy getting like other chicks as well too? No. Everything is a work of art. But the issue is that when you compare it to YouTube and you compare to real life, YouTube try to make it seem like your only easy solution is basically get money, you know. And my solution,
but you can find that too.
Hold on. Kimberly Kim, man, what's going on? I see you in the building. What's going on? Well, hold on. You know this is a fact. You know and I know, right, that we both had to financially step our game up. You know that, M3. And you know there was certain things we both had to do to keep them around. You know this.
But that's not the woman's choice, though. Look. Let's go ahead and break it down. We know about church politics, you know, and you know, fuck church,
bro.
But there wasn't that the money thing wasn't the issue between us and the women. It's between other dudes that's looking at you like, oh, like you gotta you gotta have a college degree, you know, you gotta have this extravagant job, or else you will be insecure if the woman makes more money than you. And none of us really had carried that type of attitude.
Yeah, the talking point mafia, along with women. All right, we'll try to make it simple. There's things that's work and there's things that don't. There's a lot of stuff that's fairly universal. Mm-hmm. Times have changed. It's not 1972 anymore. People talk, you got to protect and provide, protect it. Women are not going to the gym looking for the biggest dude. They're not going to the bank looking for men. Women want the attractive man and they want a connection first. Connection is about 70% of the game. That comes from proper communication, managing emotions, compatibility. Attraction helps. Finances do help. I'm not going to say money doesn't matter. Yeah, it matters. But they make it seem like it's 90% and it's really more like 15 or 20%. And
it makes it like 100%.
Finances, right, and the finance thing, you just make enough to qualify. Because most of these women, the security and that they're looking for, they already have a job. They're not looking for a place to live and they're missing a roof. Now, if it got to the point where they're missing a roof, then yeah, the man with the money is going to look real good. If people are beating the hell out of women 3 times a week, yeah, protection is going to be real important. But they got those covered. So now they're looking for the person. And I'll say this also, something else to say on panels. You hear angry, miserable dudes that you can't tolerate for 35 seconds on panels. How would you expect those men to go and get a woman to live and be married 15, 20 years? And we can't even tolerate them.
Great point.
No matter how much money they make.
Hey, this dude is too much, bro.
Funny, I told you, man.
This dude's too much, man.
If your attitude is so bad, you're so negative.
35 fucking seconds, though.
We want them off the panel and we want them muted from out of YouTube. Imagine a woman sitting on that couch, even if he's making $250,000.
That's a fact, bro.
She's going to get up, she's going to walk out and leave, and she's never coming back.
That's a fact.
She's going to lose to a dude.
That's a fact.
Amazon warehouse Johnny. He's going to be on another panel crying.
Hey, I would love for them to hear you say that shit, bro. Just to hear what they would say. I swear to God.
They won't listen long enough to hear it.
Y'all missing the point I'm trying to say, right? Because I got to get to my wings, and I definitely want to get to Sister Kimberly KMA. Thank you for coming up. You know what I mean? Thank you. South Africa, you know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like High Value Nurse was saying, right? Look, nobody wants no brokey, okay? All right? We know, M3 know this, and I know this too. We know this, M3. You can't hide, don't hide your face, brother. You know,
you missed. Okay,
M3, right?
Lead in the middle with the argument, but go ahead.
There's certain things that you had to do, and I had to do, financially and lifestyle-wise, to make our women comfortable. We both know this. Let's not sit here and say like they were just putting up with anything, because they was not.
I got pushback. Go ahead, M3. I got pushback.
Can I break it down a little bit?
Hold on. I'm speaking for over a day.
84 came through the door and started telling everything more.
This or for real. You know what I'm saying?
And he still missed the point, though.
No, bro. You're right. Like, your character is what's going to shine. But with that character, you better have some dime. You better make that lifestyle work the way they want you as well.
We all agree on that.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You missed the point, because we do it.
No, I never said it didn't matter. We're just saying it's not number one. It's not 80% of the relationship. Now, for example, I'm going to land my plane here. When a woman meets you, they're attracted to you or not. When you talk to her, they're connected or they're not. They don't know how much money you have. Those conversations don't come till later. When they ask you what you do, they don't know what you freaking do. And they usually don't put you in that box. It's more about, are they smiling when they're talking to you? When it's time to get ready to go on a date, are they changing 3 and 4, 5 outfits? They're showing up 30 minutes late, giggling. That means she likes you, not your job and all that. They don't reap the real benefits of what you do until, 3 years later when you actually get married? That means they have to have 3 years worth of patience of dealing with you as you are before you marry. So I got to go with you. Then they start getting real financial benefits from it. These modern, whatever they call them, the dusty, crusty women, they ain't waiting 3, or a good woman, they ain't gonna sit and fool with no clown for 3 years, 2 years.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So meaning your character got to be right. Then comes all this money. and all the stuff, because that's for the longevity. But if your attitude ain't right, you out of there tomorrow. She's gonna be on the phone with Sophisticated Jerk, me, or M3 or somebody.
Guys,
Yeah, but that's not for all of them. I ain't gonna say nothing else. I definitely want to get the Kimberly Cam.
Yeah, that's what I was
I'm
trying to
trying to
say.
make it.
Don't say no more, 84. Don't say no more.
I know, right?
Sister Kim, like, you know,
I'll be right back.
definitely great to see you tonight. How are you?
Okay, bro. Hey, Kimberly Cam, you there? She probably getting some coffee right now. No, she's probably grabbing some coffee, right? And she probably gonna come up in a minute. Know what I mean? She's gonna be, hey,
here she is.
Hey, everyone. Now my internet connection's messing around because we have load shedding right now. But I'm just laughing at the conversation because, I mean, it's very interesting to hear a male's perspective of what some women want, because, I mean, that's not a reflection on all women. You know, maybe the 2 or 3 or 5 or 6, or depending on how many women you've been with or dated or interacted with, will give you maybe that breakdown of your perception, I guess, on what some women want in and out of a relationship. But we're not all like that. You know, for me, I can only talk about my personal experiences. Like, I got married after 3 months of dating my husband. You know, after we looked at it, after like 5 years, we're like, whoa, dude, that was quick. You know, we shouldn't have rushed into this thing, because we started to learn about some things that we needed before marriage. You know, but from the get-go, when we started to get to know each other, it was never a thing about how much money you earn. My husband was a hot mess. I was focused. He could just decide he's leaving a job if he wanted to and just get another job. He was that guy. You know, his tolerance level for BS still up to now. It's just that he's gone a bit more calmer and more mature over the years. But from the get-go, when we started dating or seeing each other, it was a thing of, oh, okay, I like your mindset and I want to marry you, because my mindset of going into relationships was never, I think I had reached past this phase where I don't want anyone to just come and BS me with words that are just gonna, we call it throwing up, or just like entice me. No, just be real. Just be straightforward. Just be real. Let's have a genuine conversation. You know, so for him, it was just that thing of like, oh, okay, so you different. You not interested about how much I'm getting paid. I wanted to know where do you see yourself in this job that you're going? What else do you want to achieve out of it? I mean, 9 years later into our marriage, he got the job that he always wanted, you know, in the line of work that he always wanted to be in, you know, in a very high position, which I'm very proud of him for. Me, on the other hand, I didn't get into what I wanted to. I found the love in other things, in business. So I ended up branching, you know, off into those things. But my goal and mission was never to be a stay-at-home wife or a businesswoman or engaging in other things. I wanted to work, genuinely wanted to work. I also wanted to secure the bag. The same way he was chasing the bag, he met me doing the same thing. So it was like, okay, you got to stay motivated, you know. But in the course of that relationship, he was the one that was like, you know, I'm not as motivated as you are. And eventually he caught up with the pace. But I was like, I'm over it. I'm enjoying other things. I'm seeing other possibilities. And, you know, COVID came. I was a teacher by qualification. And I started branching off into other things on social media, poetry writing, and all those other things, you know, published a book. All these things were not in the cards for what I had planned, but they just came into play. But again, it never came down to the finances. We had good financial seasons. We had really bad seasons, you know, really, really trying seasons. And those were the ones that made me understand what a relationship is supposed to look like. Because it could have been easy for me to say, you know, this dude is just not it. This is not what I signed up for. So let me just follow what the trend of what everybody else is doing when a man loses his job or when we're going through financial difficulty. I got some money. I can just get up and go. because I know there was a trend at some point out here in South Africa. I can't speak about the rest of the world, but I know it was trending out here when a man lost his job or when there was financial difficulties. The woman would be like, whoop, I'm out. I got no time for that. I'm not handling that. And for us, I was like, no, we're going to deal with this together. We're going to handle this together. And I know for him, that was his fear because he saw the trend. We had friends that were going through that process. So it was like, okay, why is she still staying? She has ample reason to leave. She has a family that can help look after her. She has a family that she can go, easily go and stay with until she gets back on her feet to live in a place or whatever the case is. But I didn't take the easy way route out. And I think that does, because I did see the topic. But I think these conversations always still go back to finances in relationships, because it does determine what the mood is going to be like in that relationship. If she's going to stick around or is she going to kick the relationship aside and be like, I didn't sign up for this. But that shows the character of a person, if that is a real one, or if that's just somebody that's there temporarily, because we all have temporary people that are there for a season. But for me, I never want people that are around for a season. I always wanted people that are there in the long run. So that was what the result of my relationship came out of. For previous ones, we understand what that's all about, because I've been with people that have had everything. House on the beachfront, popularity. I've been with well-known artists and all those nice things, but the character of the person was terrible. The character they portrayed in front of everyone seemed all good and well, but the character behind closed doors was repulsive. So it didn't matter to me what the look of the person was, how much they were earning. It always mattered as how you're going to treat me behind closed doors. Are you going to be pushing me around and, trying to overpower me, or like what's happening? So the face that you show me when you have everything should be the same face you got to show me when you have nothing. And I'm going to yield with that.
Hey, Kim, real quick, I got a question for you. So when you were, in a dating process, with your husband and stuff, you said like you were attracted to his ambition. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, and I think that's a important characteristic, and it kind of goes back to what like 84 M3 was showing, and I think you guys didn't lead with the money, because and Dusto kind of hit on it, where it's just like, man, I think money is the outcome of like characteristics, your discipline, your stability and stuff like that. Because if anybody's gonna come and be like, hey, I'm gonna pay M3 a lot of money, that means he has like some intangibles, or I'm not gonna give him that money. So it's like when you guys probably met your women, just kind of, talking to you guys have that characteristic. You was probably already on that path, to get the money for yourself. So the woman was kind of like a byproduct of your guys' like ambition, your discipline and stuff like that. So I think guys like us, we're not getting the money for the woman. Don't get it wrong. It does help out, because if you want to be fly and stuff, clothing wise and for the swag, whatever, it's going to cost some money. But I think like if you're built a certain way, you already have those attributes where you're just going down that path. So like M3 was saying, it's going to help you with that confidence, because you're out there getting them outcomes, them achievements and stuff like that. So when you're talking to a woman, you got that posture about you, because, you have those characteristics that kind of tie into success anyways and stuff like that. So I think it's all kind of like impacts each other and stuff like that. So sometimes it could look like guys are, getting money for women, but it's just like, if you're built a certain way, like I probably could have met up with you when you were younger, 84, you probably already had that characteristics. Like, look, I want this, I want to get out of this area. You already probably had that drive and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this. Look, I'm gonna tap into my other energy. All right. I'm tapping your other energy. Look, man, everybody got a price. All right. Let's stop bullshit. Everybody got a price. $1 Million Man said it, and I'm saying it right now, 2023. And I'm going to High Value Nurse because he loves to talk about money. Everybody got a price. Goddammit. All right. High Value Nurse, pick it up, brother. Where you at? What's up?
Yeah, price is ambition. What up, High Value Nurse?
What up, though?
Another much, man. How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. Y'all helping me get through this shift right now, boy.
Sure. Hey, man, that's what we're here for, man. We're putting overtime at this point.
Yes, sir.
Couple more hours to go, but it's been a great panel discussion so far. I actually got y'all over the loudspeaker. I wish y'all could see the reactions of the other nurses and stuff like that.
Oh, shit.
They going in. They all like, give me the money and everything.
Oh yeah.
So anyway,
agree with me, yeah.
So here's the thing, man. You don't need money to get a woman, but if you want to have a decent life for yourself, then it will be in your best interest to already have your money together. And that's not to say that you need to be rich to have a decent life. See, a lot of people, this whole 6-figure thing and everything like that. Again, I've never ever heard people talk in the real world about you need 6 figures to be a high value man and all that kind of stuff. I've never ever heard people talk like that until the internet. But my pops always told me, if you're gonna take on a woman and take on a relationship, y'all should be able to maintain off your income alone as a man. Now that's just my belief. Everybody don't rock like that, and I'm not saying it's wrong or right, but I tell you this: no woman wants to willingly marry a man who is broke and wants to stay broke. I can guarantee you that much. Guarantee you that much. And then, like, if women had the choice to choose a man who was well off versus a man who was poor, but they both treated them well, they both look good, and they both, got them cheeks the same way, which one are you then gonna choose? The poor one or the one that's well off with money? 9 times out of 10, she's gonna choose the one with money. So it's not all about money, but a lot of people need to stop acting like money is not a factor, because that's why most divorces occur, because of financial situations and people.
There it goes.
What?
No, I'm gonna clear that. When I first started the argument, I never said money didn't matter. I was just saying that the biggest factor comes with communication and connection. That's like do or die. Finances, you need to qualify. But the thing of most divorces are caused over finances is not true. Number 1 is communication. Number 2 is infidelity. Number 3 is incompatibility. Number 4 is finances. And when people divorce over finances, it's not I married him and he wasn't making enough money. It's more they can't agree on finances. He spent the money with a drug problem, a gambling problem. She was spending too much. It's more the management of the finances. Because honestly, when you divorce over finances, you end up in a worse financial situation anyway.
Let me add this though, and this is
from money matters, yes.
Yeah. Let me add this, and this is from the great AMS. Okay. He actually simplifies a big difference, right? As far as a man like who had money, who's in a relationship, but then you lost your job, and now it's like, okay, you may be like, going to be broke for like 3 months or so. It's a difference between a man who is broke, but yet is determined to still find like the best qualified position that he can, to still get back on his feet and still, get back to his hustle and grind. Versus a man, you lose a job now like 6 months to a year later, and you're still crying, you're still whining, you're still saying the man is holding you down, I can't get nothing, but you're not even trying. So if you're not trying, it's a huge difference. But what we're talking about is like people, right, who already, not everybody gonna have their stuff together. If you don't have your stuff together, especially mentally, emotionally, eventually you're not going to be confident and secure as a man. And that's going to be the biggest turnoff in a man's approach to a woman. But the problem is, in these spaces, people say that money is 100% the solution to getting girls. And my point is, money is not the 100% solution to get women. It's overall what you do as a man that will help get women. So of course, money is a contributing, most important factor to have, especially at least a good source of income. if you're trying to provide for yourself and for your family. But what if we go even deeper? What if a man just don't want to even be in a relationship? What if he just want to, like, you know what I mean? Like, fuck, pretty much. Do he need to have, you know, $100,000 a year to pretty much get the chick that he just want to screw for like one night?
I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. Whatever he want to do with his paper is his business.
Yeah, but the point is, what I'm saying is that, like, okay, like, if you have the money, like, good for you, you know what I mean? But a lot of people on this YouTube space base everything off of money. Like, oh, you're divorced because of money. You know, yes, that's one of the reasons, but there's multiple reasons besides just that one little thing. And people keep talking about that is the solution to why. Sorry, that's the problem. The problem to why, like, you can't get chicks, but it's not even just like with the money part. Sometimes it's just like your attitude as a man. You just have too many, like, female chromosomes in your DNA. Yeah. And you can't handle that type of relationship. You know.
See, M3, you're talking about two different types of males, man. You spot on. There's dudes with game, and there's guys that will lead with the money, tricks. You know that they're gonna get some women because it's a hell of a shortcut. But I mean, those are the same guys that will get finessed. You know, after the thrill is gone, you know, they're not spending as much money. They might be like, hey, I'm not going to be taking nobody to Roof Chris. My pockets are getting a little tight. That woman's out of the door, you know, so that's what comes with that whole lane right there. When you're not getting a woman that truly wants you, you know, those type of guys want to be needed, you know, and that's when you hear a lot of these conversations. They're like, hey, I want to be needed to this certain extent. You know, they want to kind of like get in a relationship out of necessity. And so kind of like what Kim was saying, you know, like, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Those are the passport brothers you're talking about.
Yeah, they some of them fall in that range, but you know, definitely, you know, they want to be in that whole, like, want to be needed, and you know, they mess with, you know, females out of necessity and stuff like that, you know. So a lot of them are scared of, you know, some of the females that do got their stuff together, you know, earning and stuff like that.
But here's the thing, though, most tricks are very self-aware. Like, most tricks know that only women want them for their paper.
I was gonna get to that too, yeah.
I think back in the day maybe, but nowadays, nah, they trying to blend in. You know, they'll sidestep the.
They know a lot of them dudes know they tricking, bro, and a lot of them, especially them dudes who are like generally unattractive, they know good and well that woman is only there for that paper, and they cool with that for the most part.
Well, yeah, if you cool with it, like, I'm not gonna knock you. I'm gonna congratulate you, bro.
Some of them are real delusional.
That's why I'm telling you, they delusional.
No, it's a hybrid of both.
They do not think
everybody got a price. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear this nice.
Money has miraculously did a Dr. 10. What's that show? 101. The surgeon, the plastic surgeon. Like, they think their money has miraculously changed the way they look. They really do. And they did.
Y'all know. Hold on, Queen. Y'all know that everybody got a price, man. Let's stop this.
They don't have terms and conditions.
We know this. Let's get a man.
Everybody does not have a price. That's not true.
Yes. These women nowadays, they got a price. They try to act like they're nice. They know that they have certain expectations that they require for a man to be with them. They know this already, and they want a certain lifestyle. We know this.
Yeah, you talk about terms and conditions, though.
Oh, in that way, yes, they have a price. That's having a standard. I thought when you say has a price, I thought you meant they'll do anything for money. But they all got a dollar amount in their head.
You talking about standards, right? Or you just really talking about a dollar amount?
Listen.
You know what I'm saying is the standard means the man needs to be making 50, 60, 70.
Y'all need some experience, okay? I've been doing this for over a decade plus. All right? A lot of these women want a certain lifestyle, okay? And they will do whatever they can. All right? They'll be nice, they'll be mean, they'll be whatever. Like they care, like they don't care, like they delusional. Like they don't. Well, I don't know what's going on. They'll do whatever they can. All right? They want a certain lifestyle, and everybody got a price. This Gator Jerk was laughing early when I said that. It's true.
I got pushback.
Everybody got a price, baby. $1 Million Man said it back in the 80s, all right? You sound
What
tired.
about some of us? What about some of us
My
that
man
just
said
want
Ted
a house
DiBiase.
in a remote area and live off the grid? Like that's my goal in life. Everyone that knows me personally knows I want to go live in a village somewhere, live on solar power and water
Oh,
from a
she tripping.
borehole
Cut her
or a
mic.
spring.
No.
No, here's my pushback. Two things.
I'm not talking about you, sister. You from a different area, and you're not really like Americanized. I'm talking like these very Americanized women. Okay, they have a price.
I don't think it's any different.
It's not true. I'll prove it.
We have to hear though. I don't think
ahead.
America knows how much they play a part in the life all over the world. My mom used to say, when America sneezes, the whole world catches a cold, which is so true because some people I meet here, I'm like, where did you come from? You are not American, but you sound American. You look American, but you're not American.
man.
You are Tandy from the ghetto. You Tandy from the Katsi, but you sounding like Tamika from the Bronx or something, you know. But that's why I don't think America understands how much they impact on our culture, because we have some crazy things happening here. Not everyone wants to. Very few of us want to just secure the bag in the city to move back to the farm, because that's where I'm from. I come from farm life. I enjoyed seeing the difference of both worlds. So I'm like, the city is not for me, boy. When I get old, I'm securing that land. So that's what I'm working for. Okay, yes, I got to put my kids through good schools and all these nice things, but I'm buying land back home so I can build that house. So when I'm like, I'm done, I've done my duty as a parent, I got to go. Whether my husband stays, whether he leaves, whether he decides he's also going to find himself a baddie, I don't know, because my body's not getting any younger. So I'm gone, you know. So
wait, Tammy, hold on, you gonna leave your husband? Hold on, sister. What? Wait, hold on. Yo, wait. Hey, somebody hit the hold on for me, please.
Oh, I haven't done that in a minute. I got you on that one. So after, oh shit.
Yeah, I got pushback too.
All right, so before y'all push back, let's go ahead and do this.
Hold on.
Oh shit, wrong one.
Hold on. Now I'm doing a hold on. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't, yo, hold on. This is all I'm saying, right? Like, okay, she just described she like a more simple life, right? These women in America don't want a simple life, okay? They want you to own a certain type of home, okay? They want you to own a home. They want you to drive a certain type of car, have a certain type of career. This is what they want, okay?
Hold on, we have an American woman in the panel right now, Queen. Queen.
You a lie. Don't lie on your woman like that.
I was gonna kill his argument anyway.
It's true. That's how they act in America. I'm being real.
That's not true.
Hold on. Let me ask Queen. I know you ain't here. Calling Queen.
Oh, she fell asleep again.
No. She dodged it though, but it's all good though.
I'm trolling though. Don't take me seriously right now, Scam Lady. I'm trolling like a mug. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. If you're trolling, because I was gonna say, if these women got this secret price, okay, all these women got this price. You got to be making all this money. Whatever city you live in, go drive by your local apartment complex and count the women you see going upstairs in there and getting into the back of a Nissan Altima. I'm talking about a 2008 Nissan Altima. So her price was $15,000. Like, the woman only want this, and with all the money, what are they doing to get it now? And to be honest, most women who want more money would rather work a job and make more money than go get a man with the money. They don't trust men. Look at the kids. Who's making all the kids? The higher in income you go, you'll see either married men or men with no kids. So most of the kids are being made by regular people. Who's that dollar amount? $8,000.
Yeah, you better come up here shaking your head.
Let's hear it, Emmanuel. Let's hear the false narratives, Emmanuel. Let's hear it.
You're so wrong. Like, listen, let me tell you why you're so wrong. So, every woman have a price.
Facts.
It's called the measure for entry, right? I get that you might think. I heard some lady earlier saying, "I just want to be out in the woods." That's your price. If a man could come with you, get you off the grid, give you that solar lifestyle, that's the price he have to pay. It just doesn't look the American way. Our culture is actually taught that everybody have a price. I think that's kind of like the question is, even men, we have to do certain things before a woman would say yes to us. And it typically is some type of price or measure. So I think you're wrong.
No, that's not what he's saying.
See, that's not price. That's like that's standard.
No, that's not. No, it's a price. It's still a price to pay. See, the difference is in you guys' mind. You say he's not physically giving money, but if you paying the rent, if you paying the mortgage, that was the price that you had to pay to get that woman.
No,
see, that's where we're wrong. Because
you're missing the point.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
We're talking about women who have the guy got to make all this money, meaning the prices.
No, that's not what he said. He said that every woman have a price. He didn't say that everyone have $1 million price or $2 million. They have a price. That what that price look like is based on the woman.
In the chat, you said every woman have a dollar amount they do anything. That's implying ridiculous amount of money and they do anything. That's what that's what we're implying, I assume.
And I think any woman like
you make $10,000 a year, that's more of a standard than it is a price.
I get what you're saying, but the point that I'm saying, I believe majority, I can't say all, but majority of women, if a person was to, if it was a realistic offer, it's easy to decline something that's not a realistic offer, right? I think if most women was behind closed doors and somebody had a suitcase with a certain dollar amount, they would do anything.
Dude, I work with women all the time and I hear them. They all have a price.
They have a price.
Even the ones with the money, because they don't want to spend their own money. And
y'all
they
are
make
missing the point. And I can kill that argument. They're doing anything and everything right now, tonight, tomorrow morning, and this week for nothing. An average guy or Marquavius, or a decent looking dude who just don't want to commit. Most of the women are single and they're just getting bent over and Uber to the streets. More than 50%. What's that price?
Free.
That's what they're doing. And they're putting out kids along with it. These are facts. Visible facts.
Her price was physical stimulation, though. That was her price of admission.
What I'm saying is this: that price is way down here somewhere. Y'all are acting like the dude's got to go solve world peace. And they don't.
You making it about a big dollar amount. I'm just saying that women are designed to have a price. I'm not trying to say that, like, that's the whole point of the six-figure conversation. The whole
is that the reality?
Listen. The reason that most women say that a guy needs to make six figures is it's not really the dollar amount. It's the lifestyle in their imagination that they can live at that dollar amount.
But it's a lie. Weren't you? You're in the military, right?
Yes.
All of them made six figures?
Nope.
They had women though, didn't they?
So I'm not saying that you cannot get a woman. That's like, because you kind of conflating two things.
The goalpost is moving to the left.
No, it's not. It's not moving to the left. So I'm not saying that a woman will settle or a woman will be in a situation where she'll take less. But if somebody dangled the carrot in front of most women, they'll take the price. All these independent women, truthfully and honestly, don't want to be independent. They just don't have the option to have a man that's going to provide that lifestyle.
No, they have the option. Their actions show that they're picking the wrong option.
They don't, because it's not enough men to even provide that lifestyle. So how do they? A lot of women don't have the option to have to be.
But that's still got a good point, because there's a nerdy guy that they could all run up on that's doing good, and they're not choosing that guy because they want a certain prototype of a guy.
But I don't see nerds in the real world having a problem getting wives. Like if you really go into like these,
actually, nerds do get ladies.
Yeah, I'm just saying. But if it's like a girl that's probably like a 9 or 10 went up to him, he's gonna be receptive. You know, if she was like pulling up on him, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
So
but
they're not doing that because they want a guy that they're physically attracted to.
No. The point that I'm saying is that if you go to, like, say for example here in Seattle, if you go to Microsoft, majority of the guys who's making a whole bunch of money, they're married. The most of the single guys are the guys who's making average income. It's not a whole bunch. Now, and I get it's anomalies. It's playboys, the guys who's at that six figures who don't want to get married. But typically the guys who's making, especially in the IT field, or if they're making that money and they want to get married, they do not have no problem, especially in the medical field, getting a woman.
Hey, E-Man, there's a lot of IT guys that in software engineer, those very professions, a lot of those are the worst incels, and they got money.
I know incels who are married. That's the point that I'm telling you is that.
How you get a married incel? That don't even make sense.
No, they're married. Like they're incels and they're married a woman.
Who's a married incel? It's a sexist marriage.
No, you can be an incel. Your personality can be an incel, and your wife can be an incel too. And y'all could be two incels together.
What?
That's a fact.
E-Man. Two people married and ain't even smashing. This is what we're doing?
I didn't say smashing. Just because you're an incel doesn't mean that you're not having sex.
What does incel mean?
Pull up the definition. Hold on, share my screen.
Voluntarily celibate.
I think he might be
Involuntarily celibate.
The dude who cannot attract a woman and turn on and make the vagina wet at all. Those are the dudes playing Super Turbo Warfighter 6 with all their friends across the. Never mind. All I'm saying is this.
I got a question. So, Sister KMA, if you're still there, right now, you said that if you get that farm life, you out of there. Like you're not thinking about your husband. You're thinking about none of that. Like why is it so easy for y'all just to leave like that? Like why? I've heard this before. Like women like. I want certain things, and if I get that, then I'm out of here. Like, it's crazy. Like, why do y'all say these things?
She didn't say she was gonna leave her husband.
Exactly. I didn't say that. You genuinely trouble.
No, here's the thing.
Oh, 84.
I can show her some dudes.
She said, I don't know what you're gonna do, but I'm going to my farm. That's what she said.
I'm saying, I can show her some dudes.
This is the thing.
She won't live on the farm with for an hour.
Mind at some point or another when it comes to what they want to do or where their retirement is going to be. You know, for me, I'm always set on that. You know, for my husband, he seems to also still enjoy city life, and I think the benefits of living in a bigger place compared to where I come from. And I can't blame him for it because, I mean, that was what he was used to. You know, he grew up in cities. He worked a lot in cities. I worked in cities, but I grew up in a simpler life, and that's why it doesn't take a lot for me to be happy. You know, it doesn't take a lot for me to lose my cool. You know, whether we have or we don't have, I'm gonna make a plan somehow. I'm not the type of woman that is gonna sit on my back and say, hey, you know what, you need to order food. No, even ordering food, I see it as a luxury because I was taught to cook. You know, so those little things, because for me, I look at it as a way of saving on money, you know, and nobody's died from eating my cooking yet. My husband's gained weight, so that means I must be kind of doing something right, you know. But why I say I'd move to farm life is because when I look at the city, because I look at property, I look at the prices of retail in Johannesburg compared to my hometown, which is back in KwaZulu-Natal in Eshowe, a very small farming town. So when I look at how much it would cost me to buy a house here, which is the house that I was looking at is about 1.3 million. And that's in the area that I live in, right? And when I look at a house back in my hometown, or just even a piece of land in my hometown, it's about 100,000 to 200,000, right? So that's how I look at things. Because for me, I don't just look at moving back home when my kids are reached they've finished their schooling and all that stuff. But I don't just see it as a way of living, but I also see it as a more cost-effective way of living. When I look at back home, it shows to the lifestyle in Johannesburg. I need a car, I need to Uber, I need to always use transport when I gotta go buy groceries, when I gotta go buy something. A loaf of bread here, I can take a 5-minute walk down the road. But when my hometown, I can take a 10-minute walk and I'm in the town. I have access to shops. You see, so that's why I look at it from two different angles. But then I also know people that are running away from my hometown in their old age, whereas I look at that as a good retirement plan because it's a more simple life. It's quiet. Johannesburg is loud. It's noisy. It's for the movers, the shakers. I've done that. I'm in that. We worked with artists. We did this. We did that. But at the same time, it's like, I don't want to do this for the rest of my life. So that's why even when I got into marriage, I knew it's not just for short-term thinking. It's for the long run, not just financially, but also looking at things from different perspectives. But I know that, as I say I would love to live that lifestyle at that age. But when I get to the age of 50, I still don't want to be living here in Johannesburg. I don't want to be having a bunch of kids by a certain age. You see, so those are the certain boundaries that I set for myself, and I've had to stick by them. Because I'm not just a person that wants to say something, but I got to stick by my words. So I know I'm going to settle for that farmland, and I'm going to own multiple locations in that place.
So I understand now what she's saying. He's like, look, I'm not going out there. He said that probably early. He's like, look, you ain't about to take me to no little farm out there.
Yeah, what if he says that, sis? What if he says he's not doing the farm? He says no to the farm. Like, no to the farm. We gonna stay up in the city. We gonna have X amount of kids. Like, what's gonna happen?
Then we gotta come to an agreement, because right now he's changing his tune because he's seen how the price of living has gone up. So it didn't take a lot of convincing for me to do in order for me to change his mindset. We know that we have 2 kids. We know, yes, we'd love to have more, but when we look at the situation, we look at everything that's going on around us, I'm like, do I really want to bring another kid into this South Africa? Because our country is a bit messed up at the moment. So I'm like, I don't know if I want to take that chance, but at the same time, when him and I get into conversation about certain things, we joke around about having another kid. He joke around about living here. But recently he's like, nah, I can see myself living on a farm. But now when he starts talking about farm, he's talking big. I was just talking about a small idea of what kind of lifestyle I would want to live in retirement. He took it to a bigger level. He's like, I see a huge farm, like a ranch kind of size. And I'm like, oh, now you're taking it too far. Now you want me to go and work after work, so he will change his mind at some point, because I know with the life the work that he does as well. There's a lot of noise. When he comes home, home is peace, home is quiet, home is that calm place for him. So I don't see him staying around here for too long. I don't see, but because I'm a submissive wife as well, if in the next few years my husband says no, but we do buy that land because he knows it's a good investment, we rent it out or whatever the case is, or we sell it or whatever, because we know there's value in having property. But I would be a submissive wife and I would stay. Not because I want to not be a submissive wife. I understand that my husband is still the head of the home and I got to submit to him. So I'm not going to be out there being that kind of wife that's rebellious and doing my own thing, because I can't do that.
How do we get back into the topic about men and women and being submissive? I thought the talk still was supposed to be conforming to American culture. As a matter of fact, Kim, right? Kimberly.
Right.
Let me ask this question. Okay. Have you been to the United States before?
No, but I'm actually planning my trip soon.
Oh, okay. Okay. So once you get down to the United States, okay, you know there's an expectation, right, that people is going to have for you to conform into the American culture. Now, I hopefully you'll never become Americanized, and if you do come to America, just come to visit, pop in and pop out. Because once you go ahead.
I think the American culture is the best thing that ever happened to the world. I know we talk about relationships, but it's a reason foreigners want to come to America. Like, let's not get it twisted. Some people get caught up in relationships. Conforming to American culture is the best thing that could happen to you. especially for a foreigner that comes from a third world country. Point blank, period.
Well, as far as with opportunities, if you're going there for the right reasons to build your business, because to be honest with you, a lot of foreign people, right, do exponentially well. Matter of fact, far better, greater than exceeding expectations.
Stop it.
As
Stop
opposed to
lying.
American
Here's
people.
three.
You know
foreigners
that.
do not do. Listen, foreigners do not do better.
They do.
Huh?
A lot of them.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do way better than American people. Look,
you are wrong. This is crazy.
Besides using
it's actually true.
It's not true.
It is.
If we look at the richest billionaire, listen,
black people have.
Listen,
How many
if
courses
we
do
look,
American people have?
if we look at the richest people with the greatest business, they are American. What we do is we compare foreigners to regular people. We don't compare them to the best.
But how many small businesses are well
talking
developed?
about per capita? They're smoking Americans.
No, see what people don't understand is America typically. America typically only allows certain groups in, but if we was to take the majority of their people, they would not be able to compete, especially with the best of our people.
Yeah, but we don't though, and we use that.
And this is why I don't want to America, right?
That ass would get worked.
Wait.
The conditions are different. Go ahead.
Kimberly.
Sis, go ahead.
No, I say this is why some Africans don't want to work with America for this specific reason. Because I'm not sure if you guys know that the vice president was here not long ago trying to convince Africa to sign some deals with them. They were in Ghana, Uganda, Tanzania, and so on and so forth. And basically Africa was like, we're not doing it. Because of the misconception. Okay, have you lived in Africa? Have you indulged in African culture? And I'm not talking about visited for 6 months or visited for 3 weeks, but genuinely lived, embraced the culture, embraced the people, and took time to look. Because I think this is something that I wrote about a lot in my book, because it's talking a lot about African cultures and basically mixed race heritage and lineage and all that stuff. But when it came to Africa, there was nothing wrong with the way Africans were living before colonization by any Western place. There was nothing wrong, because who said living in a hut was not a simple life? Who said living off the land was not a simple life? Because people are paying now to go and do that. So there's African people that we know that are extremely wealthy. It's just because of probably the dollar to the rand. But right now the dollar has dropped, compared to the South African rand. So those are the things and the factors that I look at. So when it comes to the American culture, there's some things, yes, we can all learn from each other. Now that's why I say this, because it's from a place of I'm a person that likes to learn. So there's a lot I've learned in the past few years from my American sisters and brothers that I'm always in contact with on a daily. And there's a lot of things that they've learned from me. But after the conversation, after talking about our differences after a year, about 4 of them out of 10, or maybe more, because the others I never got into that other type of conversation with them, have turned around and said, you know what? I feel like Africa seems to be a good place for me to go and actually lay my roots in. And I was like, why would you want to do that? So for me, on my side, the reason even for my travel is not because I wanted to, not because I bought the American dream that was sold many, many years ago. I never had the American dream. I never even wanted to publish my book in America. My publisher, she knows this. My book was published in New York. I never wanted to. Even being a writer, that was something that I never saw in my cards. I never saw myself leaving teaching. I never saw myself having kids, but it seemed to have played out in a way that, I never stopped the process, because I found out that there are misconceptions about what we all think of each other. And it opens up the door for conversations like, okay, are there, I remember being on an Instagram live and somebody was like, are there malls there? I'm like, what? We have the biggest mall, which is the Mall of Africa. Are there skyscrapers there? I'm like, dude, you playing? So I'm like, if you genuinely, take the time.
America is the best country in the world. I get people don't want to agree with it.
I'm with E on this.
Cap.
I'm telling you right now. I was having this conversation with some Africans here in Seattle. Right? It was 10 of them and 1 of me, and I asked them a question: why are you here? If Africa was so amazing, why are you here? And they had no response to it. I get what KMA is saying, but this is the only country that you can come and actually accomplish what you want to accomplish. I know people that's in Africa that have businesses and they have to pay off, warlords, and they have to pay off police officers to run their businesses. We typically don't have that problem in America because of our structure. I just wouldn't want to live nowhere else. I visit a whole bunch because I plan on going this summer to Cape Town, Africa, South Africa. But me staying somewhere, I'm coming my butt back to America.
No, all I was saying is foreigners are still working at
When you come to Johannesburg, I'll give you a tour. Not the tourist tour, but the real tour.
No, it's okay.
Go ahead, Queen.
I'm not gonna go there. Never mind.
Okay, well, look. I'm gonna say this though, right?
Do you have a passion to stay in the hut? Is your goal is to stay in the hut with no AC? I don't think we really understand.
No, I know exactly what you're saying. I had to do it in the military. We had to go live on the land. Man, I came in my room when we got done with that. I was hugging the AC. I was like, I would never leave you again. I was. I don't know what people talk about out this.
That's not all it is.
But hold on, not all parts of Africa are the same.
That's not all it is. That's ignorant.
No. We're just saying, because she was saying, living simple and stuff like that. We're not saying it's all like that. We know that.
That's many people's mindsets, though.
That is true.
But a lot of people's mindset is very ignorant. Very ignorant about it. That's why they call us arrogant. We are so arrogant. We are so arrogant. Yes, if we're supposed to be the greatest city in the world, why we have cities that live worse than third world countries?
We don't.
We don't. Yeah.
We don't. Listen, if you ever been to a third world country, we don't.
We don't.
Actually, if you look at the crime rates, she's telling the truth.
There are neighborhoods in America where they are living in squalor. So don't play yourself. This country is not all that. It isn't.
Don't play yourself.
And you know,
American crime rate is high amongst other countries.
I would love a tour, and I would love to potentially move back because it's horrible here. It's horrible. Yeah, there are things that we deal with that they don't deal with everywhere. But this country is not the greatest. We are behind in education. We are behind in everything. You got little kids doing mathematics that high school students are doing. So
speak on the technology, Queen. Speak on it.
Don't play yourself.
They don't play yourself.
Why the kids are smarter than us, though? You feel me?
Don't play yourself.
Don't play yourself.
We got 6-year-old kids know how to build stuff that we don't even build as a man.
Thank you. So let's not go there. But I'm with you, KMA. It's beautiful. I would love a tour. I got you, and we are disgusting. And it will be the downfall.
We're definitely gonna be using it as a meme. It's gonna become a meme. I'm telling you.
Look. The only reason why I'm gonna be with KMA on this one, right? Because here's the thing, right? America has lied to us so much, right? Now, I'm not dismissing sophisticated Drake and what E-Man is saying, right? I do not want to live in a hut. I would not want to live in a hut. But there's some people that is okay with living in a hut because they're used to that. I mean, look, good for you when it's cold, good for you when it's hot. You will not see me in the hut.
Y'all missed the whole point in that living in a hut thing.
No, I'm just
saying. Still saying it is offensive to people living in other countries. Just like they don't come and say, "Man, I don't want to join no gang like y'all niggers."
No, we were literally speaking to what she was saying. That's what I'm saying. We're not trying to be disrespectful, but she was talking about living simple. So that's what we were addressing. We're not trying to be disrespectful. You guys are just
no. But the fact
she literally mentioned living in a hut. That's what we're trying to.
And that's what she was saying.
One question led to a whole bunch of anger and hostility. Come on, man.
Come on, man. What are we talking about?
Yeah, what the hell are we
What are
talking
we
about?
talking about?
Look, I will play this again if you keep interrupting, right? Hold on, everybody. Hold on.
I was definitely about to play that for real. Like I'm about to play that.
Wait,
I'm about to play the joint you just played when you made one question led to all the hostility, because it did. It damn sure did. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was perfect timing.
No, thanks. I had to play that because I don't want nobody to think
we're a whole different approach. This is crazy.
Hey, Queen, see if you could turn your mic up a little bit.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, her mic is low.
What was said was a racist microaggression.
Yeah,
I see why she was offended.
All right, hold on, everybody. Hold on. All right, so let me make this clear, right? You know, we're not shitting on nobody's, culture or anything. I'm not saying like because I don't want to live in a hut or E don't want to live in a hut or a sophisticated drug had to bat his own personalized experiences. It's just that because KMA brought that up and E asked me a question, would I want to live in a hut? I gotta be honest and just say no, right? Because I'm accustomed to, well, hell, I don't even have AC, so what the hell am I talking about, right? But that ain't the point. The point is that like when Americans, all right, have their stuff, like we're too comfortable. Well, what I'm not gonna allow, right? But what I'm not gonna allow is like people are saying like, oh well, Africa is like the worst place. I'm not saying nobody else is saying that, but we don't know if America is really the best country per se, right? Because we're the most in debt, as far as like money wise and stuff, and we got other countries to bail us. You know that.
Can I please respond to that? So let me tell you what the Africans do.
One question led to a whole bunch of anger and hostility. Come on, man.
Come on, man. What are we talking about?
So you know what a lot of foreigners do when they come over here? They take advantage of American system. They get on food stamps.
Hold on, man. Just hold on 1 second. Hold on. I gotta ask a question.
What's wrong with that?
It's important. Hold on. It's important. All right, because I gotta respect our sister KMA. Did anybody send you up here? Because if they did, let us know. We're not trying to send you. You already know that.
KMA.
Were you offended at all?
No, not at all. I love these conversations. That's why I wrote the book. I love these conversations. I love these different outlooks, because as much as you guys are complaining about the same thing, there's South Africans that are complaining about Africans from Zimbabwe, Nigeria, Congo coming into South Africa and be like, these foreigners are coming to take our jobs and this and that. And, so I get what you're saying. I see that perspective. I've come across a lot of Americans that have experienced bad Africans, that have come to just use and misuse and abuse. So I totally understand. This is better though, because I remember getting attacked by a group of ADOS. So I had to even start apologizing for ancestors that sold black people in the slave trade that I never even knew of. I had to start apologizing for the sins of others. So this is more of a educational conversation, as much as there's a lot of trolling, but this is an educational conversation. And there's a lot of people that can learn from these kind of conversations.
So what we do is
hold on, guys. Hold on. I'm gonna let you rock. I'm not gonna say nothing else. I'm going on mute. Before I continue, I gotta say, if y'all never checked out the sister right here, Kimberly KMA, if you never checked out her content, right, you're doing yourself a disservice. Check out her content. It's dope. She has some great poetry, some great spoken word. Check her out. I did actually a show, that was featured of her content. Okay, it was a preview of what's to come in about a week and a half, or maybe it's this week. I'm not gonna tell y'all. All right, just get ready. She's coming through, and she's gonna have some more for y'all. Okay, so salute the sister KMA. Much love and respect to her. Eat a man going to rock out.
So majority of foreigners that come to this country, what they do is they take advantage of the systems that we have in place. See, what we do is we have selective vision. We only look at the business owners that are successful, but the majority of them on food stamps, majority of them on Section 8, like foreigners. I'm telling you, I know because I work with the system. I'm telling you, they come, they get on it, and they stay on it. So the idea that they're better, listen, the idea that they're better and that they compete more than we do You're looking at 1%. You're looking at a small glance, and I'm telling you, Africans are not doing it not in America. I can't speak for other countries.
No, I thought most.
Let me.
Hey, man, that's not
Wait. He's not finished. Everybody. He's not finished.
Go ahead. They can go ahead. Go ahead.
E-man, that ain't true. If you go look at income per capita by race, by nationality, Africans make about 15 grand more than regular, what they call them, FBAs. So actually bringing up the average. Jamaicans make more, Haitians make more. That's per family household.
You talking about in America?
In America. That's
Hold on, let me pull it up. Let's pull it up because that's
income wise, they are making, because they do be going into fields like STEM and stuff like that. So they come over here and work.
The problem is this: they're whipping that ass.
Who were on welfare were blacks.
No, hold on, hear me out. Here's the problem: they're whipping that ass, and a big reason why they keep coming over will continue. Your army, your infrastructure, and your great American country. They see these dusty victims that can't pass standardized tests. Just like you go to Target, Walmart, they can't do basic work. Your nurse is garbage. They need these people to maintain the infrastructure and for the future, because they know that the Americans that they're building now can't do it. They can't even staff the army because they're too fat and they're too lazy and too dumb.
But the thing we missing is once again, everybody's focused on income and money. But if you ain't got no indoctrination or no foundation to build on, then you're just building in a materialization.
Ruthless. America doesn't have one. They're the ones who they can't do nothing.
For a second, Dustin. So what I'm saying, I'm talking about the black community. I'm not talking about this America.
The black community is producing the victims.
Whatever. Like what we fall short is, right? We try to build from the outside in. When every great nation is built from the inside out. We always try to go, let me go get the bag first, and then come back and fix the community.
But they're broke. They don't have the bag. What are we talking about?
Hold
they
up,
got a bag full of groceries and they're fat.
That's what. Give me a minute. You'll be able to rebuttal. That's how we do, because right. So
go for it.
What I'm saying is, our problem is we try to build from the outside in, right? Get money. Oh, income, bring money, build. But we don't have no indoctrination for nobody to build with, to carry back or carry with them. So when they go and get the money, they never return back. Or if they do come back, they're looking like, oh man, they just visit the people they like, give them a little bit, and they go about their way and never come back again.
Sounds about right.
I don't care how much money you got. I don't care how much income y'all get. But if we ain't got no social construct, structure, and indoctrination that we have to lead on, which is community, right? Then it's all for nothing. You just might as well say you're American, and that's it.
Ruthless, take that word "we" and put a blowtorch to it. There's gonna be some people that's gonna go get this money. They're gonna take care of their health. They're gonna do the things. There's gonna be a big pile of victims stacked on top of each other in the gutter, bleeding to death.
But money corrupts. We know that. So we
this is the problem, right?
It's just going to be a bunch of corrupt people shooting and taking everybody's money. And then the ones who got the money, the real money, they not coming down. They're like, oh, I ain't going down there because they're going to kill me. Like Nipsey Hussle.
Ruthless. That makes no sense. No. Here's the deal. Not only that, but those bad neighborhoods that supposedly we're supposed to take our money and go in there, them people in the neighborhoods don't even own the property. It's a whole other community that own the property.
It's a point of communication and lining up with each other on a physical, a mental level.
How about no?
That's what it's at. If you can't get that,
Come on, Eda, man. Let me hear you in there, E.
No, here's the deal. There's some people who are there's a standard to live this luxurious or whatever life. And the people said, no, we're going to be fat, greasy, lazy, dusty, crusty. We ain't going to work, and we're going to beat the shit out of you and rob you if you see you.
And we're going to continue to do
it. Y'all go do that, and we're going to go over here and build our own because we can't work with you. All right, dusty and crust and stack on top of each other, other people are going to be over there doing something, building something, and they're going to be all right.
I don't know where y'all got y'all stacks from, but I went to go look up the wage gap between immigrants and U.S. born. U.S. born citizens are estimated to make 35% more than immigrants over the board.
Let me pull it up.
Somebody lying.
So pull it up, because what it's saying is that U.S. And if you are born in America, you are considered American citizens. We're talking about people who come from the outside. What you're talking about is a Jamaican who was born here. They are American.
Okay, that I can't verify where they were born. I can't verify that.
No, see, but that's the point. So when you break these down by race and says Jamaicans
was in America, that's what I got.
Oh, listen.
Wake up, M3.
Who been here for 4 different generations? He's an American. He counts with the American population.
E-Man,
you know that, right?
E-Man, how's a dude gonna show up in 6 weeks? Just came from Jamaica and be making $88,000 a year. How they gonna have him?
What you did is you tried to derail my point, and you was wrong.
He's on welfare too. Remember?
Man, he don't like fat people. He anti-fat people. That's out.
Let's keep going. We know they're bringing that bag over here. We know they're bringing that dope over here. Stop it. Come on, man. Then they're funneling their money.
You using it.
It's fresh out the mall, man. We see you, boy. We see.
Still people keep buying it and using it.
Fresh out the mall, baby. You know the immigrants is bringing that bag over here for the. Come on, man. We know why they getting their money.
So maybe if people stop buying it, what to do with your problem?
So look.
Let's not start that.
Somebody run your doorbell with some crack. Would you use it?
Okay. So guys, let me just like kind of give you a little synopsis about the economics, right? And their ambition. Okay, so people outside of America, normally most of them they do come over here, okay. They may have like certain like benefits, certain advantages, but that's okay. If you take advantage of the system, you're building your people up while using the solid grounds of America. Now, of course, the dollar amount of America is strong, unless soon it gets weak. But for now, right, while America is still strong, they know how to use certain like incentives, certain programs, certain like opportunities to bring their families in together, which we could do as American people, but we don't do that. They know the system and they know how to work it. And that's why you see a lot of small businesses, right? Forget about the corporations like Walmart, Tesla, and Apple, Facebook, or whatever. Think about millions of small businesses, right? That is out there. That is still producing money for their families, that's creating generational wealth, and they take that money back into their countries because they know how to start from the ground up and build a way up. A lot of us Americans, we're lazy and we don't want to do the research on anything. But then yet we want to, pat ourselves in the back, tell us how good and how better our American country is and all that. But really, we as the people, we don't put in a lot of work into it.
But y'all are kind of contradicting yourselves because, like E was hitting on it, there would be no need to come over here if our country wasn't great. Because I see what you guys are saying. We do have a lot of lazy people that are entitled, but also we have a great infrastructure. Also like, just being in the military, and E probably has that experience too. When we go over there, they give you like a briefing. They're like, look, if you get in an accident on the roads, good luck. You know what I'm saying? So we have like healthcare, there's 911, not 911, but like an ambulance that didn't come. I know, and like when I was working over in the Middle East, they're like, you better have some money in your pocket because if you don't have these type of things, even when you get caught up by police. So it's just like we have a great infrastructure. I'm not saying like we're the best at everything, but it's just like there's a reason why people do come here the established businesses and kick that money back home to build up their areas. So that's what we're pretty much saying.
But sophisticated jerk, right? Yeah.
Americans are other countries.
Wait, hold on. But sophisticated jerk, right? But see, I'm not
saying the healthcare system. I'm not saying healthy.
But I'm not crapping down on America's system, right? Because obviously that's why a lot of people they come to America. I'm just saying personally, as us as a people, right? American people, we don't take advantage of American benefits when it's out there. We don't take the time to really learn how to build wealth for within ourselves, within our people, and then other people that come outside of America do the work for us.
No, but that's the point. Most human beings don't take advantage of wealth and building wealth. Most people are not wealthy.
Yeah.
So I don't care if they're foreigner, if they're American, they're not. Let me ask you this question, M3, because I need a gauge. Have you ever been to a third world country before?
No, I have not, and I say that.
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to tell you guys. Like, if you actually go, it's gonna change your outlook. That's what I'm saying. Like, we wasn't trying to crack on nobody's stuff earlier. It was just like when you actually go to them areas, because I used to have the same sentiment until I seen it. And I'm like, wow. Because even if you look at our what is our average for like a black man, if you take that same average to a third world country, that's middle class. So that's what we're trying to communicate to you guys.
Yeah.
But even someone come from, sorry to interject, but even having come from a nice area in South Africa, because of what is seen on our television, I don't know if it's on your television, but on our television, everything is American. It's maybe the only things that are African or South African or maybe the more. Now there are more African programs that are on television. But before, there weren't a lot of African programs that we were open to from a young age. A lot of the stuff that we saw on TV was from America. So if you start showing young people something that's from a different country and painting that country also in a very good light, in a very, very bright light, to say this is the place to be, this is where you should find yourself, there's huge opportunities there, which I'm not saying they aren't. Everywhere in the world there's a lot of opportunities, but it's just how you utilize them again at the same time. But if you are indoctrinated with or sold something that this is the American dream, it's awesome, it's cool, it's wonderful, and then when you get there it's something else. But also, we love cheap things. We love free things also. I'm not even gonna hold you. We love free things, So if we come in, we find out the healthcare system is free. South Africa, yes, we do have free clinics, we have free hospitals, not the best care, but we do have those things. And yes, there's a lot of things that you guys do way better than us. But I also think there's things that we do that are way better than you guys. But the main thing that I feel like Africans do better than the US is the respect level that we have. And the humility level that we have, because the respect level, and I'll say that for 2 or 3 reasons, as a lot of the people I've interacted with have said that there's a way that we have respect for certain things. We don't just go into a space and respect someone's culture, but we learn about it first and we're like, oh, okay, but this is what makes us different. I can take this from you. I can throw that aside. It's like eat the meat, throw away the bone type of thing. And then, there's some things I can learn from you, but there's also some things you can learn from me. And I think that's where the ground. So there's things that you can learn from us. Are you willing to learn from us? Or are you just coming again with that system of indoctrination? This is the American dream. It's awesome. It's wonderful. Come over here and build, because that was the history of America. That was what was sold to all foreigners with the American dream. Come over to America. It's awesome. It's wonderful. And then now the younger generation is like, no. We can build the American dream. We can continue building the American dream. We don't really need all these people here, But then again, your government system is still going out to African countries and other countries and saying, hey, we can work together because we're working too much with China or Japan. No, we can work together. You see, so that's where the differences I feel come in a lot.
Well, you got to understand why the government is coming to Africa. They're not coming to the Africans they want to work with you. I wouldn't say that they don't want to work with you. They do not like the influence that China is having over Africa. China's buying up everything. China owns a lot of Africa. So the reason America's coming from a political point is it's like we're trying to stop China or Japan or these Asian countries from owning Africa. But a lot of Africa is owned by Chinese people. Would you agree with that, KMA?
100%. 100%. A
Wow, I
lot
didn't
of
even know
Africa
that.
is
Yeah, no, you go to
by
like
China.
Nigeria, they're building up the roads and all. Oh, sorry about that, Kim.
You know, no, it's okay. Like it is factual. A lot of Africa is owned by China. A lot of the factories we don't even have
Jamaica,
in South Africa. But now we have our first textile factory, which is out in the Karoo, the central Karoo. A lot of the things Africa imports more than we export, which we know is our biggest flaw. Africa has everything that Africa needs. Africa has the brains, it has the power, it has all these things, it has the money, but it also has a lot of corrupt government officials. And we also understand that there's a lot of contracts that were made many years ago that are still into play right now. So we know a lot of the land that we have and we walk on and we say, yes, we're free. You know, we have police that are not gonna, you know, we don't have a lot of police brutality, and you know, we also have the cops with the big belly that's not gonna chase us if we run far, or they're gonna stop and take a $50 or take a cool drink, you know, as payment for me, maybe my license being behind for a couple of months. So, you know, we have all of that, but at the same time is the relationship now that we have with Asian countries. It does not mean they don't come here and throw their weight around. They're not still coming. They don't try to stop our way of living, even though there is a history of some of the things that they've done. I'm not going to say what it is, but there is a history of some of the things that they've done to Africans that is totally not cool and we don't stand for. But at the same time, when they come here, they focused. I mean, when I worked in, I had a guy come over and buy these diamond earrings, and he owned stores in Durban. He owned little shops, you know, little outlets where they sold clothing, cheap, very, very cheap line clothing. You know, that stuff that just can rip off just one, you know, the things are falling apart. So he was selling clothes, but the guy was coming in there trying to negotiate a price on diamond earrings, white gold diamond earrings, half a carat each. And they were about 50,000 at that time. And he's like, okay, I'm coming back tomorrow. So in my mind, I was like, this dude is not coming back. Dude came back the next day. You know those little man purses they have in the front of them? That dude had a whole lot of 100 Rand notes, 200 Rand notes stacked in those bags. He had a whole lot of money, and the money was dirty. You know, not dirty, but in the sense of dirty money, but it was dirty, physically dirty. Like, where do you get this money from? You know, so I understood that they come here for business, but not one of them is coming to say you living this way is wrong, or you need to do it this way, or you need to do it that way. They come here, they play their role, which is for economical purposes.
So so you gotta understand China agenda. So China agenda is, if I can own the country, I can make the country, the government indebted to me, I can influence the culture later. Like that's what we have seen from China history. So they're not coming in today, but imagine if they own the country, eventually if they wanted to implement their rules, Africans would have to listen to them if they own enough of it, or you have to leave.
Well, this is how it usually happens. They start building, and then, you know, when they start having them assets there, the military is going to come, and that's like he's saying, that's how they're going to start taking over.
So the biggest thing that I wanted to say is American culture is so influential that they can go to Africa and influence them. We don't see African commercials or African things in America. And I just think American culture is very powerful. And I think it doesn't get a lot of credit because we focus on the bad. It is bad things in America. But when we say corrupt government, and when people in Africa say corrupt government, I don't think those things are even close to the same, in my opinion.
Yeah, what exactly is American culture? Because it's not really defined. There's a whole bunch of people doing. There's mainly a whole bunch
capitalism.
Of people.
That's what we defined it earlier. Capitalism and consumerism. That's the culture.
Capitalism is fair. Consumerism is fair. But just meaning, like, when people say American culture is the best, and I'm just thinking they're implying it as if we got it together type of thing. And we're all on one accord type. And that's not the case.
Well, it's no culture all on one accord, Scam Likely. It's no culture. Like, even in Africa, they have tribes that don't agree. Like, everybody's not
states and stuff like that. You know,
right.
same thing like India.
It may be implied when people say it.
No, I think we're just taking into account like the stability of the government, the finances and, just all that type of stuff, infrastructure. So, I mean, yeah, people wise, we got a lot of crime and stuff like that. We have issues. So, I mean, anybody saying we don't. But when you kind of measure it up to other places, I mean, America, just even by the economic standard, is up to,
So, and I believe that America was
violent crime. America is way higher than what it is.
Hold on. We got to take a call for the pause. I give a shout out to our family, Bruiser. Bruiser, what's good, man? We see you in the building. What up?
So the reason, see, America actually was built to be the greatest country by God. I know some people don't believe in God, but just follow me for a second, right? America is the only country that does not share borders with an enemy, right? If you look at it, we have an ocean to the left, ocean to the right. You can say what you want to say about Mexico, but they got our back. And in Canada, you might as well say it's just like America, right? So we don't share borders with someone else. If you look inside of America, we have mountains. So say if somebody was just to get to our seas, we can push back on mountains on about both sides of America too. Like when I say it's designed that like we don't have the fear of thinking that we're going to get invaded like other countries do. That's not really a thing.
Designed by God? You said you threw God in this?
I think America was designed by God.
Gosh.
I just don't think that we worry, like our families are not worrying that it's some invisible line, because in a lot of other countries, the Middle East, it's an invisible line separating you from your enemy. And they can just walk across. We don't have that problem in America.
America, they talking about a white man as the enemy. So I mean, he live up the block.
Oh shit!
I'm just saying.
But those are first world problems. Listen,
yeah, it is. That's what I'm saying.
Those are non-existent problems.
Like we got it so good, we got to find the enemy because we ain't really got one.
Yeah, hold on for one quick second. I just want to say salutes to KMA, Kimberly. Thank you for joining the panel. I know you got a busy day ahead of you. So, but other than that, thank you for taking your time. Go ahead, gentlemen.
KMA, salute.
And I'll be right back again.
Salute.
So I'm curious. So I guess Scam likely, would you prefer to stay in a different country than America?
I want American money and to move out the country. If I retire.
Where you want to
go? Still looking at places. I haven't been to Panama yet. Haven't been to Costa Rica, but still checking out places.
All right. So you believe that? So I'm trying to ask you the question. So you believe it's a better place to live outside of America? That's the question I'm trying to get answered.
Yes.
I don't. Maybe I'm missing something.
Now there's some good places. Like I know Honduras, they got some like good retirement communities, but you're gonna find a lot of Europeans and stuff built up in some of them areas and stuff like that. So that's what I'm saying. A lot of places, because even when she was talking about like South Africa, it's a lot of European influence down there and stuff like that. So a lot of times people ain't factoring that type of stuff in. A lot of some places are pretty built up. Like South Africa is nice. It's a nice area and stuff like that, like real expensive too. So
but when we see, I know people don't like this, but when we see the large buildings in South Africa, when we see the apartment complexes, that is not an African thing. That is an influence from somewhere else. Can we?
Yeah, no, that's a European. I'm telling you, it's a lot of Europeans down there. And then like you were saying, it's a lot of Asians. Like a lot of people. I said that one time a couple years ago. They were laughing at me. I was like, man, y'all know there's a lot of Asians over there. And building up they were like, shut up, what you talking about? So nah, you spot on.
I think so. I settled here in America and I travel other places. I wouldn't mind going abroad like for a month, even 6 months at a time, but I don't think I would change my physical place of residence outside of the country.
I mean, I'm like Dusto. If you send me to some tropics, I could do that. But I still, like you said, I want to have a foothold back in America. I gotta come back. So
I wonder, like, if everything goes wrong in the world, like maybe people call me conspiracy theories. When things go wrong, I want a place to come back to. I wouldn't want to be like, if the world hit the fan, I would want to be here in America versus any other country in the world. Now, time of peace, yeah, go live life, have a good lifestyle. I get that, but if things hit the fan, like when World War II was happening, I wouldn't want to be nowhere but America. The closest they was able to get to us was Hawaii. They didn't get to American soil. We had a whole world war that was not fought on our land. Like I don't know people, like it was every other country had to deal with people like we know what we did to Japan. I ain't even got to go into details to talk about that. You know how bad Germany was. So I just think when you really think about it, how can you have a whole world war and one country don't get invaded? It's because it's created by God, just in my opinion.
No, it's pretty isolated, man. I never really thought about it like that, but yeah, we do got a good situation.
I don't know. I don't think about so many what ifs. Stuff does happen. You can't control everything because, I mean, it's YouTube. The gloom and doom mafia will get you with a what if for anything.
That's true. They do have some scenarios, but
I don't think I did what if. I went back to things that happened in history, not.
No, I got you. What if has been ruined by the gloom and doom mafia across YouTube? So
yeah, they took the fun out of it. Back in the day, you could at least run through some scenarios, and
not no more. They ruined it for everybody.
Now, I do believe that. So it's hard because we say that what can we get from other cultures, right? Or what can we learn, right? And then we look at it and say, hey, we can learn their relationship values, the things that they see, how they put family first. But do you guys believe that is connected to their income? Because I see a lot of Africans when they come here and they start making the American money, they start doing different than what they did back in Africa. So do you think the income matter with culture?
Yes and no. Here's the deal. I won't go in too much in detail with it, but people, just like people in America say, black people back in 1852, we were married at a 95% rate. Okay. If it was so great, then the next generation would have went from 90 to 97 to 98. But it went all the way down to the damn 20s. Once women were given a choice, they was like, nah. When people come from other countries and they come over here, they're now given a choice. Some of it is bad because it's overcorrection, too much choice to screw your life the hell up. But some of it is choice because, hey, you don't got to live like this. So it's not always means of survival. And I'll be real, 1960 something, whenever feminism started, it was necessary. Women were actually oppressed. Now, feminism turned into in 23 is insane. But other countries, some of them, the women don't have option and don't have say-so. So they're not with the man that they really want. They're not with building an actual relationship. But they don't have no voice. So you ain't gonna never hear the real story of what's going on.
But that's the point.
You're seeing a lot of things actually change.
So, but the point that I'm making is, if I was to take the rules
factor.
No, what I'm saying is, if I was to take the rules of America and I would drop it into Africa, I think it would change African culture. Like saying women had the ability to go out and make as much money as the men. Women didn't. Like, so when people talk about back in the day, back in the day, women couldn't open a bank account without having a cosigner that was a man, right?
Yeah.
Like
yes.
If you can't open a bank account, you're going to be attached to him because they have made it where you can't. And I'm not saying it's like that in Africa, but the point that I'm trying to make is I believe even with all the culture values, with everything else, if you plug the system in, the culture is going to change regardless. So can we say that it's more of the system is a problem versus the people?
Both. Because if there's certain people, you can put them in any system. They're not going to divorce. They're not going to act out of control. If you took me, hold on. If you took me and put me in Africa or wherever, there's a lot of stuff in me that's grounded. It's not going to change. But if you took one of these loose dum-dums and threw them over there, they're going to act out of control. You get what I'm saying?
I'm not saying
he does kind of have a good point. I think when people get more money and stuff, it's like, man, you got less tolerance for stuff. Because like, and even what Dusto was saying, it's just like, I don't have to be with that person out of necessity. So it's just like, you know, I am more apt to like leave that relationship for, you know, if this person steps out of line and stuff. Like back in the day, like you were talking about, like, hey, if I could get my own bank account, I'm attached to this person regardless. But yeah, so I think once you start moving up, you don't have that tolerance level that you probably need for like the old school relationships. And like you're saying, yeah, you place America, because even you know, you look at the Middle East. I mean, go to like Lebanon where they could drink and stuff. You know, they're kind of partying and stuff like that. They're not holding the same traditional stuff. So you can even see it within like cultures and stuff like that over there. Yeah. So now you spot on. Probably even in places like Africa, where it's like a little more, I say Europeanized, like you're going to see like probably a different type of culture even in those areas.
Yeah, I'm just saying it will have an effect, yes, but it won't be like 100% or a total 180. There'll be people who are grounded or have some grounding or choose some grounding that are going to stay grounded. But a lot of them weren't grounded anyway, or given the option, are going to uproot the ground and be out of control.
So in America, it wasn't a 180. See, people don't understand it changes by generations. I'm not saying like the people in Africa who feel what they feel, they gonna die out. And there's gonna be a new generation. This is what happened in America. It wasn't our great-great-grandparents who dropped tradition. It was after you put it into the play, after you put the culture, the rules into play, and it slowly over the generation, they give up this. They give up that, and I think that's what would happen in Africa over a period of time is what I'm saying.
No, I agree. I'm just saying it's not 100% thing. It's not where you can take some grounded people and they're just gonna, hey, I want some feminism, and just some people are gonna be like, no, I'm good where I'm at.
Well, we fought it in America too. Yeah, we fought it. Listen, if you go back to the 60s, if you go, they fought this. But eventually, the kids accepted it, because what they're really good at is they're really good at saying, since your daddy don't want to accept it, we're gonna go tell your kid at 5. So it's already ingrained in them when they grow up.
Yeah, well, I grew up. My parents, there was feminism and all this stuff. All it did was, okay, good. My mom works and my dad works. There's 2 incomes in the house. That's all it did for me. It only affected me because then I step in the dating world, and there's people out of control out here for me to go out and try to go marry.
But I think what happened is when women went out into the workforce and they start making enough money, I think that's when they start saying, you know what, I'm just not taking certain things from you. Like, it's certain things I'm not going to take because you can't hold income over my head anymore.
It's more to, a lot more.
I think women got the capacity to actually go out and get the person they liked, versus like, stuff was more arranged. Like, hey, it was based on like families, stature and stuff like that also. So,
because the women still ain't going to get the person they like now. And they,
it's a mixture.
The person.
But we overcorrected. So the reason we overcorrected is, do I think it should be a point where we're talking arranged marriages? No. But do I think that family should be involved with the people that you choose? Yes. So like I think it was an overcorrect, because most people when they choose their families, they don't include their family at all. Like, you might meet them once, but you don't have any say so. So I think it was certain things that we could have implemented and kept. Okay, you can choose your own person, but let's go down what is the path to correction of, can we vote this person out? Is it like a board meeting? Hey, mama, daddy, auntie, uncle said it's a bad guy. We got to go to the next candidate,
There's too many factors. There's too much, because then, I ain't going to get into it.
What you about to say? Like, what happened if the family don't got their stuff together?
What ifs? Yeah, and
no, that's a good question though, man. That's real realistic though.
I see in the manosphere a lot of people when they ask for solutions, or with a scamosphere, whatever it is. There's some. Most of the scamosphere is dust and crust, about 80%. Then you got your people who try to make reason and had a comment. Then you got people who actually know something. So there's good room for discussions in good spaces. In those discussions, a lot of people try to make a cookie cutter situation or something. When they say like, well, don't date single moms. Like, okay, well, there's some good single moms that are good wives. Well, don't make sure they come from a 2-parent household. Two of the best women that I probably should have married that I dated come from broken families, wrecked, sabotaged families. They try to say, if it's like this, then all of it's, and it just doesn't work like that. We're talking about people, and people are variable. Life is variable. So that's all I'm saying.
But I do think you can put safety measures in place to stop you from tragedy. Like, if you come from a family of
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, like, if you come from I don't know what word. What's YouTube friend? If you come from a family of abusers, right? I know we could say that you might be the one person in that lineage. And I was going to say something else. I hope y'all feeling the dot. If you come from a group of people, this is what they taught, this is what they do. We can say that you are the outlier and you're going to be different. But the chances is you typically going to carry some of those traits. You can suppress it, but those traits can run in family. So do you believe that traits run in family?
No, I'll say this. If a person is going to be an abuser, you're probably going to know. When you see those bruised knuckles, and every time you say something, they automatically, you're going to know. When you find out, hey, what happened with your ex-wife or your last girlfriend, and they're in a box in the backyard, I mean, it's not like people are putting business suits on and faking W-2s and going to work at corporate meetings every day.
I think they are. I think that your best person, the best you show up for that day. You don't show who, most people don't show who they are while they're dating. In my opinion.
I'm going to ask you a question. On these panels, can you tell which men can get women and which ones can't?
I have an idea. I don't know for sure, but I do have an idea.
Sophisticated jerk, would you say you can guess about 80% within a couple conversations?
Yeah, I guess.
Trust me, they're wearing who they are. Some people can hide it for a week max. But then you just say one thing across the table. Well, I think women should have a choice. Then they're going to flip. No! Feminism is the devil. They're going to show who they are in time.
I disagree.
They do it all the time. They can't even make panels.
But listen, this is why I disagree. Because when a man is dating a woman, especially if he's pursuing sex, right? Like his goal to have sex. He's going to try to be everything that, like, she can say something crazy. He going to let it pass. Like, he do things that he normally wouldn't do until he get the draws. Now, once he get the draws, he might show who he is. But I think a lot of people can pretend for longer than a day or a week.
Well, I also think a lot of people just ain't looking at that point. They so focused on, the exterior, man, that they just ignoring that stuff. Because I'm with Dusto, man. Like, you could just hear it, because a lot of times people are expressing, like, they're talking out of fear a lot of times, which is a bad sign. And then also, they kind of express their limitations with stuff, when you just hear these conversations and stuff. Like he said, they just kind of go off the rails and stuff. You're like, damn, this dude.
You got to remember that I'm talking from Atlanta culture. Atlanta culture have player culture. Like, it's a lot. I get what you're saying about the incel, but it's dudes who know how to prey on women. Like, he know what to say. Like, he know how to text back fast. He know how to do everything that he need to do until he get the draws.
No, E-Man, two things. Number one, the almighty booty, whatever, that expired back in about 2001. Ain't nobody thinking about chasing after the almighty booty for 60 days. That's good. That's a thing of the past. They throwing that thing from the free throw line, the parking lot. There's a rental. You can go on rentabuns.com and not even deal with that headache.
I disagree.
And talking all that stuff. The only dudes doing all this flim flam for the booty are the ones who can't get another one.
I disagree. I know dudes who are.
I'll explain it in better terms. Me personally, woman's playing the almighty booty. Gotta come climb a tree to get it. I already know one of three things. One, Big Tony still hitting it. She's trying to control me with the buns. Or three, she's gonna try to keep me in a sexless marriage. All three of them things I don't want. Or she's just not interested in me.
But
that's 90%. Why would I play that game?
I'm not talking about dudes who trying to get married to the woman. What he gonna do is he gonna slow cook it. He gonna talk to 3-4 other girls at the same time. He gonna be smacked. I ain't saying that he's gonna not get booty. He just ain't gonna get booty from the 60-day booty. He gonna hit a whole bunch of other girls, and then after 60 days, he gonna go hit her too.
No, he ain't gonna call her till day 59.
No, he's not like that's not how it works. He's gonna be calling her. He's gonna be texting her. He might go on a couple dates. I'm telling you, he's gonna entertain. Like some dudes, that's their goal is to hit the almighty booty. Somebody who's, oh, you gonna make me work 60 days? You gonna do this? I'm gonna hit it.
No, some guys definitely gonna put that work in.
Yeah, how old are you?
You said what?
How old are you?
I'm 32, 33. One of them. What year is this? 2023, okay. 32.
If you're talking younger women in 20s and stuff, some of that still flies, but a lot of that stuff just doesn't really fly like that no more. In the last 5 to 7 years, the value of the buns went down. But for the dustier dudes, it went up. But them dudes, they're a mess anyway. I'm just saying a lot didn't change. Dudes ain't chasing the booty like that no more.
So to my defense, I have been married for 5 years, and I have good friends from back home, and I just know how they move. Like they're not intention to get married, and they gon' play the field. Now, but they smart.
They're gonna play and wait around for 60 days.
But they're not waiting as a incel virgin. They're talking to other women. They're entertaining other women. They're sleeping with other women. So they're not really waiting. They're just keeping a conversation going long enough till she get to her 60-day mark.
Okay, well, I can see that to be fair. But even then, the dude's not going to be somebody he's not for 2 years and fake a whole relationship.
Yeah, 2 years is outrageous. Okay, you went totally left with the 2 years.
I'm saying he's not going to, even if it's 60 days. Okay, now the woman knows in 60 days that this ain't the dude. And the very fact, and this is a thing on YouTube, they keep talking, the old school people say, hold the almighty box. Like, look, if a dude likes you, he gonna stay. If he don't, he gonna leave. If you hold the booty hostage for 60 days, he's gonna intentionally tear them buns to pieces. And as he's busting, he's gonna be putting his coat on at the same time. The overall he's glad that you made him wait 59 days.
I've never been a big advocate. So I believe this: if you are a virgin, you should wait till you marry. But once you have sex, like
once it's a wrap for that whole waiting rule.
The waiting rule is for virgins. I know a lot of people don't like it. I know people try to be born and getting virgins, whatever that is. But what I think is virgins should wait to marriage. But if you lose it before then, how can you make me wait if you let somebody else get it without giving you a ring?
Yeah, they got to offer something else to cover it up. I'm just saying.
No, like
I'm saying, she's saying she used to do it and she doesn't do this anymore. She's already been celibate for a long time. If she can find a way to sell that to me and I buy it, which is a small percentage that I might actually buy it for different reasons, but it'll be because I want to wait. Not just because it's the almighty box and we're doing this.
I refuse.
I have compensation for it.
I can't do it.
Hey, sophisticated jerk, I will wait for a virgin and a virgin alone. But if Sam Likely done got them cheats, I feel like I'm entitled to those cheats because Sam Likely got those cheats. And it might be a messed up way because at women's hate, that's a really bad way of thinking. But
I'm saying they got to find a way to sell that to me because I'm willing to marry, and you gave it to Tyrone, and he just got back from out. Nah,
I don't think there's no sell that's good enough at that point, though, man. I'm with you. I was trying to think about it. I'm like, what sell could what pitch?
Bill Gates' daughter.
Nah.
I take a born again Bill Gates daughter.
Which I guess is I am a Christian.
He had to write me into the will though. I gotta be wrote in ink in the will.
Yeah. If there's some assets involved, I definitely could write that out.
But I'll be worried if she's that disciplined to give it to somebody else and hold it for me, and she's that disciplined.
See, man, it's
trap me in a sexist marriage. Give me the undisciplined.
I'm with man. There's something off, man. It's a manipulation tactic. Or to me, it's like they read like a Steve Harvey book and they're putting some like arbitrary line in the sand that shouldn't be existing. So yeah, I'm not waiting. I'm good.
Oh, hear this one. There's a chick I met online. I was supposed to go meet up with. Great conversation. Everything was cool. Younger, and she was young. She was like 27, 28. Like, we're gonna meet up tomorrow. We're gonna meet Tuesday, Wednesday. Cool. Then she's like, one thing I gotta tell you, I don't have sex before marriage anymore. Oh, anymore. I'm like, all right, let's hear it. Well, if something doesn't work and you keep doing the same thing, you want a difference. Like, oh, no, try again. I'll listen to you. I'll be on YouTube. I'll listen to Tony Gaskins and Real Talk with Yanni. I'm like, oh, and you Real Talk with Yanni out of control. More like I trolled her the other day. Matter of fact, you gotta see it. But I guess she used to be decent, turned into a reckless feminist. But listening to them YouTubers and Tony Gaskins, he's a panderman. But listening to the junk got into her brain and telling me, I was like, well, cool. Maybe in 30 days, I'll take you on a date. I thought it was going to be tomorrow. Well, you go talk to them other dudes that got the buttons, go work that out. Then maybe in 30 days, I'll call you. I'm not going to wait. I'm not doing it.
I just like if a woman tells me, but so this have been my rule the whole time I have dated, right? I was straight up that sex was always like, you don't have to sleep with me, but sex need to be on the table. Like it need to be a possibility if the night goes right. Like I just never let somebody take it away from me. I just never I'm not going to even entertain you.
Yeah, I'm like you, E. I just be like, look, man, we're both adults, and if that chemistry there, man, it happens when it happens. But to sit there and just put like a marker like this date, it's just childish, and you just got to let them know, like, hey, I'm not with the whole date thing. Not saying it's got to happen the first, couple of dates and stuff like that. But shit, when you're just sitting there just putting this marker in the sand, it's based on some like stupid principle, anyways, and it's just like I'm not playing that game with you. Yeah, I'm out of there.
Yeah. If a girl
it is my responsibility to earn it though. I'm not saying that she have to give it to me.
No. You got to work your, but yeah, it's just like when somebody puts a marker in the sand, it's just based on some stupid philosophy, and that's what I'm saying. It's just like not founded in any fact. What you tell me 60 days, like I'm just gonna be head over heels, and I'm gonna be. That's what I'm saying. It's just based on some dumb stuff that they heard in a movie or some. Stupid book or some shit like that, or some like Scam would say it's some YouTube channel or something.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if I meet a chick and I smash on the first day, does that mean, whoa, if you can get it, that means Big Tony? No. Smash on the first day. If I still like her, I'm gonna be there tomorrow.
Yeah, no, that's the thing.
I agree with that. I don't think it.
I don't care what happened last week. If everything that me and this woman is clicking and we did something we ain't supposed to, let us deal with it. But I'm not going to throw it all away based on some implied whatever street rule.
No, yeah. Just I might be that naive to think that I'm that guy.
That's what I was about to say. I was like, hey, I just think my game's phenomenal at that point. I think maybe I'm just chalking up the game at that point.
I've been that guy twice. 2 of the women I should have married were on that list. One, the first time I saw her, I could have pounded, didn't know. But the next time I saw her, it was on.
Oh, I think you told us that story before.
The next day that I met her, I was over there, stayed the night. A week later, I was in a relationship, and I was crazy about that woman.
Especially if you're a dude that ever took a woman's virginity Are you gonna say, oh, since you hit it on the first night, she was always a hoe? No, she just thought you was certified. That's how I look at it. Maybe
I'm sensing E's cut from that cloth, man. I'm hearing that game. That's what I'm talking about, E. What's going on, Creative Solutions?
This space is funny, but then it's not funny.
Nah, it's sad, funny, man. When you hear some of these guys talk, man, I'll be like, God.
No, it's not funny because there are some dudes that have given the right conversation would learn one or two things. But instead, the talking point mafia eats them alive, or the negative we hate women committee. And then 3 months later, they become one of them. To the point where it's people 28 years old or 22, never had a woman before, telling you the talking points and divorce laws from Kentucky to Alabama. Dude, what are you talking about?
So I think that's why YouTube was so hard for me. When I first came to YouTube, it was a lot of, I felt like dudes was talking about problem getting a good woman. And me being from Atlanta, it was just like, it was like 1 to every 9. I don't know the exact number, but it's like so many women there. Like,
Atlanta garbage, bro.
I get it, but what I'm saying is that it wasn't. I kind of get. I get what you're saying, but I don't think men in Atlanta have a problem getting women because it's like a whole flather of women there. So that was the hard part. But then I just realized that it's a lot of dudes on the internet who don't get women.
That's true too.
No, that's fact.
I don't know. Houston, I was getting them ladies. I guess that's where I had home field advantage. Atlanta, I wasn't feeling. DC, I was all right, but I just hated DC so much I was miserable. Florida is not easy. It's competitive. They marry. They be taken.
Atlanta, you got to come with your game correct because there's a lot of people who got game in Atlanta.
Somebody was telling me, like Atlanta is like so superficial. Like, man, they looking at your shoes and stuff. You know, your clothing down to the tees. Like, man, everything got to be like.
No, it's not really what your shoes. You can wear something from Walmart, but if you got like a certain level of swagger, you know what I'm talking about? Like, I can wear a t-shirt with some nice jeans, but since how I wear it, it's the difference. I know dudes got a lot of expensive stuff who don't wear it correctly. So,
okay.
Yeah, I just wasn't with Atlanta like that. The fact of having to do all that, just no, I wasn't with it. I go to my clubs or whatever. Couple chicks I was dealing with, but no.
Hold on for a minute, gentlemen. I gotta give a warm shout out to Creative Solutions. Creative Solutions.
What's going on?
What's up, girl? How you doing?
Oh, I'm good. How's everybody doing?
Doing great. How you been?
I've been good.
you been listening in? You want to chime in? Give us some game, some pointers.
Yes, I'm gonna give y'all a couple of things. You know,
all right.
From my experience, right? So, number one, so I understand. I'm in full agreement about how, you know, if the chemistry is right, if the woman feels comfortable, if the setting is right, you know, we're both grown consultant adults. You know, you can go and, you know, have sex, do your thing, whatever.
Shout out to you, Creative.
Agreements to that. I agree with you guys on that one. But the things that I kind of like, I think in some situations, I think as a woman, after you've been around, I think it's good for you to have standards and take your time, because these standards are like filters, and you guys probably don't see it, right? But for me, based on my experience, right, if a guy is not going to take you on a date, if he doesn't know how to plan a date, right? Number one, plan. Number two, pick you up, set the mood, set the stage, and do all of those things, then he's probably not the quality person for you. And you guys agree with me on that, right?
Yeah, we agree.
I don't know.
We're not just saying that women should just sleep with any man. That's not what we saying. We said if the right man come along, sex should be on the table.
I think a man still has to prove himself in some aspects. It depends. It's based on age, what you're looking for. But if you're looking for something serious and intentional, as a woman, you're gonna have to set your standards and set the stage, because you're gonna allow and accept whatever he's offering. And if you are accepting the bare minimum, that's all you're gonna get, because you're not telling him or inspiring him to do better. If that makes sense.
Actually,
I think women
inspires him to do better, to be honest.
What was that?
Giving him some vagina actually inspires him to do better.
Yeah.
If it's a good dude, he's gonna be there. He wants to reward.
She dropped. She was like, she's like, let me get up out of here.
Oh, damn.
So I think the idea is, see, what women don't know is that men judge you before they had the sex. Like the judging thing, it didn't happen after y'all had sex that first night. He was judging you when he first saw you, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think the action really changes. I'm gonna say it. The action of holding out doesn't make the man into something that he's not. If he's Johnny Dustin Crust,
Yeah,
day 1
but
and day 92 is the same dude.
I understand what you're saying, but it helps filter that man out to the woman, because at the end of the
I think
day,
you guys
the
think
woman,
that does.
it,
It really doesn't.
You guys say that it does because people come up with their representative, and it takes some time, but then they show who they are. You guys like to do that.
Why is Pookie getting so much booty then?
Huh?
Like, ask that question. If women got these filters, why is Pookie getting so much booty?
I can't speak for Pookie. I can't speak for them. I'm speaking as a woman from experience out in the dating world. That's what I'm speaking from. I'm speaking from somebody who's dated in their 20s and who is in their early 30s. That's who I'm speaking from. I can't really speak from a Pookie or Ray Ray. I'm speaking from me and based on the things that I went through. So that's just me. It's a filter. You have to go through the filter.
But see, creative, I think that's where the issue is, because I think y'all filters are terrible, because a lot of times, like, y'all base them on, the dates and stuff like that, where I think you guys, like, don't know how to look at the character and those different things and stuff like that. Because, for example, like me and Manic, we work in the same office and stuff, and one of our female employees, she, the guy was like flying around everywhere. So she kind of looked at that like, oh, he's doing all the most. But then like down the line, she was like, you know what? Now, if I can look back, he had like bad spending habits. He was doing the most just to try to impress me and stuff like that. So y'all would sit there and they'll take you like, because some guys that, like we were talking about earlier, they'll leave with the wallet, be like, okay, let me go ahead. I know some females are somewhat materialistic. I'm going to take her on this trip. Y'all be like head over heels. Oh, he's this type of guy and stuff like that. So that's what I'm saying. Sometimes y'all filters are a little off. And I think you guys do get blinded by some of that stuff. Like he'll take you on this very nice date when, you should probably went to, a walk in a park and get to know him better and stuff like that. So, yeah, but I do see what you're saying though.
It only happens once the relationship is over. So as soon as the relationship ends, then they be like, he was doing a little extra. He was doing too much. He had like low junk energy and all that.
All right.
The relationship is over tells you it wasn't a decent dude, regardless of what he did.
Yeah.
Okay, so check this out, because this is what I believe. This is what I've seen, right? Most dudes will go that extra mile for somebody who they really like and who they find attractive. Yeah. Tell me if I'm wrong or I'm not. Am I wrong?
You're right. But so hold on. Women don't use their best filter. The best filter are men in your life who have your best interests, right? Most of the time, if you introduce this dude to your father and let him spend a day with your father and say, hey, what do you think about this dude? In 24 hours, your daddy gonna know what type of dude and what kind of mission he's on, typically. So I think this idea of putting filters in place instead of using the filter that actually works is just different, in my opinion.
Yeah, I just think to find out how good he is, running him through the ringer is the exact opposite. It should be find the guy who is, or find the guy and give him a chance to be who he is. Then don't run him through the ringer. Then you'll see who he really is.
Nah, that's a good point.
Ringer might run him into being the person that he doesn't even want to be. Then he's off over there where he's being rewarded for his behavior.
No, because I was telling one female, and I was just like, look, if you make this guy go through this whole process, kind of like what Scam saying, I was like, man, it's like you're activating that mission in that guy where he's like, all right, I got to do this, but I got to hurry up and get out of this because she's killing my pockets. So he's like, as soon as he hits, he's out of there. And I think, so he'll play that game, like even what E was saying, like he might have a couple other chicks on the side. So he's waiting that out. But as soon as he hits that objective at that like date, like somebody saying 60 days or something, he's dipping out because he looked at it like, man, I had to put, all those resources in it. They were like killing my pockets and stuff like that. So I think a lot of times females think like, well, they're doing the most for me. So that means like he really likes me, wherein he's just playing that long game and stuff like that.
Or he doesn't have any confidence and thinks you got to do everything you say.
No.
If I meet a woman, go ahead.
I was going to say, all of you guys just agree to me. If you guys like that woman and you find her attractive, you guys are going to spend money or try to impress her.
I never said that.
Right?
No.
But you guys agree that if you like a woman, you're going to try to impress her, yes or no?
Within reason. And it's not about him.
Yes, right?
No,
there's just limitations because
if I like that woman and she's proven based on woman can be a 10, smiling and all that stuff. That means she gets a date. But I'm old enough and I understand this enough to understand that doing all this stuff isn't going to make her like me anymore because I'm still going to be the same dude. I'm dating for the long run. She's going to like me or she's not. Should be looking at me for what I've done in my life and what I'm doing in front of her versus how long I can hold out with dry meat for the booty. That shouldn't be one of the qualification factors for marriage.
Nobody said anything about that. All I'm saying is that there's certain standards that, a woman of high caliber, a woman who knows what she wants is going to be looking for. So obviously nobody's looking for you to spend $300 or $400 on one date, but we're asking you to be creative, to set the stage, pick a park, pick somewhere, pick something interesting, don't just go out on a limb and just go. Don't be boring and generic, That's the point that we did. How much effort are you going to put in? That's what I'm saying.
No, honestly,
listen, hold on one second, Stan.
I'm not putting any effort in. I'm quitting. I'm gonna go get somebody else.
But what women don't understand, the guy who can roll out the red carpet, that is not his first time doing it. He know how. Like it's almost the guy who is kind of not rolling out the red carpet. He's trying to figure it out. He don't know everything. You might be the first person he did it. But the guy who know how to do everything perfect, I don't see how women don't see that. Like, oh, he knew how to do everything because this number 485 times that he did it.
That's an excuse. Because if you really like somebody, you will Google and figure out how to make a date. You will figure out some way somehow to make it work or make it happen.
And I think that's the kind of the fairy tale stuff.
If I never went on a date with the chick. Where's all this? She's the one, and I got to do it. I don't know her. So how is it that she just shows up and she's this person that I got to do all this stuff for?
It's the same reason why these guys go overseas to go find these women. Like I do the same thing.
Here we go with that.
But see, there's a kind of guys that.
That's what I'm doing. I'm just making an analogy because if you really want something, you're gonna go out your way and get it. That's all I'm saying.
But what happened if it's a guy that does have like options? Like he's built a certain way and he's attractive to other women. So and this is where I think sometimes women get caught up because they don't. I think it's so y'all only kind of see things like one way where you don't think like the guy has options also. And it's just
okay.
We're gonna go out on a date. We'll go to like maybe happy hour. We're gonna get some drinks and then I'm gonna tell you kind of about myself and. If I don't see that you're kind of receptive at that point, then like what Dusto's saying, it's not even to be mean. It's just like, hey, I'm not going to invest too much time because you need to be qualifying for me too. And y'all just think it's like one way where I need to be qualifying for you. So that's where I'm saying that's where the issue comes.
Yeah,
my thing is, a man who finds a wife finds a good thing. And I don't want these women to go out there and be desperate and being like that because the man who really wants you is going to put the work in to get you. Don't
see, we got to define what the work that looks like.
No, it's the truth. I'm
But
sorry.
the work to men is me paying you attention. Hold on. I want to say this because the work for a man is me paying you attention, me returning your calls. Like the idea that I got to do something extra that you ain't doing, I think it's crazy.
Nobody is saying that. I'm just saying you just got to put the effort in. That's all that I'm saying.
But it needs to be on both sides, and that's why I think sometimes. Yeah,
I agree.
I think the union has come to agreement that the answer is no.
From his side too. Is she texting me? Is she calling me? I mean, is she dressing up? Is she excited to see me? Is she asking me how my day is? The man has to decipher that too. It's not just one way. But I'm just saying, 9 times out of 10, the woman is gonna take the loss. Either way, right? Because you guys always you guys always say the woman hits the wall after a certain age, she can't have any more kids. You know, the man can always date somebody who's younger, right?
No,
I think the
Wait, hold on, everybody.
We don't represent the talking point mafia. That's not us.
Yeah, that's.
But
we don't do that.
But since you mentioned that, let me say this though, right? The only time like a woman actually hits the wall, okay? Forget about the looks or whatever that she has, right? Only time when she literally hits the wall is that when you become so choosy at the beginning stages of your youth to the point that by the time you get older, you become less attractive to the majority of men that you really want, and you're still not really choosing them, that's when you're hitting the wall. Because you're not choosing. I'm talking about what you said. Look. We got 2 minutes. Well, no, we got less than a minute remaining, so we'll make that count. The point is, right? You know, unless if that woman chooses, okay, to start a family, be married, and all that other things, right? By the time she gets to a point where maybe she's, you know, less desirable, then maybe she probably already hit the wall. You know,
well, M3, you can't say we have a minute, then you use 40 seconds of the minute. But we appreciate you for having us.
That was a good strategy. M3 is like, look, I'm running out the clock like Kobe.
You know, shot clock, right? So, anyways, though, thank you everybody for tuning in. You know, it is.
Well, I need 30 seconds. I gotta respond to that bad.
Creative, you gotta come back up. We gotta discuss this a little bit more, man. We gotta get you on the right path.
Okay.
No,
I'm just messing with you.
So what the wall is?
The night riders, though.
Yeah, let me kill us in 30 seconds.
Okay,
the best women that I've dated that I should have married, all of them, they didn't have anything close to this. You got to prove yourself. None of that. The ones who weren't worth nothing were the ones asking for the most, and he got to. And these women who weren't like that, who were saying you just be yourself, whatever, those women are married now. And if they weren't married, I would go marry them. That's all I got.
And he's 100%. The women that accept you for who you are the best women for you. I don't need 30 seconds. Go ahead. Start over for Sophisticated Jerk. I want to hear his.
It's just pretty much piggybacking off y'all said. Just even looking at my own self, man. My wife, it was my birthday. She took me out on a date. We had like hot dogs. It was so simple, basic. That was the one I married. So it ties into what they saying. Yeah. So the one that's like super simple, doesn't overthink this stuff, you know, comes and beats himself and actually has like the characteristics that a man wants to, and they're not just echoing off like YouTube talking points. You know, people going to see right into that. I think man or woman, and that's that person you need to find. So
damn, I got a similar situation too, Sophisticated Jerk.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. So
reset the clock so we can hear this.
Yeah,
your 30 seconds up. How you get a minute?
So like, you know, how I met my wife, like we met like at a church like basketball game. And I was like so thirsty. I don't know what, maybe I was talking to myself out loud or whatever, but she seen how thirsty I am. She came to me, like, and she was like, you know, selling like water and ice cream, like, you know, for like church community service. But she gave me a bottle of water, you know, and I was like, okay. And I was joking to myself, but I was like, yo, this is definitely one. Well, years later, you know, we became the one. So
Well, I gotta tell my story. Since you telling your story, I guess I'll take.
Okay.
How you gonna take the clock out? I'll use the rest of your clock.
All right, we gotta go. Bye. Click.
Go ahead, man. I got you.
So I think what was attracted to my wife, because my wife is beautiful, but I really didn't pay her no attention. She noticed my nephew. So we went ice skating. It was my first and last time ice skating. She went up to my nephew. She was teaching him how to ice skate. She was making him feel comfortable. And I think that gave me, like, it wasn't, like, it's almost like she was adding to my life and I haven't even approached her yet. So I seen value in that. And then, so I kind of liked it that it was natural. It wasn't like I had to meet this certain criteria for you to work with my nephew to ice skate. Like, it wasn't this list of things. I feel like she was just being her. And I think that's what the dating market is missing today, is that people are not being them. They're trying to be somebody else to please people instead of falling in love with who you really is.
Sure, she didn't ask for your W-2s. She didn't make sure that you're 6 feet tall. That wasn't it.
No, like my wife told me, she was like, money didn't matter. She tell me all the time, if we didn't have it, she'd still choose me. Now, is it true? I feel true to me. If it ain't true, she's a good actor.
I actually believe that. Not like I said, like, and let me pause real quick, right? So people don't come up there and be like, oh, now you complain about money. No. The thing is, like, money does matter, but it doesn't really buy you true love. That's the whole premise of it. It does not solve every problem. Okay. It does not make every woman submit. It's the attitude of a man. It's all about
money solve all problems, bro. You wrong, but we gotta go because
we need to have a live coming this week. Money is the end all or something.
Yeah,
let money man host it.
It's no problem. Like, people say that money don't buy happiness. It can make you feel really close to happiness that you don't know the difference.
Nah, it can buy happiness. It can definitely buy happiness. I'm with you on that.
So it's a reason the more money you get, the less chances you have a whole bunch of problems.
No, that's facts.
You know what?
I don't have any money.
I would say money is important. So, and I don't know where y'all getting this from. W-2, 6 feet, and all of that. Nobody is saying nothing like that. I was just saying
that's the requirements to get like a man for a woman, or maybe
I don't know about those requirements, but I think people, if you like somebody and they like you back and you guys are drawn to each other, I think that's a great connection. I'm on board with that. But I still believe that if somebody really likes you and they want to be with you, they will invest their time and energy into you.
But creative, I want you to understand, if your rules applied to me when I got married, you would have passed over me, because I was so engorged in my business. My business was just my priority. It was almost like, if you get some time with me, I might still, like, I would get, I used to get with my wife and we used to talk about my business. I think it was the craziest thing I should have did. I shouldn't have been doing it, but it was just such a part of my mind. Like, it just consumed me. And, she just understood where I was at. She understood what my priority. Over time, it changed, but I was just really big on what I was doing at that time.
Yeah, that's tight.
Look, I don't see anything wrong with that.
You know what, creative? I agree. If a person really wants to be with somebody, they'll go all out and they'll put on a performance. That's why the woman.
Nobody's saying put on a performance. I said they will put the effort in.
Right. So the woman need to put the effort in and cough up that booty on the first day. You're right.
No, I'm gonna say you gotta represent yourself. You gotta show yourself in your totality. Like, you gotta show up for yourself. You gotta, walk with conviction, be confident. All of that. People are looking at all of that when you meet up with them.
Mm-hmm. So the woman need to cough up that booty in 3 hours.
I don't know. You gotta make the woman feel comfortable. I mean, that's on her. As for me, it's a no-go.
I am a big advocate of that it is the man's responsibility to make her feel comfortable. Like, I don't think it's supposed to be like just because like it's a level of comfortability got to be there.
Are you
But it
gonna
still
say
should be
that
on the
our-
table.
Are you guys gonna say it's our responsibility to make them happy too?
Yeah. If you try and get some booty.
No,
I mean, it depends on your motive. Like,
now respond.
hold on, yeah. Like, if your motive is to have sex, you got to create a level of happiness there. Like, no woman is gonna have sex with you sad.
I mean, that's a good point.
I mean, yeah, okay, I could give you that one, but I'm talking about like, I mean, overall, like in your marriage and all.
We talking about getting booty, and you talking about marriage. I'm talking about if we talk about dating. The reason that people have sex is because they happy. They typically comfortable. Okay. That's why people have sex. They don't.
There's some attraction, and yeah, it's built into happiness. Yeah.
No. I get that. That other part, I was doing something.
But yeah, sustaining happiness, which kind of what you're going through. M3, hell no.
I just want to make some clarification because I had to check in and check out.
I got pushback.
On what?
All right, let's go, Scam.
Hear me out. Like I say, there's these tyrants in these spaces. I'm a man. My ancestors built this world in 1582, and I'm masculine. Therefore, I deserve a fit, feminine, friendly woman in the kitchen, cooking, and be a housewife, and I deserve the booty 6 times. No. Women need emotional stability. They need you to be able effective listener, communicator. You need to be considerate. I didn't say be a simp and be cake master. Sometimes the answer is no. Sometimes it's, hey, look, we gotta. But they're a whole person. You need to be aware of their needs, their emotional needs, their physical needs, and all that kind of stuff.
To a certain degree.
Yeah.
This is where I get you pushed back.
Not master.
Scam likely he hit it on the point because some guys are very good in all that aspects. And some women, they overlook their money and all of that because they could be there for them emotionally and support them.
No, listen, ain't no woman out there overlooking money because he can be there emotionally. If that was the case,
I see that happening on a daily basis.
E-man, they're doing it. E-man.
On a daily
Women
basis.
are single. They're not picking a man. They're just running around in circles.
But what she said, listen, this is what she said. She said they are looking over money and just saying that they have an emotional connection. It's just an emotional connection. If this is the person they're gonna spend the rest of their life with, it's not true. Money matters to women.
I would say date. They will date that person and try to help them. But they will entertain them. They will entertain that person if they could be there for them. As a friend, if they could be there for them,
Okay, you talking about friend zone or like
no, if they could be there emotionally. If you're there emotionally for me and you pour into me, like of course I'm gonna entertain you. Like you're not getting that on an everyday basis from every guy.
Hey, sometimes the sex game is so strong, man, that money doesn't really matter.
Right now.
You said most of the married people are living in apartments?
Most of the married people are living in a regular apartment, which means they're not making all this money.
He is right about that.
A lot of average people are marrying average people and they have a connection.
No. So I didn't say that they wasn't average. She said forgo money. Like they ain't got no money. We talking about listen, we talk about that bond. What they call them?
Marquavius Jenkins. Nah, that ain't gonna work.
No, the guys who on the couch, but he's emotionally dead.
Homosexuals or something like
homosexual. That's what it's called. Listen, how I heard what she said. Like she'll take a homosexual as long as he's emotionally there. He's paying attention to him.
I never said a homosexual, but I'm just saying sometimes they will overlook the money. I mean, as long as you're working, you're trying. But a lot of times they will overlook that.
True.
Oh yeah, they'll overlook 50,000, 60,000, but they ain't gonna overlook McDonald's 22,000.
There's women who's overlooking that too.
That's right. But see, Dusto, this is where I gotta give Dusto some pushback a little bit because I do think you need to be supportive of your woman and you need to definitely pour into her a little bit. But
within reason.
Okay, definitely. But I'm saying like there's sometimes because I was listening to what E-Man says. Say like you're thinking about your family legacy. You're loyal. you ain't out here doing like you know you're committed to the relationship. You're not doing all this crazy stuff. Women need to, kind of have that awareness of what type of man they have. So if he's locking down, trying to build that family legacy and push you guys up, he might be in that phase where he might not be able to give you a lot of attention. So you need to be aware of, I'll say, the phase that he's in at that point.
Okay.
And kind of give him some space and stuff like that. So that's why I just wanted to push back a little bit.
Yeah, a phase is different than he just ain't listening to his woman.
That's true.
Yeah, I get that.
Tony gonna be there next week.
But you got to understand that this is what other female friends are for. Like, if my wife don't get something from me emotionally, she go get it from one of her female friends. I don't have to. This idea that I have to do everything is crazy. It's a reason.
I said within reason. But
so what if the guy at the job is giving her that? How you gonna feel about it?
What was you saying? Creative.
What if the guy at the job is giving her that extra attention? How you gonna feel?
Is she the wrong one?
You ain't got time for it, right?
No. Listen. I want to answer this question. First of all, my wife ain't got no job. But if she did have a job and some dude was giving her attention, I don't care. I can't control that woman. She gonna do whatever she want to do. Like, this idea that I can control her, I can stop her from getting this type of attention, I can't. And men are crazy to think that they can do it.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. She just.
She's
a lot of them have he have the best of the ability to do that though.
E-Man, the option is
YouTube University, bro.
No, E-Man, the option is to kind of have a conversation on the couch twice a week, and you chose not to do it. Therefore, Big Charlie from the post office, you invited him into the relationship because you neglected.
No, Big Charlie though. This idea that I don't want to go to counseling and Big Charlie is going to sleep with her because I didn't show up to counseling is BS. She wanted Big Charlie. I know dudes who's going to counseling faithfully, and Big Charlie still laying down the Woodrow.
I'm not saying one time.
I'm just saying
if you're not communicating, you're open. If you are not being an effective communicator with your spouse, y'all ain't talking, y'all ain't connecting. It's going to affect other things. You're going to get 30% of your woman. Then it's going to be a problem if time passes. Communication is the number one reason for divorce. I'm just saying.
Actually, it's in reconciling differences. Exactly. I get the point that you're trying to make.
But I got a question, right? I believe this, right? If you point to your woman and you have a supportive, surroundings and environment, you allow her to blossom in her field of work or whatever she's doing. Would you guys agree?
Yeah, I mean, I'm with that.
I love to pretend like all these women got their work is so great and they're all CEOs running.
Nobody is saying that. Like what? Do you have something opposed to women working and finding?
No, I didn't say that. What I'm saying is they come up and promote these super careers, and you find out they work third shift at the post office. But this is their career. I'm focused. They 43 at the post office. No.
So creative.
I mean, that's an important job.
Let me answer your first question. I want to answer your first question.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with a woman doing anything as long as it does not get in the way of her serving me. I'm first. Like, she want to go have a career. Yeah. She want to go build a business. She can go do whatever she wants. The moment that it comes with her serving me as her husband, anytime I take the back burner, that's when I have a problem. And I think most men are that way. They don't have a problem with you doing something. Now you can't cook because you're working late. Now the kids can't get picked up.
So give me an example of your woman serving you. Like, what do you mean by that?
So, for example, my wife cooked for me. She cleaned for me. She give me massages on a daily basis. She raised my kids. Like, all of that is servitude to the family. So not just me, but the family.
So what do you like about your wife?
I like how she's
Why
such an
did
awesome
you marry
woman.
her? Why did you marry her?
Because she's awesome.
I mean,
Great.
awesome is awesome, but like, what exactly were you attracted to her? Like, what are some traits?
Obviously, you wasn't paying attention when I gave the story of my wife, but I'll go back for you. Don't worry, I got you, Miss Creative. So what I was saying is, when I first met my wife, she was paying my nephew some attention. I felt like she was bringing value to my life before I even known her. Like, she have a servant mentality. Like, she always have been like a servant type person.
So you married her to be a servant?
I married her to be my wife.
You didn't even say, like, is she smart? You know, do you like her hair? You know, like, you know, what was she doing when she met you? Was she in school? Was she pursuing something? Did you find her attractive? Like,
this is what YouTube do, right? So YouTube asks you. I'm about to tell you.
Hey, Creative, my wife had like on acrylic nails. They were super fly. I think she had like a. Nah, she had a.
Listen, Ray.
Listen. I said I married my husband because he worked and all he
Creative,
does.
we're men. We're not women.
That's all I know. That's all he
Creative,
does.
I got you. I'm gonna help you out. Listen.
That's all he does.
Listen, I got you, Creative. Just because I say this is what I was attracted to doesn't mean she don't have all the other things. I could have been attracted to her serving me and she still can be smart. It does, like, see, the idea of what attracted me doesn't mean that that's all she is. Like, we're not such one-minded or one-dimensional people. That doesn't make sense to you?
Multitasking, creative. That's
that makes sense. Yes, I understand that.
So that's the point that I'm making is I was attracted to how she served, but she is also smart. She does speak multiple languages. One thing that I think is dope right now, she's teaching my kids 2 different languages right now. A very educated woman. But that's not the first thing that I was attracted to. See, attractions to men is not like attractions to women. I can't see that you're smart when I'm looking at you at the ice skating ring. Oh yeah, that girl looks smart. She got those smart looks.
No. Why I ask you this question is because, you know, we, like, as a woman, like, when you're picking a partner, you want to know what makes you different from that other person. You know, what makes you special. You know, you can't just come and say because you give me massages and you cook me food and you show up to my kids. Like, you know.
I don't think women understand like men's simplicity, honestly.
But you could pay somebody to do all those things, can you? Or can you not?
No, let me give you an example, because like me and my wife, we both are executives. So like now we eat out a lot and stuff. We found out ways to simplify our life. But when I was like talking to her and stuff like that, it was mainly like, because like especially when you're talking to guys like us, we're in good positions, so we had like an ambition. So it's not like we're really looking for nobody to be ambitious with us, because, you know, in our mindset it's just like, hey, I'm already gonna go out there and conquer it. So, you know, when I was like communicating to my wife, we're sitting out talking and I'm like explaining my vision and, you know, what I wanted to do in life, and she was like, well, I understand that, that's really cool. You know, it's just very receptive to it. So that's all I needed. You know, I didn't need nobody to like, you know, fill in the gaps for me or really needed, you know, any servitude. I just was looking for somebody that kind of understood it. I didn't have to do a lot of explaining. And she was smart because, you know, she grasped a lot of the concepts and stuff like that. So, yeah, it was just real simple, you know. So I guess it's kind of hard to explain. But, yeah, I wasn't really looking for too much. She looked good and she honestly was like.
So let me just state that. I'm sorry because, you know, as for me, you know, as a woman, I think, I don't know, because I'm looking for something that's much deeper on the spiritual level. And I know
I'm not that deep.
Like,
I'm like
my
a
God, she's a
puddle
woman.
of water.
This crazy thing. No, but this is serious because I don't want to be in a marriage where I hate the person, you know, that like if we're not truly in love with each other and something like, you know, like we go through tough times, I will fucking leave. I don't care. I'm sorry if I curse. But I will chuck the deuces because if
how do you measure true love though? Hold on, because you're saying a lot. We're trying to break it down. How do you measure true love?
I would say you just feel it. You just feel it. You're drawn to that person and you just have a good feeling. You just know. That's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for something that's ordinary.
Have you ever heard that song? Have you ever heard?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard a song that says this right? It's a thin line.
Didn't say money.
Between love and hate. No, like, because this idea, I just think it's a bad plan. And I get it, that's your plan. But it's a bad plan to be able to go off a feeling. Like, I think a lot of people are in bad marriages is because they went off a feeling. They said, I felt this little ache in my side, and my grandma
But then
told
you
me
feel it in your, but don't you feel in your gut like you're supposed to be with this person and this person is the one? Well, that's what I want. That's what I want because I listen, because in my job, in my line of work, I'm meeting people in their 70s and their 80s and they hate each other. They can't stand each other. They have all these paperwork. The people that they.
But at one point, they probably had that gut feeling that you're looking for.
Yeah.
I'm trying to tell you, Bill. Like,
no,
my grandparents can't stand each other.
And then I go to other places, right? And I go to and I see other couples, and they're like the best couple ever. They understand each other.
But you don't know
they
that.
Finish each other's sentences. They love each other. There's a
those 70-year-olds
energy.
The point that I'm telling you is those 70-year-olds was doing that in their 20s. And then in their 50s, they evolved and started hating each other. Like this idea that women hate. Listen.
I don't think so. I think there's something more to that.
So what I think people should do, and I could be completely wrong, I think people should write down what they want. That's what I did.
Yeah.
How do you write down intangibles?
No, like I wanted, like, I think you could write down what you want in a wife. I did.
No, what I'm saying is this: women are emotional, unless you're dealing with masculine women who you probably don't want no way. That's who they are. That's what they bring, nurturing and stuff. Now, yes, there's some things that are factual, but that's their currency and that's how they think. So expect them to think and talk and communicate like women. So the things that they're saying, how they express it, expect it to sound like that.
Well,
connection, communication is intangible. Then the intangibles back it up. Okay, he's going to provide me with a roof, some clothes. He got a job. We're going to be all right. Whatever
I
they're
can provide all those things myself.
Cool. So get a man with no job and provide everything yourself.
Why?
Then get Feelings Jenkins.
But you see, you don't understand what I'm saying. That's why.
No. I see what you're saying. So you're career oriented. You want to work, right? So you got to get a guy that like understands that, and you can align with that also.
It's nothing. It's nothing even about work. You can set yourself up and not have to work. It's about.
But you can get there. So that's the thing.
Having somebody who you enjoy to be around, and you
Right,
guys
now
can
I'm
have
getting
conversations, and you guys just work on a good level together,
Well, I agree. I agree with her that you should be around somebody you enjoy being around. We're not saying that
absolutely.
That's number one.
You don't enjoy. Like, that's a given. The person you marry, you should want to be around, especially if you just told this person you're gonna spend the rest of your life with. We're not saying you're wrong. We're just saying that those things are really first level things when it comes down to marriage. Like, yes, you want to be around that person, but that's one level type thing.
Creative. Have you ever heard of like human error? And I think that's what we don't factor in. We don't understand like people are human, and there's going to be, even with men, like I said, and that's why I was painting a picture. It's like, man, you might be in that phase where you're working that job, you're dealing with a bad boss. You might just want to come home and just like wind down. And that's where like people just ain't going to understand. Like, people are going to have those ups and downs. And that's when like E's trying to pretty much paint that picture like, hey, if you're basing everything on them highs and stuff like that and not understanding like what comes with it and you don't get under that surface, then that's when people run into them issues. Because as soon as that person hits that low patch, people are running for the hills. And then, that's why they're always kind of in the market and stuff like that.
I know, but I'm just saying, based on things, a lot of people come together because of lust or just sex, and they don't really date to get to know each other. And, sometimes they're blinded by the mysticism and stuff like that.
No, that's true too. I definitely agree.
So that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Sometimes
you got to quantify the emotions. That's what we're trying to say. Is just like we get it. You want that gut feeling, but it's got to be based in like, is this guy like disciplined? Does he got the stability? Does he got the character? Is he spiritual? Do you guys got the hobby? So, I mean, you got to start looking at those factors, and if it's based in quantifiable stuff, then yeah, I mean, I think you on your path, but it just can't be generic like love, because love is
I know, but
a very wide
about
definition.
Think about to somebody who has everything, right? What they don't have is love, right? If you already have a roof over your head, you got all this money, you can travel and go anywhere that you want. Are you just gonna just pick a partner just to pick them, or are you gonna pick something that's more meaningful?
Well, no. So I want you to understand. It's like, so in my mind, when you said things like, "If I'm not happy, I'm gonna leave this relationship," I think that's red flags when it comes down to marriages, because it's not.
It's reality.
That's the reality.
No.
Men do it too. Don't just put it on
listen.
I'm not happy. I'm leaving.
So what I'm saying is, I'm pretty sure it's a sophisticated jerk is being honest. It's times that he was not happy in his marriage.
Oh yeah, right? Man, you're human.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like you're not gonna be happy all the time. So it's just like you got to get over that shit. If you're looking for continuous happiness, you're either A on heroin.
No,
you're just in some state of euphoria. You're attached to some machine that we don't know, some sci-fi stuff. Like, man, it's not gonna work like that.
No, I'm saying there's a level of continuous unhappiness to where if you see that you ain't gonna never be happy, there's something your woman can do where you would leave.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. That's that patch.
I'll put it this way: I bet you both of y'all, knowing that y'all can go get another spouse, if your woman created the environment that you don't want to come, you drive around the block 6 times before you park in the driveway, or you don't come home till she's asleep, y'all would leave. I think you would fight for your marriage first, but if it became that, I think y'all would leave.
I think if you're unhappy, it's your fault. I see this idea that somebody else is going to make me happy is crazy. I'm a happy person.
The person can make you miserable though.
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
I'm not saying that one of y'all spouses would do it, but I'm saying, let's take one of these yakety quack master chicks that's on these panels, 4 in the morning, or in the daytime. Matter of fact, God, one of these chicks from the Nation of Wigwam, the head. You know that let's say your woman started watching that and became one of those, and you came home to that every night. One day you're gonna flip the desk over, the furniture. You'll probably fight for it. But I know y'all can't marinate in that for 10 years.
No.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, go ahead, E.
I just want to say, I don't think it's YouTube. I'm telling you, YouTube says that you had a submissive woman for 10 years. Hold on, no, let's go with your point. 10 years, she was a submissive.
Are you pulling the dust though? I like this.
I'm not doing it with it. I'm not doing it. I'm just being an extreme to prove the point.
I want to finish this point. She watched 1 YouTube videos and she grew her nails out and her eyelashes out and her weave out. And she didn't want weave ever. Like, those people was that person before you married them. Majority of the time, people just don't turn into Godzilla 10, 15 years into marriage. I just don't see that.
I just had to do it to show the picture.
But Scam, you said something earlier about the communication, and that's where effective communication does play a part. Because it's just like, man, when you get in a relationship early on, that's when you have to, like, I'm going to say check a lot of behaviors, but it's like you address them. Like, hey, man, this is the issue. This is why, you keep your composure and stuff when you're talking to the person, and then that stuff will work itself out. And then it's just like when you start opening that dialogue, because I think a lot of times people think people are mind readers and stuff like that also. So it's just like, man, you got to kind of learn how to express stuff. And it's just also, you got to just be realistic with this stuff. Like, hey, I'm going through some times right now. This is just rough time at work. I'm not going to be able to give you a lot of time, but when I do have some time, we'll go do A, B, C, D, whatever. We'll make that time. So it is a lot of communication, which you were saying earlier, Dusto. And I think that's the issue.
I agree.
So it's managing them expectations also.
Yeah, every marriage is going to be tested. You ain't going to be the same person this year.
Oh, absolutely.
You're going to get uglier. You're going to stink more, or not listen too much. Something's going to happen. You're changing, she's changing, life's changing. And that's something you work through together, or supposed to. But I was just saying, I threw that wild scenario out there because maybe not y'all, but the couple 3 blocks down from y'all, somebody didn't vet right, or maybe something wasn't right, and that's the situation that they ended up in. And the truth is, somebody got to leave.
I think they should stay in the marriage.
Absolutely.
No, I disagree with that. But creative, you stay. You make a commitment, you stay. But creative, I got a question.
Damn,
if your husband tell you that he prefer your hair a certain way, let's say long, for example, do you feel like he have the right to have the influence over your hairstyles?
I mean, he could prefer. I'm my own person. First and foremost, I'm my own person. So if he liked me when he found me or when he courted me, and that's who I am, he gotta like whatever style I have my hair in.
What if it makes him happy? Because hold on, you said happy. What if that style makes him happy and the other style makes him sad?
My hairstyle should not dictate if he's happy or sad.
Come on, he's like creative. Like, I really like your hair down like that. It's just so attractive. He he's spitting game at you. He's just like, hey, I love it like that.
If he likes it like that and he tells me all of that, yeah, I'll wear it like that.
So pretty much,
I don't know. I sense some hesitation in that. I think he got you though. I'm good trappy
to get you to do your hair.
What you said?
So you want him to support you in your career, do all this, listen, do all this stuff. But then he got to pull teeth just to get you to wear your hair the way he wants. And he didn't even
know what I'm saying?
I'm my own person. I'm not going to tell him I need you to shave your head bald and make you more attractive to me.
No, the thing is,
like, do you see the pettiness in that?
Come on,
but do you see the pettiness in that? I need you to shave. I don't want you to be bald so that you look more attractive. I've been watching all these dudes and they're bald. So I need you to go bald.
If she told me that, I wasn't listening. If she said, you know what, I really like this collar shirt. It looked good on you. I would actually at least listen. And if I see her eyeballs lighten up, I might wear that shirt.
Yeah, like men are different. It's a lot of things that I have done that my wife liked. Now I was rewarded.
It's pink. I'm not wearing it. I mean, we got to draw the line.
No. The point that I'm saying is, I think that if you're effectively listening to your partner and your partner tell you it's something that they like about you, why would you be defined and go the opposite direction?
Give that woman what she wants. Give that man what he wants. Just do it.
No, if he likes it and he tells me that, yeah, I'm gonna do it. But if he sees me wearing different styles and doing different things, why you expect me to just change it up? Especially if that's my line of work and that's what I'm doing.
All right, creative. How about, let's say, like you wore your hair in a certain hairstyle and he was like, that looks like trash. Like, I just don't like it. So would you change it at that point, or how would you take that situation?
Or would you wear it again? That's a better question.
There you go. I like that.
I mean, say better, but that's a different perspective of question. I mean, say
better. No, I wouldn't wear it again. I would just take what he said into consideration and understand that he didn't like it.
Oh, okay.
Does it depend on how he says it? Because me personally, I'm not gonna go up to my wife and say, "Man, your hair look like trash." I probably wouldn't do that.
I was trying to trigger her a little bit.
Unless somehow that's what how she would want to hear it. But I assume I'm gonna have me a nice, soft, sensitive wife, and I'm probably not gonna go and approach it.
So how would you approach it, Dusto, so we can learn?
It's only a few things that she can. Now, I'm not with the Nation of Wiglam. I can't really. It's not really. But there's one thing I can't work with at all: the silver weave or gray weave.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, hold on, baby. Before we leave the house, I need to talk to you for a minute. If there was something wrong, would you want me to tell you? Oh yes, of course. I really don't like that. I really don't like the way your hair is in that wig. Let's run up to the store. I'll pay for it. Let's get your hair done. I got you.
Then I'll say, yeah, that's a good, effective way. I like
please, that just doesn't work for me. When you do,
but the saying the trash method, it was a lot cheaper because I didn't have to pay for none of that. I just want to throw that out there, Dusto.
Well, I think.
Can I just say one thing? If you guys do that and you guys use harshness, and the woman might resent you because of that. Because if she doesn't tell you outright how she feels and she holds it in, best to believe you're gonna get that aftermath.
No, I'm willing to have a conversation. Hey, is everything good? How do you want you? But I also use positive reinforcement. Remember when you had that ponytail and them braids into this? Oh man, I loved it.
Okay.
So you're providing like a blueprint. Okay.
Yeah. I don't do any color that naturally don't grow out your hair. Like if it naturally don't come out of a human hair, I dislike it at such a high, like red, pink, purple, any of those colors. I just don't like it.
I mean, this red kind of looks nice, like a darkish red.
No, listen,
it looks kind of professional too.
So I'm transparent. Ain't about being professional. I don't want anything to come out your head that naturally could not be grown by a human being. And if you go and put that in your head, I feel like that's a direct line of disrespect, and you're not considering my needs and my wants. Ain't that's what you was talking about, that we should be
not
considering?
Creative.
Listen,
Why would you do that?
Like I told y'all, I am my own person. I do, unless you paying to get my hair done, then yeah, we can talk about
I'll pay you. Money ain't an issue. I'm gonna pay for your hair to get done.
Yeah, I'll pay to get the hair done.
And that's what's up. It's up. Our conversation done.
Yeah, we're gonna handle.
I don't think men out there saying, I'm not gonna pay for my wife to get
Do
her
you know
hair
how
done.
much it costs to get a woman's hair done? And just imagine every 2 weeks.
It ain't cheap, fellas. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I might just take the shitty haircut.
200
and suck it up.
Yeah.
I got some clippers in the back.
I think it comes that. Well, my wife do her own hair. That's like kind of a great thing about her.
But black women, we do our hair, and we do crochet, we do braids, we do all these different styles, and it's a creative art. It's something that we do to make ourselves look good, and we just like it because it's like it's to reinvent yourself. And
so do you have like red hair?
Actually, they're part of the nation of wigwam. That's not creative. Staples and super glue.
I'm not talking about that, but I'm talking about crochet, protective hairstyles, stuff that's been going on. And if you go on YouTube, it gets millions of views, lots of views. Everybody, even I'll be watching it because I gotta learn a couple of tricks. So
what do that have to do with my happiness? So let me ask you, so if she wear gray hair and I'm unhappy, can I leave her?
Listen, it's nothing to do. If the woman feels good and she's happy with herself, she's gonna exude that happiness. You want somebody to walk around and you want to be in charge.
I think you should be able to leave, E. This is what I'm hearing.
No, what I'm saying is it's biased. Listen.
How is it biased?
I'm about to explain it to you. Because just like you're your own person in your words, men are their own person too.
I agree. Yeah. Nobody's asking you to change your style or your hair.
Shit, wait about 15 minutes. She will.
But what I'm saying is this right here. I think a woman, say for example, if a dude comes and he got a mohawk and saying it's something that she's not attracted to, I think a woman should be able to come to a dude and say, I think I don't like it. I don't want that type of hairstyle, and he should consider it.
Yeah, of course. If it looks outlandish, of course.
That's how it looks to us.
What are you doing?
We're trying to tell you. If a man's coming to you and he says something about your hair, it looks outlandish to him.
Yeah, you're talking about some gray weave.
I don't know about gray weave, but if you go on my channel, I do crochet on my hair, and you guys could go look at my channel. And I have my hair in different styles. One time I had like some red strawberry hair, and it looks nice. And then I had some.
But you got a mixtape coming out?
And it's
you said red hair.
Yeah.
Creator, if it's the dark and we're running from the mafia that's trying to get us, and they can keep up with you because of your hair, it's a problem. We in church and the lights go out, and your hair is the only thing in the church. It's something wrong. I'm just saying.
My God.
But all right, y'all, I got to drop. But great conversation, man. This was hilarious.
Hey, Sophisticated, come through anytime. Slide through BMU. We don't do talk.
If you guys look at my channel, you see my hairstyles, and you guys let me know. Does that look professional? Should you be wearing that?
Give me a second.
It's creative.
I'm about to tell you.
Let me see.
If it's gray weave.
I don't put no gray weave in. You crazy? That's over the top.
Well, if your hairstyle requires batteries.
But all your hair look natural. It look like it's a natural blend, not
Okay. Yeah, no, see. Yeah, it looks natural and stuff. It looks definitely presentable. I think I want to see the red though. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah,
if you look at my shorts, I have a lot of red in there.
Oh, okay.
And I just put back red in my hair now, so.
See, I don't mind the colors though, as long as your money match the colors.
Ah, okay.
Nah, I got a problem with green. I got a problem.
I agree with you. You shouldn't be showing up with those colors unless like, is it carnival? Like, what we doing? Like,
no. So the red. I looked at one in the video. Your red almost look like the red that can grow from your hair.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's like a.
Yeah, it's
you
like
ain't coming out with a Cardi B red and stuff like that.
It's like a what's those people called with the freckles? Like a ginger red. Like, you know how ginger people become.
Yeah.
That's not what we talk about. We're talking about the color red that doesn't grow out of a person's head. I just have a problem with that. Is what I'm saying.
The red. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Like the highlighter color, like I know what you mean.
That's not really too red. Yeah, I'm seeing it.
Like I'm talking about that flag. You see that flag back there? Your hair cannot be this color.
No, I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you in some. Yeah.
Hey, Creative, I got a question for you.
Yes.
Over time, say a man goes and he marries a woman. She's slim, trimming in the gym. She weighs a good 136, 5'7". Then she decides, after he get married, I want him to accept me as I am. Sneaks on snackety picker pies, becomes 346 pounds. He's supposed to stay with that?
Yes.
Or should he call an Uber XL and get her out of there immediately?
No.
Or the whichever one comes quicker.
No, no. I don't agree with that. Same thing with the man. Reverse, you know.
I disagree with that. Listen, I don't think it's a certain amount of weight a person can get that you should leave your marriage. Like this idea that you can get too big, I just don't agree.
You don't agree with that?
Nope.
What about you?
Precious big.
I would stay with my wife. I would love her fat ass to death. I'd be kissing. No, I'm dead serious. Like I'm dead
Precious.
serious.
You know what Precious I'm talking about, right?
I know
Movie
what you're talking about. I know. So my wife. So I might be a little biased because my wife believes in working out. Like that's her thing. But what I'm saying is that, like, good examples. When my wife got pregnant, she gained weight. I was more turned on. Like I was like, I like that. I loved it. I'm just not that guy. I'm not gonna leave you. I don't believe you should leave a marriage because somebody physically changed. Like I think marriage is so much deeper than that. But it might just.
I was.
I give you credit. I'm peeling off like Dukes of Houses on that.
You're the man, and you got my full respect for that. That's real love.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, like I'm gonna break up my home. My kids are gonna be in a situation where they're in a single parent home now because she gained weight. That's shallow.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
This is like, look, I have to talk with the whole family. Like, listen, sit down. Let me explain to you.
Oh, they're gonna look at her and they're gonna see. Remember that? You remember your mom? No, we don't recognize her. Yeah, that's why.
I think men have influence over women though. Like the idea of a woman's gaining weight and you want her to lose weight, start working out with her, going to the gym with her. Like make time for you guys to do things like hiking and like it's way.
You got to put effort in. But if they're not receptive to that, then that's where the issue is. Like if they're not.
That's the very reason why I would. I will build a whole back room under this house for a gym if that's what it is. Here's a $10,000 budget.
So no, but if
I'll bring a personal trainer here.
No, so I think the problem is
Cam said he'll bring Billy Blanks in the house.
So I got a couple rules, right? Okay, if she was big when you got her, you can't leave her because she big.
I agree with that. Yeah,
won't do that.
All right. The second rule is if she just changed and she don't want to work out or she don't want to do this, it's something else is going on there. So
That's
you might
true.
have you might have to get her help. She might. She might gotta go to a therapist. See, people think that a lot of this stuff is just so one level. She might mentally got to deal with something before she can get that weight off.
She hungry, nigga. She seen all the
Oh my God! No, that's not.
I would do all of those
things. High-end restaurants, eating that steak.
All of them.
You think she gonna stop?
But if it's just Doritos, if I see her smoking Doritos and injecting Cheetos into her veins,
I'm not about to.
She typically was doing that before y'all got married. I know people believe. I'm just telling you, I know y'all think that people in 10 years they just change and they become these people where they just say, you know what, I'm gonna just do this totally different things. I think you saw the changes. See, what you should address. I think
when you start dating her, you start taking her to nice ass restaurants and spoiling her, right? And she didn't stop.
No.
Oh my gosh! Come on.
Let me say this, Cam. See, most dudes, I think, if weight is such a big problem, you need to address it when she gained 10 pounds. Don't wait till she 385 pounds and say, now you're not who I want you to do. No, this is that's that constant communication and effective communication.
Can I tell you secret? Can I tell you secret, E?
What?
Positive reinforcement.
Back in the day, my uncles and them, the women got big and they stayed with them, right? They went and got a side piece, of course, that made it look more like what they want, but they didn't break the family.
Oh gosh!
I'm just saying.
That makes it better, though.
What they call it, red pill ruthless.
Let's break this down. Okay? So, which is worse? Let's paint this picture, right? Which is worse? To get a side piece, okay, maybe you gain a little weight. I got a little son that'll take care of that, or burn the house down. Which one is better?
Burn the house down.
Yeah, I'm gonna burn it down. I'm a
scam. This is why
now I got two problems. I got this big mule and I got a crazy. Why?
The only reason why I say that is because you invite in other things into the home, and you might get that woman an STD, and she might not be able to have kids later on.
A woman who's willing to deal with me while I'm married to another woman. I can't do it.
That's
like
true.
Yeah, that's too much.
But let's look at it like this.
What?
What you say, Scam?
If I'm married and there's a woman willing to be a side piece, I don't want her within 500 meters of my presence.
No, it's some people that's designed to be side pieces. It's side pieces in the home that's designed. Like,
and this is where, in my opinion, women are losing because they can't accept the true nature of a man. They're trying to beat all odds, right? And that once granted, there are some men, and a few guys that can hold it down. You know what I'm saying? They got discipline, whatever. But for the most part, right? For the most part, I don't care. Most men, I'll say like 90% or more, want to go out and hit the field. Now,
that's unacceptable.
Now, hold up. Now, here's the problem. This is where the women are losing. This is where the women are losing. They know this. Every woman knows before they marry a man or be in a relationship with a man, they know that is a strong possibility. And they're trying to beat that odd. They're trying to beat it out of them, right? They're trying to.
No, these women nowadays.
Don't you get that big way? I'll kill you.
These women nowadays don't go take pictures of you, have it sent to you, and wait so you can catch her cheating in the act.
I'm not saying this is all I'm saying. The truth of the matter is through history, right? Men have 300 wives, 300 concubines. It's historically proven.
Well, hello. So Ruthless.
That dude in the butcher shop ain't had no chicks, Ruthless.
No, Ruthless. Listen, no, Ruthless. You making statements. You making statements and you're not asking questions. So creative. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you believe if a person is cheating, is that a reason someone should leave a marriage?
Hell no, because I'm gonna tell you what.
Well, like, I said creative.
Let me add context to that. Let me add context, right? Because check it out. Aesthetically, right? No one is perfect, correct? No one is perfect. No one you ever going to meet is going to be perfect. So if you're saying, when you take the wedding vows, right? When you go down that aisle.
So why not have an open marriage? If you will just
there,
make it
there are very less than 1% of the population.
Let's just make it open. Why not just make it open?
Once again, I mean, if both agree, this is less than 1% of the population. It's happening. But
okay, then. So
hold up, creative. Here's the problem, though, right? Women are not going for that shit. Period. They're saying is either I'm going to have just as many as men as you have women, or we're burning the motherfucking house down. So with that being said, we're in a worse position than we are if we were to work that shit out.
So Rufus, I know I asked you this before. You would let your
this is YouTube. That's all that is. That's the junk YouTube pitches.
What?
Kill that word we.
No, but Rufus said Rufus said he'll stay if his wife cheated on him.
Yeah,
if he was married. Rufus said that.
It's like this, homie. Emotional investment is a motherfucker. I don't know about you guys. You guys might be robotic. Y'all can get around that. But in my mind, if this is the apple of my eye, and we're building and we've built, especially we got kids, and she slips off into the night and do something, and I find out, I'm gonna be mad. Yo, he better hide. But my first thing ain't gonna be, I'm gonna leave this chick. What? This is my wife. No, I'm just gonna leave because my ego is hurt. Right?
You know, I understand that.
I am gone.
I don't love you, right? I'm not leaving you because I don't love you. I'm leaving you because my ego is hurt. That is selfish. Now I'm
gonna be selfish in this case. Y'all sticking around, scam?
Hold on, I got a question to ask you, sophisticated jerk.
Ronnie out in the street. But my thing is this: I'm gonna provide a woman with the space, very comfortable, to do what needs to be done, and I'm gonna sling that wood properly. I need protein, eggs, vitamins injected into the vet. I'm gonna do what needs to be done. And if she still runs out there, just stay gone. And not only that, she even got caught when I wasn't even looking to see. That's even worse. It's a wrap. Out.
Yeah.
Damn.
So creative, what was you saying?
And this I want to ask
what happened to your friend? What's his name? Was it Manic or whatever?
Oh, he still be coming on.
Oh,
yeah.
On the other channel.
Before we change the subject, I want to ask a sophisticated jerk question.
Okay.
Lightly. I don't have any deal breakers for my marriage, so it's nothing. It's no one event. I'm not going to make a permanent decision on a one-time event. So as I'm saying, I think it changed the dynamics of your relationship, but I don't think it's like I tell people this all the time. I don't think it's nothing my wife can do for me to leave her.
What if she comes to you and say, "Baby, I love you. I don't ever want to leave you, but I need another man."
I'm okay with that. I think we'll figure out the dynamics of how it works.
Now, that's the first time
be a man.
No, I think people. So me and my wife came down, and before we got married, we said, "Hey, is there anything that I could do? Because we're all human. That you can leave me, or I can leave her." And I told her, "It's nothing you can do." Now, does the dynamics of our relationship change? Of course, but I don't see the only way that me and my wife will ever get divorced is she divorced me. I will not. One thing is, I'm not going to hold a woman against her will, and if she want to leave, I'll let her leave.
Well, yeah, that's not an option. America's going to make that happen. So yeah, don't worry.
No. I'm just. I get what you said. I'm not trying to get all technical. I'm just saying I have made it my decision. I think the problem is the reason marriage fell is because people have a way out.
Yeah.
It's only a matter of time.
And
right?
to your point, we're in another better situation with these high divorce rates. So there's the proof. The data is showing that the divorce rate is so terrible for our country that we look like idiots out here. Broken families. I get that. I don't want to move. The one girl divorced him 3 years and then trying to say I won't have all this shit going on.
I would say yes.
I get it. Hold on, y'all gotta let me finish my point. Let me finish my point first. What I'm saying is, most people can't make decisions like I made because most people make emotional decisions, and I get it. I'm okay with it, but I made a decision that this is the woman I'm going to be with unless she chooses not to. Now, just because we together doesn't mean that we have to be living together. Doesn't certain things like I'm not saying that the dynamics. See, most people think our relationship would be still the same, but the dynamics will change big time.
And technically, you're right because even if you was a divorce, you're still married. It's a separation papers. That's all it is. But you're still committing adultery if she goes be with another man and you be with another woman.
So one requirement that I have for marriage is that as my kids was kids age, I wasn't gonna break up. Like we agreed that we're not gonna break up our home. Like we owe it to our kids for them to grow in a 2-parent home. Like it's certain things that we made a decision. Now these doesn't give us reasons to be assholes. It's still our responsibility to cultivate the marriage. But I think if you're being transparent and like if she would have told me she had deal breakers before we got married, I wouldn't have married her because I think it's only a matter of time. Like in America, if somebody have a deal breaker, they really don't have to do it. You can just think they did it. A lot of women just think people do stuff that they didn't do.
But E-Man, Amiji, can I just say one thing? If some people will take advantage of your soft and your generosity and your kindness, and I'm not saying you, but I'm saying if a woman was to say that, some men will go and marry that woman so they can run game and do all these things because she never gonna, get divorced and she's always gonna stay. So
I can't speak from a woman's point of view, but it was a stand that I had to make as a man, and I trusted. A lot of men don't trust their decisions, but I trusted that I was making the right decision and I vetted this woman correctly.
No,
if I was in a situation that I vetted wrong, the men that I chose to help me vet this, we did wrong. I'm gonna live with my decision. I'm okay with that.
Okay, to her point, right, about taking advantage of. So once again, most men in the relationship is the provider, right? Like 97, 98%, right? Is the provider, and
not true. Just depends what you provided.
Right, he's carrying most of the weight. So there's no way he can take advantage of you, right? You're winning. The women are winning when it comes to the things men bring to the table. They're winning off the top.
They're losing.
You don't understand what I'm saying by that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but to Dustin's point, we're losing in a grand scheme of things, right?
Go ahead, but I'll explain because you're losing.
Yeah. What I'm saying is when we come to the table, right, the woman is winning when it comes to the overall relationship because men mostly paying for everything. Hold up. At least that's a financial investment that's very heavy. With an emotional investment, that's a very big commitment. Now, that's like you take care of your children, so now you're saying I'm gonna take care of this woman too. That is a very depart from their money is very, very crucial decision. All right. So therefore, the woman is winning, which the man is providing everything for her to be feminine. Now, in some cases, for the average American, some women have to work a little bit, right? Just to make the numbers add up for the kids to go to college, the retirement plan, to pay off the house, right? And pay off this and that. Bam. But the investment in you is still, he's going to do whatever it takes, even if it means break his back to make sure that that house stands on his back. And then all you have to do is just be peaceful, don't over talk, right? Play your role. And the dynamics is incredible. It's incredible. You can't, in that situation, you can't lose. Now, if there's a problem that comes, right? Because the problems will come, the dynamics is, if you understand that, and you sit back for a minute and say, damn, okay, he went out and slept with this woman, but he's been taking care of me for so long, and I've not wanted for nothing, and He has been that for me, right? Maybe if you think about those things, your communication about why he did what he did may be a lot clearer, and maybe it can become solutions instead of name calling, instead of trying to figure out a way to end it all. You got to understand that what's up with your imperfections too.
I think why.
Hey, hold on. Let me kill it. Here's the deal. YouTube keeps telling you that these men are way up here. They're super providers. They got all this money, and that the government and the mafia is going to take it all. Most dudes ain't making that much money and don't make enough that the mafia is coming to get it. They don't. Women only make a little bit less than most men. So this providing and the big winning is not really true.
Well, I said that.
Hold on, here's another thing that's not true.
I know. I just made a disclaimer that I said sometimes the woman has to add a little bit to make the numbers add up. I said that.
No, sometimes
it's like majority of the time.
Yeah.
Majority.
Maybe 6% of the entire population, all races, make enough money for a housewife comfortably. 6%. 94% don't. So YouTube makes it look like all the men are making this money and the women are just complaining. The other thing, most men don't know how to talk to a woman. Pick a panel, I'll show you probably 94%.
Like, but what men are we talking about here?
What's up with you this 94%? Because you pulling out the air.
Are we talking about
Are
we talking about dating? Are we talking about marriage?
I got 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
No, here's what I'm talking about. If you look across the dust panels of YouTube, all the way up to the top to the fake leadership, yelling crazy about the baby mamas and all this crazy junk, and like these men are making this money, the men are doing everything they're supposed to do, is a lie. Why do they always talk about the baby mama divorce and all that?
You gotta talk faster. You gotta make your
Everything
points.
you're talking about is the gloom shows you what type of men that you're dealing with. They can't provide a situation that a woman wants to be in. That's why they're walking out the door, leaving and never coming back. Their attitude, their negativity, their fat weight, their broke, and all this other stuff. That's why. And they're creating environments and panels and 800 super chats full of this same junk. That's the problem.
We know that.
All right, everybody, hold on for one second.
They're leaving. And they should.
Yeah. All right. So look, we're already kind of close to the 6 hour mark, and so in order for me to edit or do anything, I'm going to close out before reach to 6 hours. But I do want to say, hey, thank you everybody for tuning in. And actually, I was just enjoying the conversations while doing other stuff at the same time. So yeah, y'all was definitely rocking it. You know.
So is it deal breakers in your marriage, M3?
Is there deal breakers?
You already said that.
Yeah, of course. There's deal breakers in any marriage.
No, it's not.
Any relation.
No, it's not.
M3's married to prosperous.
M3, thanks for having us up here, man. We definitely got to continue this nonsense that Truth was walking us through. Now I'm playing.
Well, I will just say this right here. The reason marriages stood the test of time in the past is because it was no deal breakers.
There's always deal breakers.
Yeah.
If you was the married, like I'm telling you, back in the day, they didn't have deal breakers. Like everything that you could think about was happening.
Well, that's
people were getting stoned to death back then.
Right?
It was to death. That's what I'm saying. It was married to death.
Well, back then, most women didn't really have a choice but to stay married or stay poor. So, but we'll talk about that later on.
All right, then.
So we continue. But thank you, everybody, for tuning in to Knowledge and Relationships here on YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, Facebook, and all the other good stuff. So, again, everybody, make sure you guys and ladies get your minds right. Okay? Continue to drop in the cash apps, the super chats, and also never steal content. Otherwise, YouTube will get you for reusable content. So make sure you guys get your minds right. Anyways, with that being said, we are out, everyone. Thank you, everybody, for your participation. With that being said, peace. Later.
knowledge and relationships.